What's happening, everybody? Welcome to the LAFB Network's live stream of NFL Draft Day 1. In case you haven't caught us before, we did this last year, but in case you need a quick refresher, I'm on the side, one half of the This Side Guys Football Forum, joined as always by my good friend, my good buddy, the other half of This Side Guys, Mr. Tad Desai, and we're joined by two other colleagues of ours on LAFB Network. We got Chauncey Talese, co-host of the LA Podfidential podcast on LAFB Network, big contributor on all Rams content on the website, and our good friend Al Rowe, co-host of the Salute to Troy podcast, giving us lots of great content when it comes to the USC Trojans. Fellas, it's a lot of excitement happening around round one. It's getting a lot of, big promotion as the years has gone on. There's no NBA playoffs happening today. There's no MLB games going on. This is getting all the focus today. So, it's a lot of excitement. How are we all feeling? Let's go around the horn here. Tad, how are you doing, man?
Hey, it's Christmas in April. This is my favorite day of the year. I've often said that. Boys, I hope you're all enjoying your pancakes. I haven't reached the cursing stage quite yet. How do you not understand that reference? How dare you? It's draft day. Anyway, but no, I'm super excited. I have a source in college coaching rankings. Exactly. The baby agrees with me. And he said that he thought this draft was overrated. And normally I don't fight him on stuff. I fought him on that. This is one of the most talented drafts I've seen in my entire life. You are going to hear, hey, that's a good pick. You're going to hear that reaction a lot as well. And I think that really you were going to hear that was a great pick so many times today. You're going to be sick of it by pick 32 because I cannot wait to see what happens here. I think we're going to see at least probably 4 quarterbacks go in the top 8, possibly 5, and just a boatload of crazy trades. We already have rumors of a potential contender still trading into the top 10, which I really hope doesn't happen, but I'm sure we'll get into that later.
Yeah, should be a lot of fun. Lots of trades sure to happen. Lots of rumors circulating as well. Let's get to the next bet here. Coach Rowe, we got a second guest with you on your screen here. So what's happening now?
What's up, Rowe?
I wore a Cardinal shirt with a bear because we all know what's about to happen in a couple of minutes here.
There you go.
I'm doing good. One thing I just want to know is, Chauncey, where's my trophy? Are you taking care of it?
Yes, it's sitting on my desk. Is that my desk where you left it?
And the name just arrived yesterday, by the way.
It sure did. I dust it every day. So it's warm for you and clean.
There we go. This is kind of a fun draft because we know the first top 5 picks already. Unless the trade
Hang on, do we?
We do.
I read a report yesterday this morning that the Patriots may be taking JJ at 3.
Sure, man.
Well, I should say this. I haven't seen it. I can't recall seeing this, but this might be a draft where you see all the top quarterbacks prospects taken very early in the draft, even though they're not worthy of it. You know what I mean? And you're looking at some trades. We might see some big trades today, and I'm more excited about the big trades that may happen for teams trying to get up to get these quarterbacks. So I'm pretty excited. I'm more excited for Tad's reactions. So good thing I have on headphones because I have minor ears near me. So
I took my blood pressure medication. We're all good to go.
You're too young to be on blood pressure medication.
This is what football does to me and the children.
But yeah, Al, you bring a good point about the trades. There's potential with trades between draft capital. There's potential trades between players itself, like Brandon Ayuk, T. Higgins. Some other players could possibly be moved on round 1 here. We had the A.J. Brown trade happen just a couple of years ago, He just got a new fat extension with the Philadelphia
Eagles. He sure did.
And so let's get to the last man here on our corners here, Chauncey Talese. Rams have a first-round pick this year. So, how are you excited about that?
Look, I don't know whether we're trading up, we're trading back. I don't know what we're doing. There's been plenty of rumors. Apparently, we're getting Brock Bowers. Actually, no, just kidding. Maybe it's Bo Nix. I don't know. I'm just happy for them to make a pick. I'm so ready to move on and get to round 2. Just make the pick, and then we can get on with our lives.
That's the first time I've ever heard of someone go, yeah, can we get through round 1 already? Can we just put this over with?
No. I'm just so sick of if they take Brock Bowers, that's it. I'm done with this. Or Joe Alt, I don't want to tackle. We don't need a tackle. It's can we just stop have the fun part of this now? Can we just do that?
Hey, I'm just excited because I actually have a bet with a friend that Bo Nix will go before Michael Penix for $30. So I have a fair amount of money riding on this.
Very interesting.
Real quick.
Hey, do you bet $30 with your friend, but you will only bet $5 for me with me?
Yeah, I'm a cheapskate. What else is new? But From
Tad makes a lot of bets too, so that's the thing
it's unhealthy. You know what? I'll take over hosting for a quick second. How do you feel about tonight's draft?
Well, I can't speak for somebody else here, trying to make some comments here, but sure to be lots of excitement. I think you guys covered it all pretty well. I think we got a lot of, prospects that may go higher than they probably need to be. But I mean, that's part of the fun of the first round. I mean, just like you see prospects that go probably that you didn't think would go this round. I'm pretty sure we're bound to see at least probably 2 to 3 different trades, whether it's involving teams moving up, whether it's, like I mentioned, possible players being involved in trades as well. But just, yeah, it's a lot of excitement. I think I agree with Chauncey as well. It's nice to actually finally get some names going to teams now instead of just a lot of hypotheticals here as far as like this team may do this, this team may do this, this team may do this. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. We should be kicking off pretty soon here. But guys, so everybody who's tuning in, watching, on the various social media platforms that we have, we got on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. I mean, we got a lot of platforms covered. Make sure you're interacting with us. We're seeing a lot of great comments coming in. But yeah, as we're going along here, please don't be afraid to ask any questions about, what you think your team will do. What do you think about certain prospects being drafted to certain teams? I mean, just anything and everything, guys. We're here to give you analysis as it's going on. It should be a ton of fun as we go through the entire day one. And I mean, it's no secret. It's very similar to last year, guys, where it's like we had Bryce Young pretty much penciled in at number 1 to the Carolina Panthers last year. They're going to draw it out. They're probably going to take all 10 minutes just like this year, with Caleb Williams most likely being penciled in here. But I mean, is there, I'm going to throw it out there. Is there a chance that somebody else besides Caleb Williams can be drafted here? Like, I mean, What are your guys'
No.
Yes.
No. Okay.
There is a chance.
Let's go around the horn here. Let's start with the USC guy. Let's go with Al here first. So what do you think? Is there a chance that somebody else besides Caleb Williams can get drafted number 1 overall?
Yes, there is a chance. You know what I mean? Like there's always there is a chance, but just think about was that not Baker Mayfield year? Was it Baker Mayfield year when he ended up going? Who was that went first, and the other quarterback was supposed to go first? I can't think of him right now, but that happened. No, it wasn't Darnold. I don't even remember what team. Nope, it doesn't matter. But there's still there's a chance. Like you never know what these guys are thinking. Now, if you put percentages on it, it's like 5%, right? But there's a chance. So yeah, there's always a chance.
Okay, fair. Chauncey, if you had to put that percentage as far as how high of a percent you think is somebody else besides Caleb Williams, what do you think you give that percent at?
Let's see, 0.00 repeating bar percent. Like,
seems accurate.
We're in Lloyd Christmas territory.
Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair for sure. And I mean, Tad, I guess just sort of to like set the point home here. I mean, just like, yeah, how likely do you think something crazy might happen? Could there be a trade? Like, I mean, maybe the Bears want to get more draft capital. They pull something very similar to what we saw last year, where they traded out of number 1 overall to give that to Carolina. So it's like, do you think that's, in the realm of possibility, or let's just not, continue with this conversation? It's Caleb Williams, and, no need to discuss anything else.
No, I mean, it's not Caleb Williams. It's not a trade. The Bears are going to do what the Bears should have done from day one, which is select Tory Taylor.
I'm so done with this joke. Seriously. I am so done with it. I have dealt with this for like the past month, and I'm so
sorry. It's my last chance to do it. It's my last chance to do it.
Until next year's punter, whoever that is, that's exactly what you're going to do. Insert new punter. That is your joke written in your script. That's like, insert new punter joke here. That's exactly what it is with you. So it's just like,
God, I'm going to miss Tory Taylor so much. If he's a 49er, I'm going to laugh so hard. And you guys are probably going to take him in the 3rd round, which is the best part.
Oh, don't even put that on me right now.
Let me ask you this question, Amar. How do you feel that Brandon Ayuk is on the trading block?
We were talking about that right before we went live.
He's such a vital part to the 49ers offense. Like, how do you think he feels, and how does that make you feel, you being a 49ers fan?
So you phrased it as 2 different questions, so I'll address the first one here. So how do you think he feels? So that is Brandon Ayuk. So obviously when you set a, good mark, going over 1,000 yards, being a primary focus of that passing offense, you obviously feel like you should be getting paid. And obviously you see the numbers that Amon-Ra St. Brown just got from the Detroit Lions. Now, as of today, we got the numbers from A.J. Brown as well. So it's like, if you think you're a high caliber receiver, he's a former first round pick himself. So just like, I think he warrants getting paid that extra money. So whether that's here with San Francisco or whether that's somewhere else, I think he obviously warrants that's like, I should be paid in sort of a certain, level in those, in that same vein as both of those receivers as well. So I could understand that he wants to get paid, and maybe whether that's here in San Francisco, maybe it's somewhere else. I don't know about that. How does that make me feel as a Niners fan? I'm conflicted because obviously I love the guy. I mean, he's a huge part of the passing offense, but then you also have to think about the fact that Kyle Shanahan doesn't necessarily approach the passing game the same way that I think other teams would approach the passing game, where it's like he likes these multifaceted types of players. He's got Deebo Samuel. Obviously, they traded for Christian McCaffrey. That sort of like also do the receiving part, but then they're also gifted runners as well. So maybe that's the type of offense that he wants to build. And so maybe he's okay trading away a guy who's purely a receiver, a route technician, that's for sure. But it's like you trade away a guy like that to another team that could probably use him more. And then they use this year's draft class, a very deep wide receiver class. You could get another like a yak guy, a yards after the catch type of player to suit your offense a little bit more. But I mean, it's hard for me to get off the guy because I love the guy. He's such a dynamic part of the offense. So I'm conflicted. I prefer obviously that he stays, but we'll see exactly how it plays out. But Chauncey, it seems like you got a comment on this situation.
I was just asking if they trade Ayuk, does that mean Deebo Samuel has to learn a route tree?
That's the thing that I worry about too, because he is not a traditional wide receiver. He is the guy who could sort of get into it and get after the play and just be that type of all-around weapon. But just, yeah, exactly like you said, Chauncey, he doesn't really know a route tree. So it's like you wonder whether that's the part that's going to have to develop. And really quick, guys, as much as I love this conversation, I could talk about Niners football all day long here, but we are obviously covering the draft. The Bears are officially on the clock. We're about 8.5 minutes away from actually making a selection. So hopefully they'll end the drama here and they'll take Caleb Williams. I know we sort of entertained the idea that like maybe somebody else will go here, but I really doubt it. And yeah, it's looking most likely that the Bears will be looking at their new franchise caller here. Speaking of franchise caller, I really want to quickly get your thoughts here about, the former Chicago Bears quarterback, Justin Fields, who was traded to the Pittsburgh Steelers, and his option was not picked up by the Pittsburgh Steelers. So do you think that's more of a sign that they really want to push him to see how he does and competes with Russell Wilson, or is he not in their future plans? So Pat, I'll push that question to you. What do you think about that whole the Steelers not picking up Justin Fields' option?
No, I think it's a sign they don't want to pay $20 million to a guy they don't know is the future. I think
that's fair too.
I thought that was a logical move.
That makes sense.
We don't know what we have yet. I think that is the biggest sign of the Steelers not picking up his option. And they don't even know if he's going to be their starter yet. Shout out to my friend Matt, who's a Bears fan, as we were kind of talking about this, because the Bears, and this is something interesting to watch with them at number 9, their draft capital next year is not all that good. They only have about 4 or 5 picks next year. It's, if I'm not mistaken, it's a 4th round pick if Justin Fields plays 51% or more of snaps. It's either a 3rd or 4th round pick. I believe it's a 4th round pick. If he plays 51% of the snaps for the Steelers next year. If he doesn't, it diverts to a 6th round pick, which, let's be real, is just an absolute shot in the dark, kind of who cares type of pick. So I think that I don't quite know how they're going to play this. And the fact that they kind of already said that Russ is going to be their starter shows that I think that it's going to be a fair competition out there. So no, I think it's just kind of like, we don't want to tie ourselves to him for another year if he's not our guy, and we just let him walk. So I don't think that's indicative of anything, but let's get to the team on the clock right now. And I swear to God, they're going to be assholes and push this whole 10 minutes.
As you were giving your analysis, Tad, great analysis for sure. But we saw Caleb Williams actually answer a phone call as opposed to just texting. So maybe GM Brian Poles actually called him and said that, yes, we are officially taking it with the pick here. So maybe it's coming crystal clear here. But yeah, we still have about 6 minutes left until they actually.
Or they're calling him saying that we're not going to take him. We're going with Jayden Daniels.
Oh my God.
That would be absolutely insane. That would be, madness for sure. That would Chauncey, unfortunately we weren't able to do your draft podcast before you were actually, out here in South Carolina. But one of your questions that you had to me was who would throw the first chaos grenade in the first round? that would be the definition of a chaos grenade if the Bears don't take Caleb Williams. Like, I mean, that would be absolute madness. Like we talked about, teams possibly wanting to trade up into the first round. Like, that would 100% be the case. But yeah, I think just like we went around the table here, I really doubt it's going to be anybody besides Caleb Williams. But yeah, jokes aside, like, I mean, it's looking like it's most likely going to be Caleb Williams here. But yeah, would be pure insanity if it doesn't end up being him for sure.
So I'm interested in hearing from you guys. What do you think the odds were that Caleb Williams goes first overall?
Is this one of your quizzes that we're going to go through?
No, I mean, it's kind of a quiz.
It's a general question, I guess.
What, negative 450? I don't know. Nothing great.
Negative 450. Okay, Chauncey?
Minus 10,000.
Oh, Chauncey nailed it.
Wow.
Oh, shit, really? Wow.
I was going to say 5,000, but yeah, 10,000, that's pretty. Get
this. I swear to God, this is true. That was only the second, like, highest, or I guess lowest probability, whatever. That was only the second craziest bet of the night I saw. The first one is Caleb Williams or demanding a trade from the Bears and not playing for them on draft night is plus 15,000, excuse me.
That's pretty big.
That'd be great.
Do you think Adele tells them to hold on? I think Adele tells them to hold on.
Why though?
I think he tells them to hold on.
Thank God.
Build up the suspense and he keeps them on longer.
Entertainment, yeah.
To stop the suspense, the pick is officially in, so I think we eventually will see Roger Goodell run up.
He's still sitting down.
And
here.
It's straight.
But Al, I really don't doubt that's like, obviously this is a TV program. They have to direct that. So it's like they need to, fill the time with getting analysis about Caleb Williams and also the Bears and their situation. And, we just had renderings about their new, $5 billion potential stadium in Chicago, right? So it's like, maybe they have to talk about all that before Caleb Williams actually gets selected. So it's like, I bet you that maybe this is part of it where it's like they're intentionally told to draw it out. And it's like, okay, we know
he's not going first. He's not going first.
But it's like, yes, let's extend it here. Let's, get some TV time here. Give you guys.
Even Caleb Williams is bored.
I'm pretty sure he is. He's like, let's get this over with and move on.
I don't know. That what I just saw looked kind of weird. We might get shocked here. I'm just saying.
Stop.
We're gonna start playing the zipper on his suit in a minute.
Bring back the baby. He was more entertaining.
Oh, wow. The baby's still there. Still there.
But the computer screens just went out, so he's trying to figure out what happened. But can you guys still see me?
There you go.
I mean, the Bears are cheering, so they must know they've done something.
Yeah, exactly.
That would actually no. You know what? If the Bears do something crazy, that would be the funniest aspect of this. Is the Detroit Lions fans would go absolutely nuts.
That is true. We are in Detroit for the draft, so yeah, that's for sure something that could be case there for sure. So but yeah, guys, if you're tuning in, please send us your questions. And yeah, you may see people jump on, jump off. So it's like, yeah, don't be, afraid to sort of, just send us your questions here. But yeah, we should be coming up with the selection here pretty shortly. We got Roger Goodell at the podium. And yes, it is official. Caleb Williams is now a member of the Chicago Bears. Yeah, I think like we talked about it before we got here. I mean, it seemed like it was the foregone conclusion that he was going to be the pick here. I like the zipper coat. Like that's an interesting look.
I was wondering about that actually. I thought that was interesting.
That's some Jesse Gemstone shit.
With the crosses too at the top of the corner. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, for sure. I mean, we were talking about it here before the pick actually happened. This was a foregone conclusion. Caleb Williams to Chicago Bears being the new signal caller. I mean, we had Keenan Allen, a new member of the Chicago Bears. He was at his pro day. So just like all the cards were lining up that this was going to be the pick. And I mean, Al, you're obviously the resident here, covering all things Trojans. I mean, you famously came on our podcast and you said that Caleb Williams should not be a top 15 pick. So I mean, just like, as we've got here now, and he's officially
number one overall pick.
Do you still stand by that?
No, do not talk your way out of that. You said that. Do not make me find the video proof. I have
let me ask you this question. The first question I'm going to ask you was Keenan Allen on that team? Yes or no? At the time,
You're right. Keenan Allen was not on that team at the time.
They started making moves, and they're trying to build a team around him. This is my thinking behind it. Normally, when you're the first overall pick, you go to the worst team in the NFL, who's probably ended up being the worst team the previous year. And he just needed support around him because we saw what he did with a bad team in college, right? So he was making a lateral move with just more money. That was my reasoning behind it. It wasn't because of and I always said, Tad decide, it wasn't because of talent. It's because of who he needs around him to help him succeed. That's what I said. So that's why I said that take. I was looking out for the best interests of my guy. But he's going first overall. He has a loaded team. Hopefully they make the line better. And I wish him nothing but the best.
All right. Fair.
Tad.
I am throwing an absolute grenade of a question right now into the comments.
Chauncey, I mean, obviously we have the pick in here. Like, I mean, just what are your thoughts? Like, I mean, how do you feel about the Bears now going forward with Caleb Williams now officially a member of the team? I mean, just like, yeah, how do you feel?
First of all, it's about damn time. Like,
true.
Like, thank God we can all just stop this now. I honestly think they're in an interesting position. They certainly made enough moves to where he has no excuse to say that he has had no help.
True.
In defense, even defensively, they spent a lot of money. So, I guess Matt Eberflus, he's on the clock now. His seat, he doesn't have the most flat fire on his seat coming into the season, but it's very close.
He's top 4 or 5.
I think it's pretty easy to say, yeah, for sure. Especially when, you have all the pieces here. He's a defensive guy, so I mean, he was able to build up the defense. They signed Tremaine Edmonds and TJ Edwards a couple seasons ago. They re-signed Jalen Johnson, so it's like they have the pieces on defense too. Now your offense is pretty complete as well. So it's like, yeah, if you're not contending at least for the division title and possibly a wild card spot, I agree with Chauncey. Like, yeah, his hot seat level is pretty high for sure. I wouldn't say it's the highest either. But yeah, it's definitely
pretty close to being Freddie Lowndes going down the hill. If you read, Red Dragon. Anybody?
Nah.
No.
I'm 4 months away from 30. I still have time.
Red Dragon
references.
My book people will get that one.
Al, get out of here. Al, you're not allowed to participate in the comments. Get out.
Well, fine. YouTube Freddie Lowndes Red Dragon. You should get the clip. And rolling down the hill on a flaming wheelchair.
But see, that was my biggest worry, right? You're talking about the head coach being on a hot seat, right? Now we're going to and Amir, you could relate. Are they going
to Alex Smith him?
Are they going to Alex Smith him? Is he going to have 5 coordinators in 5 years, and all of a sudden everybody like, I knew he was a bust, but he had to
who's
learn
5 now? Like, who'd they hire? I forgot who they hired because Eberflus did the thing where he had to clear out his entire offensive staff in order to save his job.
Yeah, Shane Waldron is their current offensive coordinator.
Yeah. Okay, and then who's their defensive coordinator? Just
Eric Washington.
Jesus.
Oh, okay.
You are good.
Well, are we going to be talking about head coach Shane Waldron by this time next year?
It could be.
Well, no, not by this time. We may be talking about interim, but I don't think he's going to land the job. But no, we actually talked about this on the podcast. And again, shout out to my friend Max. If I don't shout him out at least 5 times, I'm going to hear about it.
Sure.
He got
shout out to Max.
Matt's before he gets mad at me about that. No, he got really mad at me because we talked about this on an episode of the podcast about 2 months ago or maybe about a month ago where the Bears making all these great moves in the offseason. None of the moves they've made I've really disagreed with, but are they raising expectations almost too high for Caleb Williams and almost too high for the franchise in general, where if you're not in the playoff race by like week 7 or 8, all of a sudden is Eberflus fired just because it's like, what the hell, man? I thought we were supposed to be like, this was our savior season. And I don't understand why I was getting hate for that because I think that's a very real concern of this is possibly, in my opinion, the best situation a first overall pick has ever walked into, ever.
But they also have to be realistic about the division that they're in, right? The Lions aren't.
We know Chicago Bear fans realistic.
I'm just saying. Well, we have to be realistic because we want to put out legit content, right? The Lions are getting worse.
Wait, we do.
Green.
Guys, really quickly, I hate to cut you off here, but the Washington Commanders have officially made their pick as well, so that pick is in. So pretty shortly, we should have the next pick off the board. But Chauncey, really quick, you got a comment for us here?
Just a quick question. If Caleb Williams takes the Bears to the playoffs like more than 3 times, is he legally their best quarterback of all time?
Yes.
Oh, hands down. hands down.
No, Jay Cutler.
No, yeah, Jay
Sorry
Cutler.
to Jim McMahon, but yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, like I think that's safe to say.
Shout out to Matt.
Thank you. Was Double Doink, was that a Cutler team?
That was not a Cutler team. I think that was
what?
Maybe it was.
Which one?
Maybe it was
the Double Doink team.
No, that was not Cutler.
Who was that?
It wasn't Double Doink the year they traded for Khalil
Mack.
Oh,
you know what? I think that was the final Trubisky year.
Was that the
final Trubisky
year?
Yes, it was.
That was the season.
That was the year he had them turn off the TVs.
Yes.
Oh gosh. All right, so let's move on. Unfortunately, Bears got a lot of the attention here, but now we got the Commanders on the clock here. And so it's like most people were pegging Jayden Daniels to be the next, leader of their franchise and lead a new regime, obviously, with the selling of, Dan Snyder finally selling a team to Josh Harris and the team there with Magic Johnson as well. So I mean, is that the logical pick here? I mean, there's a lot of potential as far as like maybe it's Drake Maye, but it's like it seems like quarterback is the pick here.
No kidding.
Yeah. They need a new signal caller here to sort of lead the team here. And so, yeah, we should be getting this pick pretty shortly here.
It's
already in.
You guys are
way behind.
I guess maybe I'm a little bit behind too. But yeah, officially we do have the next quarterback for the Washington Commanders. That is Jayden Daniels out of LSU. And I mean, a lot of people pegged the former Heisman winner here for the last season to be the pick here, even though it seemed like he was ruffled by some feathers by their appearance there at Washington. Like maybe he was pretty upset with what was going on there, but seems like they got their guy there. He's going to be led by Cliff Kingsbury, and we'll see how that sort of like running and playing aspect that he had with, Kyler Murray back in Arizona, whether that's going to translate here to Arizona. So, I mean, Tad, I'm going to pitch it to you here. How do you feel about this fit here in Washington?
I think it's an interesting one, especially since Washington, under new offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury, will be running the spread offense. There were some people saying, well, Drake Maye was really good in the spread. He should have been the pick. And there is some legitimacy to that argument. But Jayden Daniels is one of those guys that the more I watch him, the more I love him. Look, and I am not saying he is a flawless quarterback. There's a reason he's not going number one overall. You look at some of the throws he made over the course of the season, he has some work to do. He is a developmental prospect for sure, but he has all the building blocks of being a great quarterback in today's NFL. And by that, what I mean is he is the best dual threat in this year's draft. He is a better runner than Caleb Williams. The really big two things he needs to work on is one, his footwork. It is sloppy. I think that's what led to a lot of errant throws of like he's just not driving off that back foot enough. The second thing, he has what I am now calling after this year's Senior Bowl, Sam Hartman syndrome, where it's stop floating. Stop floating so many goddamn balls. Put some zip on that thing. I know you can. But, for every bad throw he makes, there's 5 amazing ones.
That's true.
And his deep accuracy is the best in the class. That's right. I say, what up, Caleb Williams? I think that he is probably the most accurate. Well, that's not true. Caleb Williams is the most accurate, but he has the potential to get to Caleb Williams' level within the year. And I think that Cliff Kingsbury is a very interesting coach. I'm be interested to see if he works better as a coordinator, where he's being told what to do rather than, my way is the highway. I think that could be Cliff Kingsbury kind of sweet spot. And it's going to be very interesting to see how they handle Jayden Daniels, because let's not forget the last time they had a mobile quarterback, he did really, really well until they quite literally ran him into the ground. So that's overall, and you know what, I'm going to throw this in the chat in a bit, but if you guys want to
Jayden Daniels is from Santa Clarita, Chauncey?
Is he?
Yeah. Cajon High School. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. I'm just like...
Wait, time out. What high school?
Cajon.
That's not Santa Clarita, my dog. That's not.
Isn't it close to Santa Clarita?
Close.
As someone who played in the Foothill League, they were not on my radar at all.
All right, real quick. Sorry, you guys interrupted me. I'm going to interrupt you. They just showed a highlight. I meant to bring up this play earlier. This is hilarious. So Jayden Daniels has been in college so long. The highlight from ASU, from Arizona State, where he transferred from, is so old. It was a bomb to Brandon Ayuk to beat Justin Herbert's Oregon team.
Wow.
Yep.
That's how long he's been in college. But real quick, I'm going to throw it out, and this is a question for all you guys as well while I'll throw this out in the comments. If I were to grade this pick, I would give it a solid A-.
Well, what are they supposed to do? I mean, oh, wait, the Patriots pick is in. Wow, okay. Interesting.
So we had the Patriots on the clock.
JJ McCarthy.
Can I ask a slightly mean question?
Sure.
How good does Jayden Daniels have to be to erase the RG3 pick?
Clarify that question. What do you mean by erasing?
Meaning, not erase, but just like, because it just seems like I don't want
Make up
the
for
same
it.
thing
You
to
mean
happen
make up
again.
for it? So this is a
But-
very legitimate concern Jayden Daniels has, is that
You're really tempting fate here, is my point.
he's a smart runner in terms of he knows when, like, okay, this play is busted. I just got to get some yards here. And Amur, I think, was the one who really kind of made me realize this. He's a smart runner in terms of, like, it's time to run. He's not a very smart runner in terms of it's time to get down.
Yes. No, 100%.
So,
he doesn't know how to slide. A lot of these quarterbacks don't know how to slide. That's for sure. But yeah, I don't think it's going to take much. I think it's just obviously with this new regime, you're trying to, blow past everything that happened before with Dan Snyder and mismanaging things and all this stuff. So it's like, I don't think it's going to take that much. If you get a modicum of success here with Jay Daniels in his rookie year, I think automatically you already start to look past what Robert Griffin III did, obviously what Kirk Cousins did, and letting him go as well, because you have to remember that as well. He was in the same draft with Robert Griffin III, let him go, obviously. So it's like, I think the chances are pretty high for that sort of situation to get blown over. But yeah, if he absolutely bombs, then it's just like, yeah, people are going to be like, well, we still could have had Kirk Cousins, or we still could have Robert Griffin III. So, I mean, yeah, it's fair to sort of have that question there, but
it just feels like they're tempting fate by doing this thing again. Heisman Trophy winning quarterback who runs a lot, small frame.
New ownership, new coaching staff. Like, this could be the start of something. And Washington's one of those I don't care about Washington. I don't like them nor dislike them, but they are just been one of the longest suffering. The Jets get all this, not love, but get all the attention for a long suffering franchise. So the Browns.
Pity be the right word.
Washington is up there as well, but
no, they're not.
Select.
I would say they're not for this reason, because like they've won 3 Super Bowls. The Jets have one, and no one remembers it, or at least no one was alive for it. That's
in recent history. That's fair.
Drake Maye is going to New England.
All right, so
there we go.
But
yeah, so we have the New England Patriots
welcome,
here
Bill
officially
Simmons.
sticking and picking here, and they will be selecting their next quarterback of their future. They moved on from Mac Jones after trading him to the Jacksonville Jaguars, and now they are going with Drake Maye, the quarterback out of the University of North Carolina. Now, this is a debate with Washington previously, like, would they go Drake Maye or would they go Jay Daniels? But whoever was the leftover, that was the consolation prize for the New England Patriots. I think they were happy with either option there. There were obviously some talks about them possibly trading out of number 3. Possibly this is where we would have seen a trade up with the New York Giants. So, I mean, that's a very high possibility at the time. But it looks like they want their quarterback. They want to start a new future. They got their guy here in Drake Maye. And I mean, Al, you're sort of our coach and our sort of like mechanics expert and, diagnostic player. So, I mean, just like, what are your thoughts on Drake Maye and just like, how do you feel about his overall talent?
Another Mac Jones.
Interesting. Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Another Mac Jones.
Explain yourself.
So think about it. Drake Maye played at North Carolina, who is an average college football team, and he's supposed to be a elite quarterback. As an elite quarterback, he did not make that average football team any better. So how is he going to make a bad NFL team better? Also, I think he rushes out of the pocket a lot, and you can't rush out of the pocket in the NFL. And he likes to throw off of his back foot and make those fancy throws. Like, you have to. It's all about timing. Things are faster in the NFL. So, I just think they just got rid of a quarterback and got the same person back. And going to have to, I guess, because they're paying him less money. But yeah, Drake Maye is another Mac Jones. They did not get any better with this draft pick. But I wish nothing but the best for Drake Maye. Shout out to Matt.
We wish nothing but the best for all these prospects. But I mean, Al, you make a good point. And then Tad, I'll kick it to you here. But just like, we had quarterbacks come from North Carolina in very recent history. We had Sam Howell. And, we're sort of seeing that the jury's still out on him and down with Seattle. Maybe he's going to take the role there from Geno Smith. We'll see exactly what Seattle's plans are here in the draft here, but we'll see about that. But just we saw very similar things where, like, he wasn't able to elevate the team enough in Washington as to why they didn't commit to him. And obviously, we brought up his name earlier, but Mitchell Trubisky. There's a reason that he was no longer with the Chicago Bears after they drafted number 2 overall. He was no longer with the Steelers, who let him walk, and now he's back with the Buffalo Bills, if I remember correctly now. So it's just like, there's a reason now he's relegated to a backup as well. So, I mean, just like, Tad, what are your overall thoughts about Drake Maye, the fit here in New England? Do you think Al has a good point here with him being another Mac Jones? I mean, just like, what do you surmise all that and give us your thoughts?
So, we like to give our viewers, and we'll welcome all new viewers, by the way, to the Decide
Exactly. Thanks for tuning in. If you're tuning in with us.
And, over the past couple months at this point, Amr and I have been we've had a master sheet with all the prospects that we anticipate talking about tonight and tomorrow. Two master sheets. I'm not joking. 85 pages. We have 85 pages of notes with prospects.
I don't doubt it. Yeah.
I will just read our Drake Maye notes. And so I said, overall, blah, blah, blah. My last things was, he can't stay calm under pressure, doesn't make his progressions well enough to make me a true believer. Of the big three, he's the bust. This is now Amir's notes. Yes, there's some issues with his accuracy at times, and he needs to work on his progression. So, when Al was like, no, he panics, we both agreed. All three of us agree. Chauncey, I'm sure would agree if you were here, RIP. But I think that's
RIP
for now. But I think that it's just, I used to be a big believer in Drake Maye. I will own this take because I'm like Al. I actually own a bad take. Is right before.
Wow. Your kid's calling you out.
But
all I'm gonna say is Aiden Hutchinson.
All I'm gonna say is Kayvon Thibodeau.
Trash.
What about?
All right, go ahead. Finish.
I knew someone was going to bring up. I hate you.
Really quick, Tad. Before you continue with your pick, the Arizona Cardinals have stuck in and picked. I mean, this was also a potential possible move, but then trying to get more draft capital here. But I mean, most likely, most people had pegged here that Marvin Harrison Jr. would be the pick here. We have to wait and see what the actual pick is, but Arizona officially has their pick in. But yeah, Tad, go ahead with your Drake Maye take.
Well, I mean, just that, look, I was a big believer in him. At one point, I said he was better than Caleb Williams. After the first 2-3 months of this past college football season, I very quickly moved off that take and said, hey, knee-jerk reaction. I think there's some promise there for him. It'll be interesting to see how this, because I'm blanking on his name, but the former Browns quarterbacks coach, I want to say, is now the Patriots offensive coordinator. So he's coming from a very good offensive system. It will be interesting. I think that's important too, because coming from Brown system that didn't put too much pressure on a quarterback.
Alex Van Pelt, that is the offensive coordinator with the New England Patriots right now.
So he is coming from a system that put more emphasis on the running game. So maybe that takes more pressure off the rookie running back. But oh man, never mind. I was going to bring up a question from a viewer, but as long as it's not the player, we'll do that in a bit.
Exactly. So yeah, we have Roger Goodell walking up to the podium here. So like we sort of talked about, I mean, very much we all pegged Caleb Williams to go number 1 overall to the Chicago Bears. A lot of people pegged Marvin Harrison Jr. would be the pick here to the Arizona Cardinals. We're going to wait and see exactly what the pick is here for sure. But I mean, they need to make an upgrade.
It is.
Okay. Marvin Harrison Jr. is officially a member of the Arizona Cardinals. I was just about to say, with the DeAndre Hopkins obviously being a member of the Tennessee Titans, they traded Marquise Hollywood Brown to the Kansas City Chiefs. They had a hole in their receiver room. I mean, it's currently led before the Marvin Harrison Jr. pick, currently led by Michael Wilson, Chris Moore, Greg Dortch, Zach Pascal. That's not exactly a receiver room that
Zach Pascal's still playing.
Zach Pascal's indeed still playing.
God.
So, yeah, that doesn't exactly excite me all that much. So, yeah, you get a guy in Marvin Harrison Jr. here who's instantly going to upgrade the receiver room there for the Arizona Cardinals. Now, Tad, before you get to your thoughts here, I really want to bring up a question here that we had from our comments here, because this was a potential fit here. And I want to raise this question here from the YouTube comments. Silly Fun Guy. Well, first of all, fantastic YouTube name like that.
Oh, as well. That's what it was.
When do you think Joe Alt goes? And honestly, Arizona could have been in play because they need some help on their offensive line. They took Paris Johnson Jr. last year with that trade down to just trade back up to number 6. So I was like, they got one side, but they need to figure out the other side. So I mean, this was a potential fit here. So Tad, before you go to your Marvin Harrison take, what do you think about Joe Alt? Do you think that he's going to go somewhere in the top 5? I currently had it pegged based on our mock draft that he would go to the Los Angeles Chargers there at number 5. There's a lot of people saying that he might go later than that. But yeah, do you think he's a top 5, top 10, or do you think he slips out?
I think he's a top 10 talent for sure. Top 5 talent, but he's just slipping because, the run on quarterbacks.
Sure.
He's going to go in the next 3 picks. He should go number 5, but now here's the interesting thing is here are the current odds or the pre-draft odds for who will be the favorite to go number 5. It was +2, I'll go 3-1, +350 for Joe Alt. Not bad odds, right? plus 250 for JJ McCarthy. I think that's factoring in. Because remember, this is not who goes to the Chargers. It goes who goes number 5. So I think that's factoring in a potential trade here. And then the favorite actually is plus 225 for JC Latham. And there have been rumors flying around all day that Latham is shooting up boards. So look, if Vegas is telling you that he is the current favorite, I think it may happen. And it does make sense. Look, I love Joe Alt, but he's not the most athletic tackle. Actually, one of my notes on him, which I will get to when he gets drafted, is that, in fact, his feet are actually a little slower than people think. He's very susceptible to speed rushers. Harbaugh, is it Jim or John? I always get them mixed up. Jim Harbaugh. Yes. It's both J's too. It's not fair. But anyway,
John's in the AFC, man. Come on.
Shut up. Anyway, so point being is
they're both in the AFC.
You're right. They're both now in the AFC. You're absolutely correct. I was thinking back to the SF days. You're absolutely right, Al.
Thank you, Al. Good backup, baby.
Shout out to Matt.
But the Latham thing, we'll get to that if it happens. But I don't see him falling past Tennessee. I think Tennessee, despite needing a receiver, had they not signed Calvin Ridley, I think that would be a receiver, absolutely. But with Calvin Ridley, that kind of put a Band-Aid on that need, and now tackle is their biggest need by far. So if he doesn't go to the Chargers, Giants, or Titans, it's nothing. Now, the interesting thing is going to be the Giants. Do they go quarterback if McCarthy is not taken here from a trade-up? I don't know. How great would that be, by the way, if the Chargers took McCarthy?
Would be interesting, but
I don't think this is a great pick for this kid.
For
Marvin Harrison
Jr.?
To the Cardinals,
for Marvin Harrison Jr.
Okay, real quick. I want to talk about that real quick because I was watching Harrison Jr. tape last night. I noticed something interesting that I kind of noticed the first couple watch-alongs. Marvin Harrison's his biggest production comes from when he is playing in the middle of the field against linebackers and slot corners. When he goes against number 1 corners, he's actually kind of average, which shocked me. I don't know why it finally clicked for me the night before the draft, and it kind of kept me up till 3 a.m. because I'm like, how am I just not realizing this? And I got a slight glimpse into the life of a GM, and that is a miserable existence. But I kept watching, and again, not that he did badly, but there was one particular play against Michigan, because remember, he almost went back to Ohio State, or no, he did go back to Ohio State to beat Michigan. So that loss was extra hurtful, where he cuts across the middle. The Michigan corner kind of gets a little physical with him, gets in front of him, and intercepts a pass. And it just kind of hit me like he's kind of human against actual press coverage corner play. And so I'm not saying he's bad. I'm not saying he's a bust, but I think the expectations for him are so sky high. And yes, I'm doing this because they both went to the same school and they both have a similar play style. I see Chris Olave in him. I expect that level of talent. I don't think he's a generational talent at wide receiver.
Well, he's in a bad position. He had the leverage to fight his pick. When are we going to get to a point to where we're going to say the Cardinals are just a bad franchise?
Buddy, we got there about 5 years ago.
People aren't
Josh Rosen is exactly when we got there.
I hear what you're saying, but he has no quarterback. He has no receivers to help him. He doesn't have an O-line. He had the leverage because of his dad and his dad's quarterback to say, I'm not going to Arizona. I want to go somewhere better. And he should have used that leverage. Out of all the people in the draft who should have picked where they wanted to go, should have been Marvin Harrison Jr. because he had that leverage.
It's okay. They're going to get Shedeur Sanders next year. Oh, wait, he's not on Deion's list.
Well, speaking about places that are better, I mean, we are LAFB Network, so we definitely need to focus on here at number 5 now. We have the Los Angeles Chargers on the clock. We talked about Jim Harbaugh being the new head coach there, coming over from Michigan, bringing over his former offensive coordinator, Greg Roman, to lead the team here. So, I mean, guys, what do you think is going to be the pick here? We talked about Joe Alt. We talked about them having a hole at receiver as well with, sorry, Tab, Quentin Johnson did not look all that great.
He's going to rebound.
We'll see
he is going to rebound.
We'll see what happens in this coming year, but outside of that, they don't really have a lot of help with the trade of Keenan Allen to the Chicago Bears. Mike Williams is now a member of the New York Jets as well. So I mean, the receiver room took a bit of a hit as well. So they could use some receiver help as well. Maybe they're going to address the defense. I mean, they got a lot of different directions that they could go here. So Al, what do you think is the best move that they should go? What position do you think is the strongest need for them for the Chargers here at number 5? And as I phrase that to you, the pick is officially in.
Yeah,
so
the pick is.
For commercial. We'll have
right, so no
there's
trade.
20.
Still no trade.
There's 21.
Still no trades. Yeah.
JJ McCarthy's falling.
There's 21. There's 21 positions that needs help in Los Angeles Chargers on their depth chart. I guess you could say there's some that are okay, but man, they're so far off. And now they lost their 2 top receivers. They're in a rebuild now with the new coach. So whoever you pick has to be a generational talent, has to make an impact right now. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm just saying there's no trade, so we know it's not going to happen. I was going to say before the pick was in, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw JJ go to the Chargers because he's liable to do crazy shit. He is liable to do crazy shit.
The trade chip that Justin Herbert would be,
like
he would fetch at least 2 first rounds.
But this has to play. Even Austin Eckler's gone, so they have no running. But
no, that's not a loss.
I'm just for fantasy though, because he did score a lot.
Still not a loss.
But they just need a lot of help, and they're in a rebuild with a very good quarterback, so they need a generational talent right here. Maybe you go O-line and start up front, which you should start. So maybe this is the time that Alt goes, but I don't know who you get right here to make your team better.
Well, Tad, you had those odds on JC Latham. What were those odds again?
JC Latham. All right, so these are the full odds because I left some people out. So JC Latham is the favorite at plus 225. JJ McCarthy second at plus 250. Again, that was probably factoring in a trade. Joe Alt at plus 350. Malik Neighbors is the first receiver at plus 425. Marvin Harrison Jr. is off the table. Robo Dunze, who I could realistically see actually is at plus 2,200 and block.
Oh my Lord.
Shut up.
You're doing so well.
I was. I'm trying to get him before the pick. He's coming to the podium. Brock Bowers plus 3,000.
Shout out to Matt.
I hate you.
All right, fellas. Well, we got the pick officially coming in here. Roger Goodell's walking up to the podium. They're about to officially make their pick to lead the new Jim Harbaugh.
You want me to tell you? You want me to tell you?
The Los Angeles Chargers. Let's not spoil a pick here. I clearly, it seems like I'm a little bit behind both of you guys. So, let's wait and see what the pick is here. So, yeah, it could go offensive line, could go receiver. There's different directions they could go here. And yeah, the question was raised in the comments here. This is where Joe Alt is officially selected, the offensive tackle out of the University of Notre Dame. This seems like a home run pick for Jim Harbaugh. He wants to upgrade that offensive line. He wants to emphasize the run game. That's definitely what he did at Michigan. That's what he did in San Francisco. That's what he did in Stanford. This is his MO when it comes to running his offense, is establishing a good running game. They signed J.K. Dobbins, hopefully use him as a reclamation project. They signed Gus Edwards, both former Ravens running backs, so that's interesting. Maybe that's that Greg Roman connection, possibly as to why they signed both of those guys, but they want to emphasize the run game for sure, so it's like, I think that they're okay. Maybe they'll address the receiver position a little bit later, but yeah, it makes a ton of sense as to why they wanted to upgrade the offensive line here. You get a blue chip prospect in Joe Alt. So, Tad, now with the pick officially in here, what are your thoughts about Joe Alt being a member of the Los Angeles Chargers?
So it's funny, one of our commenters, WL, I'll go ahead and show you for a second, goes, I rated this pick a B, safe pick. But you know what? Like Al was saying is...
And maybe you don't need to get that crazy. Maybe sometimes the safe pick is the right pick.
If you're heading into a rebuild, safe pick sometimes is the smartest option. And look, Joe Alt was the one true elite tackle in this year's class. Now, with that said, I'm going to go over all of his positives first. First off, for a college tackle, this guy is plays so incredibly experienced that I see why he was universally regarded as the top tackle. His recovery ability was second to none. Is even when he gets kind of beat, his ability to kind of like not just kind of give up on the play and stand back up. First off, the strength that takes is absolutely incredible. Second off, you can tell he scouts his opponents. He knows, okay, this guy's a speed guy. This is how I have to approach him. You see him back off the line a little bit more. That is just a level of intelligence that you don't normally see in college offensive linemen. On top of that, his hands are constantly moving. He constantly bats the guy back, even if he knows, because again, he scouts very well. Even if he knows, okay, I'm not going to be able to physically beat this guy, but at least I can stall. I can stall him, which is really good. So I think that Joe Alt is easily the best tackle in this year's draft. Now, I will say, I think because he's this year's best tackle, people assume he's a generational talent at tackle. I'm not going to go that far, because the one weakness I did notice is he does tend to be a little slow off the block. or off the snap, which is fine because his other blocking skills are so good. Except bull rushers, he can handle them. Power rushers, he can handle them. Speed rushers, that's an issue for him. He's not a very fast tackle. He's super athletic, he's super strong, but he's not very fast. So that is my one concern with him is if he faces a speed outside rusher, can he handle it? But in terms of, and I'm sure that's so easy to coach up. That's just pure footwork there. And so overall, I give this an A because one thing I want to say while Al was talking was he's completely correct that the Chargers are headed for a rebuild right now. But the problem is they're in a weird position where they're headed for a rebuild with a franchise quarterback. I don't think I've ever seen that before in my life. So you got to do whatever you got to do to either protect your franchise quarterback or give your guy someone to work with. And with I bet you this was their thought process. This receiving class is the best probably this century. I'm going to plant my flag in that take is the best receiver class of the century. We can find someone round 2. We can make that work.
It's true.
This offensive line class, this offensive tackle class, there's going to be a run on them quickly. So overall, I give it an A. Go for the safe pick. Protect your guy.
Top heavy, and it's hard to miss on some of the talent at the top of the tackle class as opposed to the receiver class, which, like I said, you can find some good guys later. Good comment from one of the former members of LAFB Network and Sports Al Dente here. Talent Graph, as a Chiefs fan, I hate that pick. So, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Going to be a hard time for George Karlaftis, Chris Jones to get some pass rush with Joe Alt, now member of the Los Angeles Chargers there. So, Chauncey, welcome back. We just had Joe Alt go to the Los Angeles Chargers. Do you have any quick thoughts on that fit there?
Great pick. Honestly, I thought they were going to trade out. That was a great pick. It was the right pick, honestly. You know what? Say what you want about Harbaugh, but the man's sensible.
All right, real quick. The Giants are coming up. Is JJ McCarthy? Is this where McCarthy goes?
It could be JJ
McCarthy.
No,
it's going to be Malik Neighbors.
We did see some, they showed the Giants war room. They had some phone calls and stuff like that. We thought potentially there could be a trade there, but no, they have stuck and they have picked here. So yeah, we're waiting for Roger Goodell to get
Chauncey, good job.
Overall. Should be my neighbors.
Nice one there. But yeah, it looks like the upgrade to the wide receiver room is happening there for the New York Giants, giving Daniel Jones or whoever the quarterback is there going to be for the New York Giants an upgrade at the receiver position. Malik Neighbors is officially a member of the New York Giants. A lot of people peg this guy, in that same tier as, Marvin Harrison Jr. Same thing with Roma Dunze. Maybe there's a lot of people that said that maybe he's a notch below that. Based on the talent that I saw, this is a great separator. He's a guy that can be a premier number 1 receiver on the outside for your team. He's got all the skills that you want. He goes after the football. He's got some good run after catch ability as well. But yeah, this is the type of prospect that need an upgrade for that receiver room, especially with the potential. We still haven't gotten official word on it, but Darren Waller potentially going to retire too. So now you lost another receiving threat. Granted, he barely played last season anyway. So
I don't know. Darren Waller's going through a divorce. He may need that.
That's another thing too. So yeah, that's a topic. For another live stream. That's a topic for another live stream for sure. But Malik Neighbors gives an upgrade to that passing offense. So Al, what are your thoughts on Malik Neighbors and just his overall skill set?
You guys remember when I hit you in the middle earlier this week about somebody else, and I was like, that's smooth. Just look at his highlights. He doesn't telegraph his breakouts. He's a smooth receiver. He has solid hands, right? He doesn't seem like he's a burner, but he seems like he could get open, which is great because everybody's fast in the NFL. As long as you can get open, you make touchdowns.
It's true.
I think this is a good pick for the Giants. The only problem is Giants ain't got no quarterback.
That's what I said. So currently their quarterback room is Daniel Jones is penciled in as a starter.
Sense.
Daniel Jones is currently penciled in as a starter. They traded for Drew Lock, or they signed Drew Lock, whatever it is, but Drew Lock is now a member of their team, so he's a backup. And of course, who could forget Tommy Cutlets? Tommy DeVito is the third string quarterback right now. So I don't know how I feel about that quarterback room, but yeah, you got to upgrade the receiver position. But I agree with Al. I just questioned whether he's going to have enough time to get the ball down the field to any of his receivers there. So, Tad, what do you make of this situation?
What were they supposed to do? you have potential out next year. And so that's actually why the Giants were my pick as the favorites to trade out of the top 10. It was just screw it. collects draft capital.
A lot of people expected that.
Suffer through another year of Daniel Jones because they can't get rid of Daniel Jones. Sure, you can bring in another guy, but Brian Daboll knows I basically have to rebuild this offense from scratch anyways. So I actually like this pick of just bringing in a guy who's going to help whoever the next guy is. Yes, Malik Neighbors is going to have an absolutely miserable year next year. Micah Parsons is going to eat Daniel Jones alive. I am so sorry, Giants fans, but you get a pretty.
He gets re-signed.
And Al, I completely agree. That's a good point, Chauncey. But Al, I completely agree with you. I love exactly like what you said. He's not a burner. He doesn't run these go routes and complete outruns to the corner like holy shit. But he does this weird thing like where he'll catch like a short route and somehow all of a sudden he's in open space. And like if he finds open space, he's gone. And so Malik Neighbors is a guy that was actually, I think this is the exact play they're showing on NFL Network that I'm talking about, where you get short little route that all of a sudden turns into a 60-yard touchdown. So he's an absolute home run threat, a total number one receiver potential. I really don't have that many, complaints about him. He catches with his body a lot. I don't know. Like his route running needs to be a little bit more concise. His cuts aren't as sharp, but like Al said, I think that's mostly so he can kind of cover up where he's going. But otherwise, I really like Malik Neighbors. It's going to be interesting. I was kind of following this trap of I'll be interested in to revisit this 2 or 3 years down the road. Who made who? Did Jayden Daniels make these LSU receivers? Because we got Brian Thomas Jr. who could go, with any time now.
Potentially top 10 as well. Like, I mean,
exactly.
There's been lots of mock drafts that way, or he could fall all the way to the 20s. We really don't know.
So is it going to be the receivers made the quarterback? Did Jayden Daniels make the receivers? Or is it going to be a Joe Burrow situation? Because I remember having this debate with Joe Burrow with the same school at LSU, and turns out they were all really fucking good.
Let me ask you this question real fast, though. Say JJ doesn't go now, and I don't know if the Giants have an early.
He's not going now. The Titans are picking now.
Say JJ doesn't go today, right? And the Giants have a early first round pick. Do you pick JJ as an early second round pick? Do you take that value over first round?
So before I answer that question, as Tad said, the Titans are on the clock and they officially have made their pick. They just took a commercial break, so we're going to wait for a little bit for that pick to actually be made in there. But I don't see why you wouldn't. If he's still there on day 2 and the Giants have an early day 2 pick, which, really quickly, I can sort of pull that up here. But
I swear to God, by the way, this is Rome Odunze. I may throw my heads. I need to back up the coffee table. Excuse me.
Hey, Tad, shout out to Matt.
I think it's going to, if it's not Aduze, it's going to be Falachu.
Talise Fu. No,
Fautanu.
Oh God! Don't. I'm saying away.
I'm just saying.
Fautanu or Fuaga.
They wanted Joe Alt like the entire run. So now
I like Fuaga better. I think he's the better prospect.
But I have their draft capital for this year, at least, Al. And right now, they traded their number 39 overall pick to Carolina. So they have the number 47 overall pick. So that might be a little bit low in the second round for them to get JJ McCarthy. I think there's another team that could possibly take him before that. Now, if they want to get aggressive in the second round and they could trade up towards the top of the second, then that's a possibility. But 100%, I think if he's there on day 2, there's some team that's going to find a way to grab him at the very top of the second round. I don't know which team that is, but I really doubt that JJ McCarthy is going to last until day 2. He's going to go this day for sure. If he's able to slide continuously and no trades end up happening for him, I could see Denver being a landing spot. I could see the Las Vegas Raiders being a landing spot. Honestly, there's even people that possibly are saying that the Rams in the first round could take a backup quarterback. If JJ McCarthy is there in the round 1, I don't see why that's out of the realm of possibility too. But 100%, I don't see him getting to day 2. And so I don't think the Giants can trade up to do that. But if he keeps sliding towards the end of the first round by some miracle, then I can see the Giants packaging a couple of picks to jump back into the first round to get him. I can see that happening.
So sorry for my reaction while we were talking, but Jayden just threw in a comment that is absolute nightmare fuel for me. What did the Titans go with Brock Bowers?
It is a possibility because if you look at their current depth chart, they got my favorite guy, Chiggs Okonkwo. I think he's still got a lot of potential there.
He sucks. You let it go already.
Brock Bowers is way better. So I will 100% say that for sure. But I still love Chiggs Okonkwo. They got Josh Wiley, the tight end out of Cincinnati they drafted last year. And then Thomas Odukoya. I don't know if I'm saying that name right, but I don't even know much about him. So they got some potential guys there. But yes, Brock Bowers would be an instant upgrade for sure. So if he's the pick here, like, I mean, that would be a fantastic move. That's a great move for, new head coach Brian Callahan coming over for the Cincinnati Bengals. So, I mean, that's a great upgrade for them. They have DeAndre Hopkins. We already talked about Calvin Ridley signing there. They have their former first-round pick in Treylon Burks. Nick Westbrook-Akine has been a really good supplemental piece. So, it's like they got a lot of great receivers. But now you got a threat that's coming up the seams at the tight end position in Brock Bowers. Like, that's just bringing an extra element to your passing offense. Who the hell cares that they signed two similar running backs in Tony Pollard and that they also have Tyjae Spears? Like, who the hell cares about the running game now? They could go to the passing game. So
I swear
it would be crazy. It would be crazy.
I'm not going to watch a single AFC South game at this time. How is it possible that the Colts have a pretty solid offseason and yet we still get screwed?
I'm really curious to see what happens at 15 with the Colts.
Talon, shut up.
I mean, that's going to be so interesting for sure. But yeah, we got Roger Goodell coming up to the podium here. We're just back for the commercial break. So yeah, we'll see whether it's going to be Brock Bowers to the Tennessee Titans, or maybe, like Chauncey was saying, maybe they go with the offensive line pick. Maybe it's maybe it's going to be Talise Fuaga. We don't know who the pick will be, but yeah, upgrade the offensive line is definitely a key part for them too. And yeah, here we talk about, we talk about a guy that was potentially going to go at number 5 to the Los Angeles Chargers, Tad. I know you had those really good odds for J.C. Latham going there, but now he goes here to number 7 to the Tennessee Titans, and they need an upgrade at the tackle position for sure. So, I mean, this is a great pick to, maybe establish that run game. Like I said, maybe forget about the passing game, but just like now they have these two running backs in Tony Pollard and Tyjae Spears, and so maybe they want to establish the running game. You got a good guy who can protect the blind side for the future quarterback of Will Levis or, maybe Mason Rudolph. I don't know about that, but just, yeah, J.C. Latham, excellent pick here. So, I mean, Tad, I'll pass to you here. What are your thoughts on J.C. Latham? Well, going to the Titans, especially, too, now.
Real quick, Jayden, your homework is due when you do it, which is never. So, point being is, I had to do it.
I love your students are watching this. This is so fantastic.
It's so bad.
Do you advertise that you have this, or do they just find you by accident?
No, they found my Instagram because all it is my
They're
first
little detectives. They found it. They found it on their own.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie though. At that point, I was like, "Hey, we're going live to boost up that viewership number."
More viewers we got? Why not?
It's not artificial. We're not doing bots. They're students. But no, J.C. Latham. Look, my very first point on him when I was scouting him, the guy is the very definition of solid. He has great use of hand and great use of hand placements, and has a very wide base. I will say this, it's weird. He has this very weird tendency of, as soon as the ball is snapped, you stand straight up and I don't know, it's like he's playing limbo where the defensive end will bend him backwards so far. I'm like, he's got to get beat. But all of a sudden, his recovery is incredible, and he just kind of pops right back up. And like I was saying before, he kind of stalls the defensive lineman at that point rather than eliminating him, which is what you want. But that's okay. Good enough lateral quickness to adjust to the run blocking situations. Look, overall, I like him. I think that he's like I said, a solid tackle prospect. Is he going to be a left tackle? I don't see it. I don't think he has the skill set necessary to really succeed at left tackle the next level, but I think he's going to make one hell of a right tackle. I think he will be one of the best right tackles in about 3 or 4 years down the road.
What did Atlanta do?
What did they do? I don't know.
Dallas is it Dallas Turner?
Okay, I thought you were about to say Dallas traded up. I was like, wait,
no.
Hold on.
I'm asking. You had Dallas Turner mock to him
Laiatu Latu.
Laiatu Latu, yeah. That's me and Tad. Me and Tad have Laiatu Latu as our favorite pass rusher this year, but I mean, one of the big things that I think we talked about was just scouts, I think, will be too hesitant to draft him because of the medical issues that he had at Washington, forced to sort of, quote unquote, medically retire. So I could see Dallas Turner being the pick here, going to a big prospect school in Alabama. They produced a lot of great defensive edge rushers for sure. We obviously got Will Anderson last year, going number 3 overall after Houston traded up to get him. So it's like I could see a very similar situation here where Atlanta goes with the, quote unquote, safer prospect with Dallas Turner in Atlanta. But yeah, if it were my pick, I 100% love Latu more. I would love him to go.
I'm interrupting you. Are you saying that Dallas Turner is the safer prospect?
In Scouts' eyes, for sure, because
Are
he went to
you
a bigger
insane?
school.
He
Yeah,
is.
I'm saying it.
He is.
No, that's crazy, dude. Dallas Turner. Look, I like Dallas Turner. I'm a Dallas Turner defender. We had this argument on the podcast a couple weeks ago. Dallas Turner is a pure potential pick. Like, you don't see the pass rush moves. All you see is I'm taking your own argument and using against you because I'm that good.
No, believe me.
But,
like I said, I love Latu. He is my favorite pass rusher in this year's draft class. If I was the GM, if I was Terry Fontenot with the Atlanta Falcons, I would run up the pick with Latu. But I'm viewing it through the eyes of the scouts, where it's like they see this guy coming out of Alabama. This is the last possible draft class coming up. Well, not last possible. This is the last draft class coming from Nick Saban. So it's like this is all the potential that I want to take advantage of. And so going to a bigger school, that is why I'm saying Dallas Turner is the quote-unquote safer prospect. I'm not saying he is my favorite. I'm not saying that I would take him. I'm just saying that that's what Atlanta's probably going to do.
I would just look at it from an investment standpoint, though. As well as Latu played, and as much as he went through, the injuries are always going to be his red flag. They're always going to be his red flag. I can go and take Dallas Turner, who did not medically retire and played supposedly in a better conference, and I don't have to worry about an injury popping up on me again before I invest this money. He's a safer pick. He's a safe pick.
No, he's not. You look at what Latu's got in his pass rush arsenal. He has so many moves. You just see that experience working there.
I know.
He was perfectly healthy last year. Dallas Turner, meanwhile, is like, I'm gonna run him over, and it's like you're not fucking Thomas the Engine Truck or whatever.
But we're not saying
he had to train. It doesn't matter.
Thomas Engine.
You're not a vehicle with a very creepy face on it.
We're not saying talent though, Tad. We're saying safe. We're saying a safe investment.
If he got hurt this past season, I would completely understand that, but he's safe. He played a full season and produced.
No, believe me, I saw back-to-back years with Latu where he's sort of proven the doubters wrong that he could produce that way. But like I said, I think just scouts just get into it in their head here that this is going to be a thing. And so, yeah, I still think that it would be Dallas Turner for sure.
Whoa!
We'll see exactly what the pick is going to be. Clearly, you guys are way ahead of me. We got our first surprise of the first round. We got a lot of jaws dropping for a reason because this was a potential pick. And, to spoiler for people here, but Michael Penix Jr., the quarterback out of Washington, has now been drafted to the Atlanta Falcons at number 8 overall. I mean, this seems like shades of last year, Tad, where it's like we were surprised that Bijan Robinson was drafted 8th overall by the Atlanta Falcons.
I hate the Falcons so goddamn much. You just cost me $30.
Make it make sense. What the fuck?
Shout out to Matt.
This is clearly the first very interesting, surprising move made in the first round. This is why the first round is craziness. This is why it gets a lot of attention. I already brought it up before we started here. There's no NBA playoffs happening. There's no MLB games happening right now. There's no NHL hockey happening right now. This is the primary focus of today. And this is the reason because, Michael Penix Jr., a lot of people expected him to go day 2. Not a lot of people expected him to even be a day 1 quarterback. I mean, based on what we saw, there's a lot of talent. A lot of people thought maybe he was going to be the Heisman winner instead of Jayden Daniels, but there's a lot of things that we saw, especially that national title game against Michigan, that worried a lot of people as far as can this guy do it at the NFL level? He looked fantastic against Texas in that game before, but now it's you wonder, getting to an NFL level, more experienced defenses, can he still hold up the same way? They have their next prospect after Kirk Cousins decides to retire after a handful of seasons. They're going to groom him. This is a very interesting shock. So, I mean, I don't know who wants to take this first because
I have a couple of questions. Okay,
let's go to Al first. All right,
so my first question is, why are you giving up on Ritter so fast? Because he was decent.
Whoa. Let me stop you right there. Did you forget about a very important move the Falcons did this offseason?
What did they okay, so what am I missing?
Ritter is no longer Alabama Falcons.
They traded him?
He's in Arizona.
Okay. So here's my second question. Why are you spending top dollar on something that you could get in the second round? Why are you doing that?
Is an excellent
it's top investment. They haven't actually paid him anything yet, but it's just top investment. I think that's probably the question.
He's the first 10 pick, so he's at the top of the rank for the.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
You know what I mean? You could get this guy tomorrow and pay way less money, and if he works out, you extend him at the end of the 4 years. Why? Oh, the Falcons and the Cardinals just kill me. They are so bad as franchises, and they do things that make no sense. And they put these kids in bad situations. This is not a great pick. I'm not saying Penix is. Well, I do have some things on Penix. I don't think Penix has one of the worst habits for quarterbacks, and he stares at the line of scrimmage.
Well, the Bears are like, okay, I guess we can
just
rebound from this.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry to cut you guys off here, but yeah, just like Chauncey said, the pick is in for the Chicago Bears, but it's clearly somebody has fallen right in their lap with that Michael Penix Jr. pick, so they can get any of the pass rushers that they want. There's still a lot of great offensive linemen as well. They could go receiver with Malik Neighbors or Roma Dunze. They have a lot of fantastic offensive.
Not Neighbors.
The Bears could be an early winners of the first round based on how they handled this number 9 overall pick. But just, let's really quickly, before the pick actually gets official with the Bears here, let's continue this Michael Penix Jr. talk. Because Tad, I'll pass it to you here. Now, Chauncey, I want to hear your thoughts here.
Okay.
How do you feel about that? Because clearly you dropped an F-bomb on it. That was fantastic.
Well, I don't understand it. Because, look, I don't watch a lot of film, or let's say any film, and I don't really watch college football. However, I am well aware that he's, as it says on ESPN, he's torn his ACL twice and had injuries to his shoulders. And I think he's 2 years younger than me.
Yeah. Well, I will say, Chauncey, that is the case with a lot of prospects this year with the COVID year.
Why get a project at 10? Rookies, I don't get it. Why get a project at 10? Atlanta's supposed to be in win now mode. Wouldn't you want to get, I don't know, someone's...
He's not a project. He's 24.
That's my other... But I know, but legally he's a project at this point because he's not starting.
No. Shout out to Matt.
Kirk Cousins is going to be able to be there for day one. What the hell are they doing? Get a stud defensive player or get someone to protect Kirk Cousins. You don't need another quarterback at 9 at 8.
Very interesting for sure because I think me and Tad were very much in alignment that just a lot of people pegged Dallas Turner to go to the Atlanta Falcons at number 8 for sure. So for that to happen with Michael Penix Jr., that's an absolute curveball. The Bears land. Yep, well, here we go. We got a weapon for Caleb Williams. We got Roma Dunze, the receiver out of Washington, now pairing up with Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, Cole Kmet, Velus Jones, and a very good speedster out of Tennessee they drafted a handful of years ago to give Caleb Williams, like you said, Ted, earlier, probably one of the best situations a first-round quarterback has ever landed, especially a number 1 overall pick. So, this is just, like I said, very early still, but I think the Bears are the winners of the first round so far. But Chauncey, go for it.
So the Vikings don't have to trade up to get JJ McCarthy now, do they?
They just did. Sorry. They
trade up to number 10.
They just traded up.
That's a good move by the Vikings, actually. That's a very smart move by the Vikings. That's really, really good move.
Because honestly, the Jets, especially with Michael Penix Jr. being drafted by Atlanta, maybe they're like, okay, we need to think of our contingency plan after Aaron Rodgers decides to, run for president or whatever he wants to do, right? So I can very much see that happening where it's like you make that
I didn't mean to blow that one, but that was big news.
Let's not get crazy here, okay? There's no way some crazy conspiracy theorist celebrity could ever be president. All right, it's vice president.
This is like that puppet monkey meme.
I will say this real quick, Amir. This is the Texans from last year. This is the Texans from last year.
It's very much the Texans from last year.
When they got CJ and they traded up and they got Will Anderson. You remember we were all on the podcast and I was like, they're going to get Will Anderson. They're going to go Will Anderson. The NFC North might be the best division this year.
It's slowly getting that way. And especially, I can't remember who phrased the question, but it was just like, can the Bears compete in the division this year? And we talked about Matt Eberflus being on the hot seat. Well, now I think you're in a good situation where it's like you have your offense pretty set. So it's like, 100%. Maybe this ramped up the hot seat for Matt Eberflus now. So it's like you have no excuses. Now it's like you have 2 blue chip prospects from the top 10 landing to you on offense. Your defense is pretty set too. So it's just like, this is a very make or break situation for Matt Eberflus and the NFC North. It should be a lot of fun. We obviously had the Lions in the NFC Championship game from a year ago. The Packers were very good. They absolutely destroyed the Cowboys in their first game. The Vikings, we'll see about that. But them trading up here to number 10, speaking of the Vikings, they obviously see these moves. JJ would make the most sense here, but obviously with the Bears getting the situation that they landed here with Roma Dunze and Caleb Williams, I think the Vikings were obviously like, we need to figure out our quarterback situation because that's the one thing that's sort of holding us back for sure. Maybe a few other things for sure, but quarterback for sure is a main priority for them. So, Tad, just like Chauncey alluded to, I'm pretty sure this is the pick here, but do you think it's JJ McCarthy here at number 10 with this trade up with the New York Jets? And for those of you watching, we will get you that compensation as soon as we have it. But first, Tad, what are your thoughts here on the Minnesota Vikings plans here at number 10?
All right. Everybody, slow down.
A lot happened. A lot
of shit just happened. Couple things to note.
It's been madness.
Couple things to note. First off, Atlanta, I understand the move. You sign a.
Well, here's sorry, Tad, just to cut you off here. We have the compensation. The Vikings have received the 10th overall pick and the 6th round pick, 203, and then the Jets have received the 11th overall pick, and then 4th and 5th round picks here of this year. So that's
a fantastic trade for Minnesota because they know that there are other teams like the Broncos that want to trade up for JJ McCarthy.
It's very true.
You don't even have to give up the number 23. Everybody's mocks now go out the window, including mine. But look, I mean, all right, hold on. Let's start with Penix. I get what the Falcons are trying to do. You sign a 36-year-old Kirk Cousins to find his successor. I understand that. Why are you going for a 24-year-old injury case? That let's not forget, by the way, I know Atlanta has a pretty solid, offensive line, but with Michael Penix Jr., are we going to get Michael Penix Jr. that showed up that should have won the Heisman, a case that I was fighting for? Or are we going to get the Michael Penix Jr. that looked like an absolute mess against Michigan? That you are running a massive, unneeded risk, and Al absolutely hit the nail on the head. Look, just wait. Just wait to see. Maybe he's the one that falls there. Or, honestly, at that point, if you're that desperate, Spencer Rattler still is because he's still on the board, a perfect guy to develop for a couple of years. If you develop Spencer Rattler, I think that's a very interesting prospect. That makes zero sense to me. Odunze, God damn it, that's a perfect pick. He's so good. He's the most.
Really quick, we got a good comment from one of our Bears fans, good friend of mine, Jay Bear. He's got this like, I mean, 100%. If I'm a Bears fan, I'm excited right now. But
Odunze is the most consistent receiver in this year's draft over Marvin Harrison Jr. You knew what you were going to get from him. Is he a clear-cut number one receiver in the future? I don't know. I'm not going to say no, but the Bears don't need that because they had such good offseason. They just need a guy just in case Keenan Allen goes down. But Odunze, the contested catches he was making, the one thing that really surprised me when I was watching his tape, because you always heard that throughout the season, even if you weren't watching Washington. Why do I do this to myself? Is it's hard for me because Washington's on the West Coast and they're on at like midnight Central Time. So I always knew.
Get on the West Coast, the best coast.
Yeah. I always knew he could make contested catches, but the one thing that surprised me is I thought it was kind of like, just run a go route, jump up and grab it. His route running is so crisp. He can create great separation without, drawing unnecessary flags from contact. Rome Odunze is honestly probably my favorite receiver in this year's draft. No. And I think that the Bears have absolutely nailed it. It's very frustrating, especially because here's what's going to happen. It's going to be McCarthy here at 10, and then it's going to be Brock Bowers then at 11. And the Colts, without doing a damn thing, are screwed yet again. I hate my life.
I'm beginning to think Arthur Blank making Home Depot a success was an accident. This is incredible.
Yeah, he might have just fallen into some luck.
Honestly, did he inherit Home Depot? I don't understand it because, I don't understand he can make that much money and then be this stupid.
Well, so let me ask you this: is it the same Falcons GM as last year?
Yeah, it's the same GM, Terry Fontenot.
So, okay, it's not Arthur Blank's fault. It's this idiot GM. Get him out of the way. Well, all right. Hold on. Let's hold on because we're all doing the knee jerk things. We all had the exact same reaction to Bijan Robinson at the time, or it was Bijan Robinson at the time. Bijan Robinson looked good. That was more of a coaching issue than a GM issue. That they nailed it with Bijan Robinson. He looks good. So
no, it's true. But I think just most people didn't expect him to go in the top 10. We were all shocked when he got drafted in the top 10.
We all were. And it's funny because they done it 2 years
This
in a
is
row.
A bigger shock. I will give you that. This is a way bigger shock.
100%. But it's funny because everything's happening exactly like as it did last year, where it's like, okay, top 6, 7. Okay, all right, everything's falling in order. Oh my God. It's just like, it's the Kevin Hart gif, right? Where he's laughing. He's like, ah! It's just like that. Like, it's twice in a row, almost the same pick, by the way, that the Falcons are doing this. So it's not an Arthur Blank situation. Arthur Blank's a fantastic owner. I'll go to bat for him. This GM, man, he may be a mad scientist, but if both these picks, if Bijan works out and somehow Penix works out, I don't know. It'll be interesting.
Belichick wouldn't have done that.
Chad, I'm not saying it's
Belichick's also unemployed right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Atlanta did not want to hire him because they knew he'd get him kicked out.
No, it's because the Patriots owner, Robert Kraft, was calling them saying don't hire him.
Chad, I will say this, Chad, it's not the pick. It's where the pick happens.
The placement. Exactly.
Yeah,
I 100%
100%.
agree with that. Yeah. Yeah, no, if Penix went to the Falcons in the second round, I would actually probably give that like a A-.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I would probably give this a C. His age is just such a concern.
Yeah, I think that's
says the 29-year-old.
But I think
we have no defense go yet either, by the way. No defense has gone yet.
Yeah, that's very crazy. So, I mean, yeah, I really doubt that a defensive pick here will go here at number 10. The Vikings are up to the podium here. Roger Goodell is here with some special guests. I don't have the volume all the way turned up, so I don't know who they are.
You know who's actually the angriest right now is Denver. You know Denver was like, yes, it just all fell apart on them.
Very true. Very true. Like there was a situation like, kind of like Al was sort of, hypothetical situation there where he was like, what if JJ McCarthy's there in round 2? Yeah, that was sort of falling out that way where it's just like, yeah, Denver had a chance to take him with dollars and trade up. Las Vegas had a chance to take him with no trade up. Maybe New Orleans, they weren't sure with Derek Carr. I know Al's a huge fan of Derek Carr, so it's like maybe they needed a backup for Derek Carr there in New Orleans. So it's like there's a chance there at the very middle that's like he could have gone there to any of those spots with any of those teams without any sort of trade up. But just, yeah, I think now with the Vikings here with the trade up to number 10, that's likely the pick here. And, we're talking about Michael Penix Jr. and playing in the national title game. He played against JJ McCarthy. So, I mean, just Al, really quickly, I want to pass it to you here. Just like, comparing the two quarterbacks here, I mean, just like, what are your thoughts as far as just like, the comparison between the two guys? And officially, we do have the pick in here. JJ McCarthy is now a member of the Minnesota Vikings. So, yeah, how do you think about this fit as well under Kevin O'Connell?
So the fit I think works because
I love when dogs are in the draft room. It's just so passionate. They're like, "What's going on? Why?"
Oh my god!
Oh great!
Where are we celebrating?
I love it.
Because Kevin O'Connell's a West Coast guy, and he played. McCarthy just played 13 years in the West Coast offense, right? This is another dude who took advantage of all 5 or 6 years of his COVID year. So he as long as he can manage the game and they put a good team around him, he could be very good. He knows his last 2 years was managing the game. He didn't have to do anything great. And I think that's his biggest attribute. Just manage the game. He has a squad around him. He has Jordan Addison. He has other receivers around him. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't have a bad team around him. Just manage the game and don't make any mistakes and let everybody else do everything else, and we'll be okay. Now, can it get him to the promised land? I don't think so. Can it keep Kevin O'Connell's job? Yes.
I agree.
Yeah, and really quick, Tad, before you get your comments in here, I want to share this comment by WL. Don't know Minnesota draft picks, but JJ this high feels wrong. And I completely agree with this because we talked about this. We got a comment in our Instagram a handful of weeks ago that was just like, does JJ McCarthy go in the top 10? And I think one of us answered, it was like, will he go in the top 10? Yes. Should he go in the top 10? Absolutely not. And I think it's just 100% like when they brought that graphic of Tad. I don't know if you saw it. I pointed here, but their player comp for him.
Hence the fist bump.
Alex Smith.
We're right.
It said Alex Smith. And that's exactly what I wrote in my notes as well. Everything that Al laid out, we're just like, he's a perfect manager. He plays within the system. He's not going to cost you any sort of turnovers. He's going to he's going to be good. He's just not going to be great or exceptional. The things that you really want with a quarterback. He's not going to be those things. So at his highest level, yeah, I think he's just going to be a very good quarterback playing within the system. He's going to manage that system really well. So yeah, as long as Kevin O'Connell can build a good system there, like Al said, great receiving weapons there with JJ, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison. I mean, God, great options there. But just, yeah, he's just going to play within the system. He's not going to be anything that's going to elevate the system that much higher. It just, yeah, when I saw the Alex Smith, I was like, yeah, 100%. That's exactly what I wrote. I think Tad wrote Jimmy Garoppolo, but I mean, it's like pretty much the same thing.
That's why I fist bumped. I was like, we're both right. We're both right there.
You think the Jets go defense here?
So the pick's already in. So they turned that pick in incredibly fast. In case you were wondering, I have a second laptop right here. So I'm trying to find best available right now.
They should be protecting Aaron Rodgers, but they won't. This is going to be Bowers.
No, yeah, that's right. No, Charles, I don't know if I actually threw a little bit of shade at you.
I know, I heard it.
Yes. Why would they go tackle? This is a roster built to win now.
Well, here's my.
They don't have an offensive line.
Yes, they do. traded for an entire offensive line in the offseason.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, but Tyron Smith will play half the season for him. And then what's going to happen? Aaron Rodgers is going to get hurt again.
Yeah, he lasted 4 plays into the season. You need to protect his ass.
You just traded for still one of the best tackles in football in not traded. Sorry, you just signed Tyron Smith, and whether still at what?
Are we sure Tyron Smith is still Tyron Smith?
Yes, he's still Tyron Smith. I live in Dallas.
But that's why I said he'll only play half the season. So is that
that's one? That's one. What about? All right, that's one. What about the other 4?
They traded for Morgan Moses from Baltimore to shore up the right tackle.
All
right, there's
no
2.
No guard or center is worth taking at this point.
3 more.
Right.
Maybe. Oh God, why you guys force me in this position?
Okay, so their current. I'll help you out. Their current starting lineman for them right now is that penciled in. Left tackle Tyron Smith.
Bowers.
Left guard John Simpson. Center Joe Tippmann. Right guard Elijah Vera Tucker, USC Pride L, and at right tackle Morgan Moses. So I mean,
Vera Tucker's good, so they're set there. So they need a center and a guard. None's worth taking. Maybe Feo Otano, whatever. The guy from, or maybe Talise Fuaga. That could be interesting to play him at guard.
Yeah,
that's a play there. But I bet you this is Bowers. Get them.
I just said it's probably going to be Bowers.
It's most likely going to be Bowers. They need to upgrade the tight end position. They need to give
Aaron
Rodgers another weapon.
I don't know.
It's a big name as well. It's a New York market. I have a feeling it's going to be Bowers. But
they did the right thing.
Is going to be offensive line.
Oh, they did?
Most likely go in that direction here.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's a good pick. Actually,
my bad, Tad. I'm sorry, Tad. I know you didn't want me to do that, but
no, you're good. That's a good pick, though.
Yeah, we do have. They went with the smarter pick, just like Al said. They went with the offensive tackle out of Penn State, Olubia Fashanu out of Penn State. So I mean, yeah, this is like a lot of people's second-rated tackle on the draft board. I know we had Jason Latham go ahead of him, but yeah, a lot of people still had Olu Fashanu ahead of him. So yeah, this is a fantastic pick, a great developmental piece behind some of the aging prospects that they have already on their offensive line with Tyron Smith and Morgan Moses. So I mean, yeah, this is a great piece here to add to the offensive line there. So they made the smarter pick. So yeah, Brock Bowers continues to slide, but a lot of people had him pegged as a potential top 10 tight end pick. So that is the interesting name to watch here. But I mean, Tad, you did a lot of homework on the offensive line here. What are your thoughts about Olu Fashanu now being a member of the New York Jets?
I was having shout out Max, but this was, he was asking me the other day where he was like,
is the name changed to Max now instead of Max?
Yes, that's going to be the bit from now on.
Is it Max or Max?
It's Matt,
it's Max, but now it's Max.
Now it's Max.
Max. All right. Shout out to Max.
And fun fact, by the way, he may be making an appearance on the show tomorrow, so be ready for that.
Interesting. Okay.
But, he was asking me the other day, he's like, Fashanu seems to be taking a fall, and from all projections, it seemed that way. He was like, why? And the reason is because he's not the fastest tackle out there. He's not a very athletic tackle. He, can't reach the second level very well. But everything else about him, I absolutely love this guy. He almost overtook Joe Alt. I almost went with the hot take route of overtaking the number 1 tackle because, I mean, he's a brick wall. The second he gets his base set on you, you're out of the play. You're screwed. I don't care how strong you are. He's slow for sure, but his technique is so good that he makes up for it. His one big weakness is he doesn't angle himself very properly. If the lineman but the D lineman has to get real low to win, but if he does, he will win, but that's a pretty easily fixed problem. His vision is insanely good. There's one particular play, I think it was against Ohio State, where he was blocking the inside rusher, and he saw a guy, the outside linebacker coming in, and I'm not even joking, he pushes him into the guard and instantly picks up the blitzing linebacker. The play went for like 20 yards. This guy is incredibly, incredibly good. And here's the other thing, is like I said, he's a little slower, but he's absolutely he's strong as shit. So if this is what I would do if I'm the Jets. Like I said, okay, fine. Their center sucks. Their left guard sucks, right? Where's Fair Tucker playing, right or left?
Right guard.
Okay, yeah. So the left guard, put Fashanu in a left guard. Now all of a sudden you just have one weakness on the offensive line, and then when
does he have that versatility? I thought he's kind of a tackle.
Can he move like a guard?
Can he pull? No, but that's when you play the sub game a little bit. So maybe they're going for a faster guy to kind of like, swap out. I think that could work, potentially. Maybe I've been playing a little too much bad recently, but I think that could work.
That's more of it.
Bottom line being is I think
NFL's not like that, my friend. I'm sorry. As much as you want it to be.
I'm telling you, it could work. It could work, especially because how often do you see the Jets running? Who's the speediest running back the Jets have?
I think
Breece Hall.
Is he that fast, though?
Brees Hall,
Yes.
but outside of him, I mean, look at the running back depth
I would say
chart.
Brees Hall is more of a
Israel Abanikanda pretty fast. They got Xavier Hall, Valladay. He's not bad, but I'd probably still say Brees Hall.
Brees Hall ran like 22 miles per hour last year. He did.
That is on a breakaway, like wide open run. I mean, on a normal goddamn play where he's maybe gonna get 5 yards. You're telling me he's running 22 miles per hour into that offensive line?
Not like 15.
Point being is they don't
Shout out to Matt.
They don't run outside all that often. So if you're gonna run like the B gap and B gap and A gap a little bit more consistently, then Fashanu can work at guard. So and then when Tyron Smith inevitably fine. Let's get rid of the guard situation at all. Like Amir said, let's assume Tyron Smith gets hurt, misses half season. Well, great. Then you just plug in this hulking motherfucker right.
That I see happening. But him play guard, I don't see that happening.
So there you go. And plus, there are a lot of good guards that are going to go tomorrow night. We will give analysis then. Be sure to tune in as well. I promise I won't be this fired up. I won't be yelling. But overall, this is an absolute A+ pick. I love it. Denver's going to go Latu here.
You know what's crazy? Still no defensive player, and
That's insane. That's a very good point.
Denver, I think, will break that trend.
Denver
will be another one.
Bo Nix right now.
Bo Nix, exactly.
That would be interesting.
Bo Nix right now.
It smells like Bo Nix.
Bo Nix.
It could be they need to upgrade at the quarterback position. They did trade for Zach Wilson. We were talking about the Jets, obviously, but there's no obviously long-term guarantee there as far as whether he's going to be the starter. Maybe he's going to be part of the competition to win the starting job. They obviously have Jared Stidham and Ben DiNucci as well in the quarterback room. So yeah, nothing that really is very makes you like set that at the quarterback position here. But yeah, I could see them going defense here with Latu, Dallas Turner. So that's possibly what I can see.
What about this?
I can also see Fautano being a pick here as well.
What if I'm going to go wild crazy here, theory time? They take Quinton Mitchell, but they use Pat Surtain as a trade piece to get back into the first round later on tonight to then take Bo Nix.
Why would they trade Patrick Surtain? That's their best
Dude, no, Patrick Surtain. That's been long.
There's been a rumor.
Surtain is going to be on the move. They are looking to move Surtain. And who's the other? Sutton. They're thinking of moving Sutton as well.
Why don't they want to be good? Why do these teams not want to be good?
Yeah,
like they're just happy with being bad.
That one I don't understand. But yeah, I think like with Al saying here that we still don't have a defensive pick here. They have their pick of the litter at any defensive player that they want. So yeah,
they don't look happy.
Do they take Bowers?
The Broncos draft one looks miserable.
Chauncey, would you be happy if you were in that room?
I'm about to say, if you work for the Broncos, would you be happy right now?
Oh my God, something just hit me.
There's nothing we can do to beat the Chiefs.
Everybody shut up. Bowers could be a Colt.
Wow.
It could happen. It could happen.
It's in play.
It is in play. I will say that. It is in play. But you got to worry about the Saints at 14, Tad.
I am. No, trust me, I am.
Or he could go here. As much as I love Greg Dulcich prior to the UCLA Bruins here of LAFB Network for sure, but I could see Bowers be the selection here. But I'm very much in the boat that's like, I think they go defense. They have a lot of picks that they have a lot of that. Their pick is whichever defensive player that they want. I think they go corner, they can go edge rush, they can go defensive tackle if they want. We heard rumors of Byron be taken this high as well. So, I mean, that's a potential as well. So, yeah, we'll see exactly what the pick is here at number 12. Oh, Chauncey sort of alluded to it. It is actually come true now. We have the quarterback out of Oregon. Bo Nix is now a member.
Chauncey and Alfred. Give me my credit too, man.
Al, I'm sorry. Yes, you are actually picking that pick as well. So, yeah, we have 12 straight picks here. All offensive players. No defense has been taken. So, yeah, very much an interesting situation. I think this is a very questionable pick, I'd probably say, too. I think I would have
I would say.
But, yeah, you definitely need to upgrade the quarterback here. But just
you had to do it.
No. I understand that, but Chauncey, I want to get your thoughts here. What are your thoughts as far as just, Bo Nix landing in Denver?
Again, I'm a dope who doesn't watch any college or film, but this seems high.
Yes. No, I agree with
that.
High. I think very similarly, I think it's just a lot of people predicted Bo Nix would be a bottom of the first. Probably that was a ceiling in my eyes. Maybe second round pick. I think that's where most people projected that he would go here. But I mean, yeah, Bo Nix, now a member of the Denver Broncos. Sean Payton has his quarterback in the future now. I think he's pretty much penciled in to be the starter for the Broncos. So I mean, yeah, this is going to be an interesting situation. So yeah, still no defensive
question. Wait, I have an ignorant question.
Sure.
Am I wrong that this is giving me Paxton Lynch vibes?
No,
It could be. It
not
could be.
that.
Paxton Lynch
No.
was a little bit
No.
Paxton Lynch
would have been like a great guy, but just like Bo
I
Nix.
said it was an ignorant question.
Paxton Lynch was a 1-year wonder. Bo Nix, we at least have a track record of at least some
proven experience. Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
Bo Nix, they needed a quarterback, and Bo Nix was the best quarterback available at the time, and they had to put their money into quarterback, so they had to go.
You cannot go into the season with Jared Stidham as your starter.
Yeah, or Zach Wilson as your backup. They needed a quarterback.
You don't know, and look, who's up next? The Raiders. You don't know if the Raiders are going to take Bo Nix. Is this too early for Bo Nix? 100%. But it is one of those. It's one of those positions. Your hand is forced. You have to go for it.
You have to do it. You had to do it.
Shit, the Raiders picks are already in.
Well, clearly some pick landed in the laps of the Las Vegas Raiders because their pick came in very quickly. And I mean, just
real quick, could you imagine Latu and Max Crosby?
And Christian pass rush. I mean, just sort of to reiterate that same point, it's just like, we still haven't had a defensive player taken. So, they have their pick in the litter. They signed Christian Wilkins in the offseason. They obviously have Max Crosby. They drafted Tyree Wilson last year. You add another pass rusher to that front. Now you have yourself a serious front seven there.
And like I
said, they need an upgrade at the quarter position as well to pair up with Jack Jones, who they just signed for the New England Patriots. So, they go Terry and Arnold. They go Quinion Mitchell. There's a lot of options there as well. But I'm leaning more towards defense, even though they could use some offensive line help as well. But I'm leaning more towards defense. But, Tab, what are your thoughts?
Well, so I'm thinking, too, is Dallas Turner's an interesting one here? Because, like I said, Dallas Turner's potential is sky high. The problem is, and Murray, you put this in your notes as well, is he just bull rushes all the time. His hands don't move. I've never seen a defensive lineman who's just trying to Hulk out the entire time. What better guy for him to learn behind than Max Crosby, a late round draft pick who had to develop some sneaky good moves in order to get where he is now, which is one of the best pass rushers in football. So Dallas Turner behind Max Crosby is going to be interesting. Also, is this draft moving incredibly fast?
It's moving pretty quickly. I think, the way that's falling out, teams are able to sort of make picks that sort of land in their laps, i.e. the Las Vegas Raiders. So, we'll see what the pick is here. But, I think Dallas Turner would be a good pick. But, I 100% think it's going to be a defensive pick here at number 13 overall. So, we got the Roger Goodell coming up here to see who the pick is going to be. But, we'll see who it's actually going to be. Oh, wow. This is a little bit of a shock. I'm surprised by this one because they drafted Michael Mayer last year. And for those of you who are watching here, they took Brock Bowers, the tight end out of Georgia, is now a member of the Las Vegas Raiders. This is a very interesting move because, I was very high on Michael Mayer, the tight end that they drafted out of Notre Dame last year. I thought he was going to be the franchise tight end for them going forward here. But no, clearly they had other ideas. And the Colts are going to have to go in a different direction here. That's the way it played out. But this is another questionable fit. I really thought that they'd go defense here instead of going with Brock Bowers, very talented tight end, very gifted receiver for sure. But I question this fit. I question it for sure. So, Al, I want to pass it to you here. What do you think about this fit with Brock Bowers to the Las Vegas Raiders?
The depth of the Raiders are happening. And if people follow me on Salute Your Troy and things like that, I am not a fan of Antonio Pierce. I think we've
heard that quite a bit.
Baby. That's a great inside joke that only 4 people of the 162 people currently watching understand.
He said, people on Salute to Troy, his podcast. For sure.
I am not a fan of Antonio Pierce. I think he's the scum of the earth, and I think he's going to put the Raiders franchise so deep in the hole that they will never recover, just like he did Long Beach Poly High School, just like he did Arizona State. So,
counterpoint. Can the Raiders fall into a deeper hole than they already are?
With Antonio Pierce, yes. Brock Bowers does not fit.
To be fair, their fan zone is called the black hole, so they're kind of already there.
Also, I'm not against this pick because, honestly, outside of Devontae Adams, what the hell is their offense?
Well, I agree with Chauncey there. Is the thing you had to remember with Brock Bowers, especially because he's not that good of a blocker on the line.
He is not a blocker. He is not a blocker. He is a pure receiving threat. That is all he is.
It's not a tight end. He's a slot receiver that they just drafted.
Okay, that brings my other point.
He's a Dallas Clark.
They get their
no, he's not even Dallas Clark. Dallas Clark
can block.
Exactly. He's a Dalton Kincaid.
This is their version of trying to copy the Chiefs. I know it's not the same.
That's exactly what it is. That's
a very good illusion. I like that.
The same type of player twice a year almost, and this is their way of trying to counter that. I understand the pick. Also, I love Coach Rowe going into Tom Petty mode. I love it.
I just don't. I don't like people who succeed off of failure. Like that's just you're not a good human being.
Well, yeah, but that's the Raiders,
right?
Al, I thought you liked me, man.
I will say this, Chauncey. I will say this. A year ago, I went into the chat and I said that Derek Carr is not that good and he should not have his pick of where he should go.
And who agreed with you?
I hope you did agree with me because Derek Carr is walking around like he's the belle of the ball and just killing programs.
Dear God, are we doing the Derek Carr thing again?
I agreed with you.
That is the only time I've ever muted the company Slack.
But yeah,
Guys,
you also have to question, with the Raiders taking Brock Bowers, but that's a Tom Telesco pick. Like, I mean, a lot of people questioned lots of the moves that he made when he was with the Chargers. So it's just like,
oh my God, I forgot Tom Telesco was the Raiders.
Oh, well, there you go.
So that's something that you have to bring into sort of, question here too, as far as just like, was that the smartest move? Well, okay, Tom Telesco is leading your team as far as making GM decisions there. So kind of makes a good point there for sure. So
sorry, I was interrupting you, Amr, there, but I'm going back right now. I'm trying to do like on the fly research of the last time we went this many straight offensive players.
Yeah,
I'm currently in 2013, and there's been a defensive player taken in the top 6 of the last 10 years worth of drafts. This may be a historical run on offense.
What's the latest defensive players gone first? Or you know what I mean?
Sorry, say that again.
What's the latest a defensive player was actually selected in the draft? Like,
Amr, you might look that. Just look up a 2023 draft for me real quick. Cause I'm all the way back in 2011 now.
2023 draft?
Like what's the latest one has gone by round 1?
All right, so
I mean, up the this is insane.
Draft, like we had Will Essen Jr. go number 3 overall.
I legit just dropped my whole green screen right now. I hope nobody saw that.
I don't know. I'm too busy. I honestly don't know. This may be the first time this has ever happened in draft history.
If you're watching probably the main broadcast at LAFB Network at ESPN, they probably have way better researchers than we do, so they probably have that stat for you already. But unfortunately, we are, kind of have to MacGyver this to potentially find that sort of thing.
Yeah, I had to go get my iPad because it was making my camera freeze. So this is on my iPad.
This is crazy. Like the closest I've seen so far is the 2005 NFL draft where the Niners took
Alex Smith,
and
after that it was Ronnie Brown,
and
then it was Braylon Edwards,
and
then it was Cedric Benson,
and
then it was Cadillac Williams,
and
6 I don't remember.
Come on! You can remember during the trivia episode when I'm trying to beat you.
I thought it was Pac-Man Jones at 7. That's why.
Pac-Man Jones.
Okay.
So, I mean, but the fact that I got to go back, 19 years?
Almost 20 years, yeah.
And his quarterback still in the top 6? Like, this is insane.
How do you guys remember things like that? That's like really amazing.
Al, we did an NFL draft trivia episode where I thought that was going to be the gotcha question with Amr, where I picked him out. I was like, who was the first pick in the 2005 draft? He's like, Alex Smith. I'm like, that's not the real question. Who went after him? And he nailed it. I'm like,
I yelled out the answers in my car, by the way, when I was listening.
Nice.
Did you actually? Nice. God, you nerds.
Well, like I said, when I watched that draft, the Niners had the number 1 overall pick, so I was looking at all those top prospects. So naturally, it all stuck in my head, sort of thing. So, but yeah, insane. Like I said, I'm an NFL nerd. I brought up the story at LA.
I had a trivia question for you guys,
but I'll bring it up here too. That I saw a moving truck with the name Zord on it, and the first thing that came to my head was Jim Zord. So I was just like, this is how much of an NFL nerd I is. But Chauncey, let's hear your trivia here.
All right. In 2010, 30 Rock did a live show the night of the draft. They did an East Coast one and a West Coast one. And to prove they were live, they announced the pick during the theme song. And the pick was the 49ers pick. Who was selected?
Amr, you're not allowed to answer. You're not allowed. Nope.
Okay.
No, he's out. He's out because he knows this.
Because the 49ers selected blah, 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 blah. That was the 30 Rock tune.
Nice.
All right. So 2010, Kaepernick was not a first round pick. I remember that. He was second round, right, Amr?
Yes.
That is correct. Okay.
Out of Nevada.
Thank you, Chauncey Amr. Oh God, 2010. So like 14 years ago, you're really gonna do this to me? Was that Crabtree?
Nope.
Damn it. Al, you gotta guess?
Nope.
All right, I remember who was it?
Oh gosh, Anthony Davis was one of the
Damn
picks
it!
for the
Out of
Vikings.
Rutgers. Out of Rutgers.
But then they also made another pick in the first round, Mike
That's
Iapati.
right.
They had 2 picks.
No, that's not even the right answer.
Oh. Then I don't know what the answer is with the
it was
episode related. But those are the first round picks.
49ers selected wide receiver AJ Jenkins.
Oh, out AJ Jenkins at what college?
That was the 2011 draft then, because they took AJ Jenkins in 2011.
You're right.
No, 2011 was Aldon Smith. 2012 was AJ Jenkins. 2012 was AJ Jenkins.
Oh, it was the second live show. My bad.
Hold on, I want to force Al to guess this.
I was like 2010. I was like that. I know that answer for sure. I was like 2012.
Sorry,
I looked at the wrong
live show.
When it comes to
You're all
Niners,
good. You're all good.
when it comes to
So
Niners,
really
you
quick,
do not
just
want
to
to
jump
test
back to the draft here, we do have the New Orleans Saints. The pick is in, so we're waiting
the
for them to
Saints.
actually come in here for the pick here. But I mean, Tad, what do you think would be the pick here? Like, what do you think is their immediate need?
Oh man, probably edge rusher. I think this is Dallas Turner Latu right here because we talked about this on our latest mock draft that we recorded just 2 nights ago. Where look, Cameron Jordan's still good. I'm not saying he's washed, but he's just not quite the pass rusher he once was. And
Wrong side of 30.
Exactly. And so he's still an effective player, and the Saints finished 4th to last in sacks among the league last year, so they need to add some pass rush here.
And the key thing is young pass rushers because we always know that they're always in cap hell. So, yeah, getting a rookie pass rusher is always the smarter move here for sure. So, yeah, we have Roger Goodell at the podium. We should have the pick here within a handful of seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, at number 14 overall.
14 picks of straight offense.
Selecting. Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, we got Al already saying here. But Fuaga, the upgrade to their offensive line here. I know that there's been some rumblings that they're not too happy with Trevor Penning, their former first-round pick out of the University of Northern Iowa. And so, yeah, maybe this is an upgrade over Penning, or maybe they could use Fuaga in the guard position. I can see Fuaga shifting more to guard compared to Fashanu when you're trying to lay out that argument here. I can see Fuaga playing a guard position. But, yeah, this guy's just a nasty dude. Tad, I know you did all the scouting on offensive linemen, so I want to pass this here for you to talk about Fuaga. But I'm a huge fan of his. For him to go up 14 to the Saints, that's a bit of a good pick for them.
Yeah, so if you're watching NFL Network, you're actually seeing all of his highlights from the Senior Bowl, which is the first time I heard of him. And so I looked him up, and I was maybe 2 minutes into watching his first game tape, and I'm like, okay, I love this.
Keep your analysis short, Tab, because we have a fantastic team coming up here on 15. So
it's gonna be Quinn on
It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun.
So help me God, this is a pass rusher. I'm storming off the set again. But I think it's going to be – I think they're going to play him in left guard because I'm looking at the Saints depth chart right now. It's Nick Saldiveri.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that I've never heard of him. Maybe I'm wrong there, but I think that makes more sense because, look, yes, Penning has been a disappointment for sure. I'm not going to say anything otherwise, but I think Fuaga just long-term is a better fit at guard. He's probably the most athletic tackle in this year's draft. I really mean that. He's not going to get beat by any speed or finesse rusher. Here's why I think he's a better fit at guard is because his technique needs a lot of work. He's super athletic. He is super aggressive. Here's the problem. This is what it looks like when he's pass blocking. It's like he's like the Matrix, but standing upright. It's insane. And so, like, his technique just needs so much work, but you can just tell he's such a natural athlete that, like, with some proper coaching, you can make it work. So,
how big is he, Tat?
He is, I can actually tell you, 6'6", 324 pounds.
It's a big dude.
I was going to say,
big dude, but fast too. He's much more athletic.
On him when I was watching Senior Bowl.
He might need to move down. I just watched his highlights. He might need to move down. He could move down
in terms of weight.
No, down as far as go down to guard.
I agree. I think he's better. So my very last point,
at guard more than tackle for sure.
And my very last point on him is he's probably better at guard. And that I think that's part of the reason he slipped, because if his technique was better, he would be honestly up there with Joe Alt as like, shit, maybe we should take the super athletic guy or Joe Alt who's a little slower. But his technique just needs a lot of work, and guard just doesn't require as much technique as tackle. And with that, 1,000 offensive linemen just start screaming at me.
Yeah, I was about to say maybe different technique, but there's still a lot of technique.
I'm not saying, why do people do this? I'm not saying guard doesn't require technique. I'm just saying it's a different technique than tackle.
Then say that. Say that.
Oh,
Don't say
gosh.
it doesn't require as
Yes,
much
God
technique
forbid.
as guard.
For once, I don't ramble and I still get yelled at.
I think you're gonna run that risk
Murray,
anytime.
You didn't have to have that reaction.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
you
So
say
Ted,
he's for coaching, but he's going to New Orleans, so I wouldn't count on that.
Real quick, by the way, the closest so far I've gotten to a just this run on offensive players is 1999. There were 6 straight picks without defensive player being taken. It was Tim Couch, Donovan McNabb, Akili Smith, Edgerrin James, Ricky Williams, Torrey Holt, and then Champ Bailey broke the streak at number 7.
yeah, but that's number 7. You still have to go a lot further than that.
This is historic.
I'm pretty sure we're in historic territory here. Like, if this is not the first time it's happened, I'm pretty sure it's
we're probably all the way back to like 1935, where like there were
way
like
back there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's
15
safe to say
fullbacks
here,
taken. Like that's probably where we're at.
Dad, let's get away from draft history and let's get to the team on the clock here. Okay. This is your team. Like, I mean, clearly, like we've been talking about it, and we're talking about this historic trend, but it's like the Colts could use help on defense, and I think they can get some upgrades all over some of the things that we were already laying out. Where it's like, yeah, I know you don't want them to take pass rusher, but they could use some pass rush help. They could definitely use.
We can always use pass rush help because none of the guys we draft is actually good.
Maybe Brian Thomas Jr. is a possibility to upgrade that receiver room. Add another piece for Anthony Richardson. But just like, what do you think is the most logical pick here?
It's tough because I'm tempted. I'm very tempted. I'm so sick of us taking edge rushers. I thought Kwity Paye was the one. I thought Kwity Paye was finally the one to finally be like, finally, Jerry Hughes, that Jordan Warner. Who remembers that guy?
Dad. Right? Dad.
Right? Germany.
Dad. They did it.
Did what?
The Colts made their pick.
Okay. Do you know what it is?
I do know what it is.
Do not tell me. Your reaction is making me very scared, but don't tell
me. I will tell you this.
Hold on. Hold on. No, you hold on. This is my team. You hold on.
You hold on.
Don't make me go through this camera.
Oh my gosh.
I wouldn't mind Latu here. I think it's going to be Quinyon Mitchell. I'd be okay with both those picks. Okay. I'd be okay with both those picks.
I will say this, Chris Ballard is a defense guy. He was a defense.
If it's Byron Murphy,
I wouldn't be surprised if he goes defense.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, Dallas Turner, okay, risk, but I understand it. Latu, I would absolutely love it. Terry and Arnold, interesting fit, but also wouldn't mind it. Yeah. Quinyon Mitchell, I would love it. That's the guy I've been fighting for this entire time. So I always knew, despite the antics and everything, I always knew we were never getting.
Oh, Dallas Turner, there you go. I'm messing with you.
You wouldn't do that.
I hate you so much. You know what? No, Chauncey. And look, I'm going to cover up Chauncey on my screen because I don't even want to see his reaction. You know, it'd be the most Colts move of all time if it's Jared Verse. Because I actually have Jared Verse.
Somebody said Verse is going to the Saints.
That was, I think, a lot of the possibilities there. They could use, like I said, the young pass rush help. But yeah, they went offensive line.
Oh, they're going to take
the hell is this guy doing?
The Colts definitely are on the clock. The pick is in, so we're waiting for Commissioner Goodell to come to the podium to announce the pick.
Oh, please don't be top.
Yeah, I think the safest pick would be to upgrade that secondary. I think, Tad, we've talked about this on the podcast before, where it's just like Quinyon Mitchell, he's just the most talented corner in this class. He's got the speed, he's got the coverage skills, he's got the aggressiveness and coming in to stop the run as well. So, I mean, there's just a lot of things that you like. And what we talked about before, it's like the Colts are not afraid to go to these small schools. Like, this is the thing that we brought up before. It's like some scouts are scared by, what they see on the helmet. And so it's like they like the Alabamas, they like the blue chip schools, the big prospect schools. But I think we saw in the past, we brought this up with Darius Leonard, Shaq Leonard, whatever name you want to call him. They're willing to go outside to get top level talent. And so, yeah, Quinyon Mitchell here is a good fit for sure. They need the upgrade at corner. So, yeah,
let's go. Let's go.
That's an edge rusher. That's an edge rusher.
I don't care. Hey, edge rusher. Get the best damn edge rusher in this year's draft.
He broke the streak.
Go.
He broke the streak. 14 consecutive picks of all offense. That's crazy.
Exactly. We had 14 consecutive picks, just like Al alluded to, of all offensive players. Now we have our first defensive player, Mayatu Latu, out of UCLA, now a member of the Indianapolis Colts. Tad, I know you didn't want a pass rusher, but just how are you feeling about this pick?
I like it. Like I said, here's the thing. I don't want pass rusher because we keep missing on pass rushers. But that also means we need a pass rusher. It's pass rusher hell. I'm just in this cycle of just torment. But look, if there's going to be a guy to break it, it is this guy. You're seeing, if you're watching on NFL Network, they just put that accolade under him. The 2023 Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year. I mean, look, at first, and
we have to add former now because it's not the Pac-12 anymore.
R.I.P.
No, he was still the Pac-12.
Point being is like
Guerrero.
He's the last one ever. He's the last one ever. You can say that for sure.
That's also true. But just 2-3 weeks ago, I was actually arguing with him on the podcast that Dallas Turner is better. And the more I watched of Latu, the more I was like, you know what? No, I'd rather go for the proven commodity.
Does the Hulk thing scare you or not?
No, it doesn't. Because like I said, he had a perfectly good season last year where it never popped up.
Back-to-back seasons. Not even last season. Back-to-back solid seasons.
So look, and this is what I said in my notes as well. You have two schools of thought here. You have Dallas Turner supporters who are like higher ceiling. I agree that he has higher ceiling if everything goes perfectly right. And you have Latu with the proven commodity. Well, just a couple days ago, I finally was like, you know what? I'd rather go with the evil you know, not the evil you don't. And so I think that Latu brings a arsenal of pass moves. That's the thing that surprised me the most is like when he starts figuring out like, oh shit, this tackle can like actually strong enough to like prevent my swim block. Well, then all of a sudden he can like dip low and it's insane. He just drifts off blockers like, no other pass rusher in this year's draft. He's just, it's insane. And you know the best part of him? And I'm so happy to say this is the first time I said this about Colt in quite a while. He's got the finacity. First time of the night, he's got the finacity, baby. He has it. You're seeing him chase down Caleb Williams right now. His speed is also pretty impressive. Honestly, I like him better than I like Kwity Paye in that year's draft. And I'm not saying that with hindsight. Truly, at the time, I wasn't that happy with the Kwity Paye pick because I didn't really like him that much. But people were, oh, no, he's this athletic defensive end. And here's the other thing is he's not a defensive end. He's an edge rusher. That's the difference. Is the Colts have been drafting defensive ends for so long. This is an edge rusher. It's different.
Okay.
Latu, while it's not his strength, he can drop back into coverage. Look, do I wish we could have added on, helped Anthony Richardson a little bit? Sure. But this is such
you can wait on that. We've already talked about this. You can wait on that. You get a good receiver
class. I'm literally 30 minutes removed from saying this is the best receiver class I've seen this century. And so let's just wait until A.D. Mitchell eventually falls to us.
This century?
Is Seattle going to trade down?
This century. Al, name a better receiver draft class this century in the last 24 years.
I don't remember all that stuff. I'm an X's and O guys, but century is 100 years.
No, so far this century, genius.
From 2000 onward.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm older than you.
The first draft was in 1935. You haven't even reached a century draft yet.
God damn, like this century, that's a lot. Like, geez.
Yeah, you remember when the Baltimore Red Sox selected the Jay Berwinger out of Chicago.
I actually do.
What?
Chauncey, I was just going to answer your question where you're like, can Seattle potentially trade out of here? In my mock draft, I had them trading out because most people project that Seattle would trade out because
that's what they do.
Exactly. Just like
that's what they used to do with Pete Carroll. They have a whole different staff now.
All right.
I'm just saying that's what they used to do. Things changed.
No,
he's not the head coach anymore.
It is true. They have a new head coach there.
They have a new head coach.
And so, with Mike McDonald, obviously, but they still have the same GM and John Schneider. So, I mean, I don't know how much control is going to Mike McDonald versus John Schneider.
If they don't trade down, I'm going to say they go with Dallas Turner.
I agree. Oh, no. I'm going to say Quinton Mitchell. They need to shore up that secondary.
Oh,
that secondary took a hit.
I mean, I hope they don't.
I hope they don't either, but that seems like a really good fit here because they have Devin Witherspoon who plays the nickel position. Obviously, maybe we'll make a move to safety. Obviously, with them moving on for Jamal Adams. I know, Tad, we've talked about.
I know. I'm so sad to get rid of Jamal Adams.
No, Jamal Adams sucks. Get out.
I know. That's why I'm sad to get rid of him.
But he's sad because he's no longer on Seattle.
No,
to screw them up.
The Quandre Diggs one was surprising though.
Yeah, the Quandre Diggs, obviously, they moved on from him, too. I totally forgot about that one, too. But, yeah, so they got Tariq Woolen at one of the corner positions. He's a great pick.
Oh,
Devon Witherspoon, that nickel position there. So, I mean, he'll stay there or move to safety. But, yeah, they could use an upgrade at the other corner position. So, they have their pick of any corner, whether it's Terry Arnold, Quinyon Mitchell, Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid McKinstry, you name it, they can sort of take Cooper DeJean, baby. They want to go that route as well. But just they have their pick there.
The world's kind of
pass rush. You can never have enough pass rush, so that makes a ton of sense, too. But maybe they go, like, they could use an upgrade at guard. I mocked this one before that maybe Troy Fautanu could be a fit here for the Washington guy staying in Seattle. Like, that's a potential, like, staying local kid there potentially as a pick there. But, Tad, what do you got for me?
Okay, I'm sorry. This is driving me nuts. I have to highlight this comment. The hell tape are you watching?
I've got a comment here. Logan Bell
have a weak arm. That is like one of his only strengths is he has a rocket arm and he can his accuracy, fine. Go after his accuracy, go after his decision making. That's my biggest hang up on Bo Nix is when he's under pressure, he's like, oh my God. But here's the thing. He goes, oh my God. And he rockets it 80 yards down the field, hoping for the best. So look, I'm sure that Bo Nix is a risky take for sure, but calling him a weak armed quarterback, come on. Come on. I just got to call you out on that.
But yeah, we're at the halfway point of the first round here. The Seattle pick is officially in, so they have made a pick. But yeah, guys, make sure you're commenting. Make sure you're tuning in to us and, being part of the fun here. The Rams, if you're watching us from, the LAFB Network stream there, the Rams version of the YouTube channel that we have, the Rams are on the clock and just a handful of picks here. So yeah, make sure you're tuning in for that. But we'd love to hear your comments as you're giving them here. Okay. We got a lot of great comments for a lot of people that we're sharing here. We're using that to add to our conversation here. So guys, don't be afraid to add your comments and questions as the draft is happening, because that's what we're here for, to give you sort of that instant analysis and reaction. So, yeah, have some fun with us.
I have draft trivia for you.
No, shut up. I either have draft trivia or draft odds. Which one do you want?
Oh, my gosh. I prefer
trivia.
Odds. Okay, trivia. We'll go trivia.
I'm like on solo.
You know what? Let's do both. We'll do both because the odds are actually pretty quick. All right. Okay. This was one of the more interesting bets for me. A.D. Mitchell or Xavier Worthy? Who goes first? Hold on. The odds are A.D. Mitchell plus 200, Xavier Worthy minus 300. That shocked me, to be honest.
It doesn't shock me that much. I think it's just like, once again, if you're a combine hero, then automatically you're obviously going to get rocketed up a lot higher like that. It's like you set a record at the 40-yard times, like automatically you're sort of entered. Even though I don't think he should be. I mean, Al, I think we had a conversation on the Slack that we're just like, we're not a huge fan of his skill set. That just like, I see a lot of John Ross in him. I was just like, when I was watching his tape and I was comparing it directly to John Ross, I was like, I saw too many similarities, and John Ross did not pan out all that well in the NFL. So it's like, maybe Xavier Worthy could be the exception to the rule, but I just didn't see it. And so yeah, hearing those odds, it doesn't surprise me that much.
Here's the issue with Worthy, and I don't know if he's going to go today or not, but he telegraphs his routes, right? And if you look at his film, you'll see a lot of DBs like they're breaking on the ball, but they're just not there in time. But like in the NFL, they're going to do that. Like Worthy, he's real choppy out of his breaks. And I even hit up two of my friends who played in the NFL. One of them went to school with me at SC. I was like,
a little bit. Look at me, Louie. There.
Shut up. I was like, what? No, I wanted to get a legit. I wanted to get a legit analysis of when they both said the same thing. It was like when he's running curl, when his break is coming. Like he's really, really choppy in his breaks and out of his breaks. So I just don't think he's, like you said, he's a combine hero. He ran fast, but I mean, everybody runs fast in the NFL. What a thrill. What's up, man? I miss you.
So I want to welcome in our newest guest here to the live stream hill, Will Decker, co-host of the Bruin Bible podcast, covering a lot of great Bruin content. We got the spring game happening this weekend, right, Will? So, I mean, he'll be covering all that with the Madman, or Bod, I should say, Jamal Bodby.
I know, man.
But you came on a perfect time.
That one. That was a crazy revelation that happened on the live show.
But that was my first time hosting, and then they were all like, wait, what? And I'm like, oh, dear God, I did it wrong.
Well, Will, you came in on perfect timing because we just had probably one of the best, in my eyes and Tad's eyes, the best pass rusher in this year's draft class. Laiatu Latu, just taken by the Indianapolis Colts to Tad's Colts there. So you're the Bruins guy. What are your thoughts on him, and what do you think about that fit with the Colts?
Man, I think it's a perfect fit. I think I agree with you guys. First off, he is the best pass rusher in the draft. This guy brings a lot to the table, man, and you guys got a lot to be excited about. When it comes to Latu, man, when you talk about his production as an edge rusher, he had 62 total pressures last year, which ranks third in the NCAA. 26.2% win percentage. That's second in all of college football. Like that guy, he wins a lot at the point of attack. I see a lot of Max Crosby.
Oh, that's tough.
There's nobody better with the hands than Latu coming out of this draft. When he may not be that 4.5, 4.4 guy like a Dallas Turner or one of these dudes, but if you're getting the best version of Latu, you're getting an absolute dog. And my favorite stat when it comes to Latu, man, is he had the highest PFF grade of any edge rusher in their history. So higher than Nick and Joey Boza, higher than Chase Young, higher than some of these guys like a Jadeveon Clowney, some of these names that we've seen that have like taken the world by storm when it comes in. Latu was graded higher than all of these dudes. And, he had an outstanding junior year. He even topped it with his senior year performance. And this is a guy that shouldn't even be playing football right now. I think had he been able to be more medically cleared, this is an easy top 10 pick, man. So Latu going to the Colts, Tad's Colts at that, man, you guys got to be stoked on that one. I'm not just saying this because of UCLA. He's a baller. And I think even Rowe will agree with me on the Latu assumption that he's a stud.
I'm not going to take.
I'm so sorry. I just had to interrupt real quick. That made me so excited. I'm going to need to take a moment.
I love it.
But guys, we do have our next pick. The Seattle Seahawks have made their pick here at number 16. We thought they may go corner with this pick, but they actually went with the defensive tackle Byron Murphy, the second out of Texas. Will, you're the newer guy here. I've heard from all the other guys before, so I'd love to give you some talking time here. But just, what are your thoughts on Byron Murphy and his pick here for the Seahawks?
He's my favorite defensive tackle in the draft, man. That's fair. He ran a 4.88 40 time.
Oh, Will, I'm real sorry, but I have to cut you off here because we have a trade here.
We sure do. I was trying to tell you.
They traded up to number 17 from their 23 spot. And so I'm curious as to see what their pick is. But as we're waiting to figure out what the compensation is and what their pick is, Will, please go ahead with your Byron Murphy take.
Dude, Murphy's a freaking stud, man. This guy, I think, was the best interior D lineman in the draft, no questions asked. I know Jerzon Newton from Illinois is a favorite of a lot of people. I preferred Murphy, 9.1 PFF grade. This guy ran a 4.88 40 time at 300 plus pounds. His win rate was in the 20 percentile when he's going against double teams, on a consistent basis at Texas. Late bloomer, but dude, you look at the production. There was no tape I enjoyed more than watching Murphy's at the college level on the interior defensive line. I hate it, man, because I'm a Niners fan at the end of the day. Seahawks, not a good player, man. That sucks. I hate to say that, but it's true.
Believe me. And Chauncey, as a Rams fan, I'm pretty sure he was upset with that pick as well. Upgrade the defensive tackle position.
Wow, Vikings traded up?
They did.
The Vikings that trade up to number 17. So, I'm curious to see what the move is here. They traded back with the Jacksonville Jaguars have now traded back there. So, they're going to pick at number 23. So, they were very quick. There's somebody that they wanted to jump after to get to. I'm wondering if this is a corner here because the corners have been sliding.
It smells like
very
corner.
interesting situation as they've been sliding this entire time, and we haven't seen one go yet. So,
here we go, Amir. Here it comes.
Amir, I have to correct you real quick. His name is Will the Thrill Decker. It's not just
Will the Thrill. Yeah, I know.
Will the Thrill Decker.
Coach Rowe, man, that's my guy right
fair.
there. I love
that
Coach Rowe
for sure. Will the
Not
Thrill,
even USC, UCLA love could tear us apart, bro. That's my guy.
Interesting.
That is my guy.
So the Vikings have gone with pass rush here, and they have selected Dallas Turner out of Alabama. So they traded up to get this guy. A lot of people had Dallas Turner as their favorite pass rusher on their respective position boards and big boards. I was a huge fan of Latu. He was my favorite rusher, but I think Dallas Turner would be a close second. He's got that athleticism. He's got that speed. He comes from a big school, obviously, in Alabama. We were talking about this earlier, the last of Nick Saban's draft class, so he's that type of guy here. Loving this pistachio green suit. This is fantastic here too. But it makes sense. They need to upgrade the pass rush here. And Chauncey, you got a quick question for me? What you got here?
Yeah. So who's going to fall to my Rams at 19 then?
That is where it's interesting. Yeah. That's going to get interesting.
Oh my
Jared
God.
Verse still on the board there. Yeah, I know a lot of people had pegged that Jared Verse could be of those 3 pass rushers, just be the guy who ends up sliding. But yeah, if that lands in the situation there with the Los Angeles Rams, that's an excellent fit for them for sure. But Tad, you're just back here. I don't know if you saw, but the Vikings made a trade and they have now selected Dallas Turner.
I did.
So,
I was fading myself, calming down after Will's Latu take, and then I saw the Jags move back. I'm like, yes, keep it going. It was great. This is the best night ever. But no, the Jaguars trading back doesn't surprise me at all. Like I unfortunately mentioned this on the episode a couple nights ago where they did free agency in a very, very smart way this year. And really their only real big I didn't see their compensation. I assume, did they get 23?
They got 23.
They got 23.
So that makes sense.
2025, third and fourth.
Yeah, that makes sense because at 23, their only real big weakness is their depth in the secondary is horrific. It's horrific because there is none. So you can trade back at 23, especially because, Murray, you and I talked about this a couple episodes ago. How many corners are going to go in the first round? Well, it's looking like we're hitting that under pretty heavy.
I really don't know.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
So it makes sense of like, look, someone talented is going to be there at 23. Let's collect some more picks. Unfortunately, it was a good move for the Jaguars, all joking aside. But, Minnesota really swinging for the fences today. So, yeah, good for them. But, no, I mean, at this point, Dallas Turner.
We have a pick.
Like I said, the ceiling on Dallas Turner is so high that getting him at this point at 17, that is an A-plus pick in my opinion. Because if he busts, who's going to remember that you busted at 17?
That is true. That is true. So, yeah, we got the Cincinnati Bengals now on the clock. A lot of people peg that they may go defense tackle, maybe taking Byron Murphy here, but
Graham
Barton, maybe they go
Barton's
Newton. So, Will, you got some thoughts here?
Yeah, well, we heard about T. Higgins and Trey Hendrickson requesting trades right now.
True.
Why not try to replicate one of those guys? Jared Verse on the board would be an easy slide in. I'm shocked he's still available.
Do you like Jared Verse?
What's up?
Do you like Jared Verse?
I do. I think his ceiling's really high. He switched from tight end to defensive end. He was a no-star recruit at tight end. He looks so natural, and he's just learning the position still at defensive end. He's got a long ways to go, but I like him a lot. And then can't forget T. Higgins. What about Brian Thomas Jr. here?
I think that might be the pick.
That might be it. Burrow gets another LSU guy in there. I mean, with Chase, it makes a lot of sense. So.
No, it's funny. And the reason I asked that is because I watched Jared Verse, and he's so weird because he would make like one play where I'm like, oh my God, I love this guy. But then the next like 6 plays, you just get lost in the offensive line. And I'm just like, why are you so hyped up again? And I was just like, I was so confused watching him. I'm just like, I don't know which way to feel about him.
I think for me personally, he has the highest floor, if that makes sense, of Turner and Latu. Like, I know what I'm getting with him. He's a high motor player. You know, I like his technique. I think he's really good. Latu, I think, is the best player if you can guarantee me the health issues. Yeah. Dallas Turner has easily the best measurables, but the production wasn't really always there to match it. I know he had a good last year at Alabama. With Verse, weirdly, like I said, a guy still learning the defensive end position. I feel the most comfortable with him and him as a 3 technique out there on the right side. I just am a big fan of Verse at the end of the day. And Florida State was a damn good football team. You know, I think Verse was a huge part of that. So that's where I would be going if I was the Rams or somebody else right here.
I'll tell you the one guy that's on the board who I think will end up being one of the biggest steals of this first round. Terrion Arnold is still on the board. He is super athletic, super fast. I actually wrote this down. I'm confusing which one was which. I think it was AD Mitchell because it was Worthy that ironically threw him this pass. But AD Mitchell, I was kind of watching him like, I can't really tell how fast you are. And then it was a trick play by Texas, and Worthy throws, to his credit, an absolute bomb to AD Mitchell. And Arnold had to pull him back. And I'm like, oh my God, you're the first receiver I saw outrun that man. Like Terrion Arnold is by far the most athletic tight end, athletic cornerback in this year's draft. And the fact that he's still on the board at this point is pretty surprising.
It's very surprising that all the quarters are sliding this much. But Chauncey, I think you had a quick question or a comment here.
No, not a question. I just know the Bengals pick.
Oh, okay. Well, don't spoil it for us. We'll wait for the pick.
How are you getting me so early?
Are you looking up online? Like, is it
you have Schefter on speed dial? What is happening here?
I just periodically check my phone, and it does the work for me.
I literally have my phone right here. I'm not getting shit.
Yeah, Slack gives you the pick. The Slack gives you the pick way early. Like if you have your Slack notifications on, you know your pick.
I don't even have notifications on. I just saw the pick.
From who?
Slack.
No. Slack.
Oh.
No.
For
Probably-
me,
probably
not Slack.
We had a Monty Python skit.
Not
right
Slack.
now.
I'm sorry, not Slack. What do we play fantasy on? What's the thing Sleeper?
No.
Sleeper.
That's not
Oh yeah, no,
No,
I
it's
turned
on
Sleeper
Twitter.
off long ago.
Chauncey, let me ask you as the Rams fan in the house, do you guys need a set like a corner? Like if Terry Arnold's there, is that a guy you want to get? Would you want to go Brian Thomas if he's there?
They already spent a lot of money on their secondary. I know they probably should add a little bit more, but honestly, like the front seven's where they need the most help on defense. Like I know people are pegging maybe an offensive player like a Brian Thomas, but they need pass rush help, man. That's like the biggest hole in their defense.
What about their offensive line?
What?
What about their offensive line?
Oh, we never set at guard.
No, they're set at they're set at guard. I don't think they go tackle. They're gonna ride with AJ Jackson for another year. Okay. I just honestly I would rather go pass rush, but I have a feeling they'll probably go receiver. Just because it seems like the tenor of their offseason has been like, we're going to have the most awesome offense ever because Stafford only has a few more years left. But I would love it if Jared Verse fell to us. That would be amazing.
Well, they have to replace a one tech, right?
Well, there's no replacing that, but yes.
I don't know if you're going to find that guy in this year's draft. Like, as much as I love Byron Murphy, as much as I love Johnny Newton, it's just like, none of those guys are going to replace Aaron Donald's production.
Quick, who do the Bengals take?
Combination of guys to replace that production.
Well, real quick, Chauncey, Chauncey, I want to hear your opinion on this. Is great, just real quick grade, because I'm sure Cincinnati's pick is coming in soon. Grade the Cameron Curl signing, because I honest to God think that might be the most underrated signing. I think it might be the most underrated signing.
It's awesome.
Offseason.
It's awesome.
You got him for cheap. You got a young, good starting caliber center.
Well, here's what he's going to be.
Safety. Like that's just.
I think
it's
of all your positions.
This is going to sound stupid, but let me walk this out. They're going to probably play him at the star, like where Jalen Ramsey was playing. I'm not saying he's Jalen Ramsey, but they're going to use him as a Swiss Army knife.
Is he that
very
good
similar
at
to like a
Jalen
Jalen Petrie at Houston as well?
I think he can be.
For like a rover technique,
Yeah.
But regardless, he's so young that you can still develop those type of skills in him.
It seems like he's going to be the kind of guy they want him to just fuck shit up in the pass game.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I love that. That is exactly why I love that signing so much.
Yeah.
I mean, Bert and I were talking about post free.
Honestly, it's like, how can you lose? It's not like they blew a bunch of money on him either, you know?
It's true. Right. No,
Rams also have to go receiver here.
Quick. Yell out a name.
Good deal.
Darius Mims.
All right, so we got the Bengals on the clock here. Goodell's up at the podium. We're gonna get a second here and see who the pick is. But yeah, we could go receiver, could go pass rush. Maybe they upgrade the secondary too with all the receivers signing. So yeah, Will, I guess we had the correct answer there, or he had the pick already. But yeah, Marius Mims upgrading the offensive line. I mean, even with all the signings that they made in the past, it just never was looking like that offensive line was situated. They always still had a lot of issues with getting a lot of sacks on Joe Burrow. They obviously need to keep that guy upright. So, I mean, yeah, you get a developmental guy here, behemoth of an offensive lineman. Like, this guy projects as a very, could be a very good stalwart at the tackle position. But, yeah, he still needs a lot of work on his refinement. But, yeah, there's a lot to like with him. And so I know, Tad, you've been doing a lot of work on the offensive lineman. Just what are your thoughts on Marius Mims? And then, yeah, his fit here with the Bengals.
Yeah, I got to disagree with you. I don't see the lot to like with him, to be honest.
Okay, interesting. All right.
I'm not saying he's going to be a bust. It's just, look, you're looking at a kid that had 8 career starts at Georgia.
That is true. He doesn't have a lot of starts, yeah.
And he is I try my hardest, my absolute hardest. Notice how I've said high motor maybe once tonight is I try my best to stay away from all the draft, like cliches. Yeah. This guy is the very definition of a raw prospect. I'm not even.
I agree.
I can tell you the exact moments that I knew I was like, oh, we got some work to do with him. I think it was the game against Oregon where he pushes. It was a run play, and he pushes to the second level as any good tackle should do. And I'm not even. I swear to God, this is 100% true. Is he kind of pushes there, but because of the way the rushers were working, he was unguarded. So he gets to the second level and he does this. That is the last thing you want to see your tackle doing.
That is true.
Like, where do I go? Who do I have? So he needs so much experience. He doesn't have a lot of good technique. He plays way too overly aggressive. he can't get a solid base down. His footwork is just too sloppy. And again, it is a massive hulking human being playing like a college freshman, which normally is fine, except for when you draft him in the first round and you just promise that man millions of dollars. That is when I have an issue with that. And so this is a pure potential pick. This is the Dallas Turner of the offensive line. Of like, I hope to God we can coach this man up, and if we can't, this is going to be, a very, very bad situation. But if you can coach him up, all of a sudden you have one of the biggest, fastest offensive tackles in professional football. So clearly they have a lot of faith in their coaches. But this is a massive, massive risk to take.
What do you got for me, Will?
Yeah, Amarius Mims, man. This is like why we have the combine is like players like Amarius Mims, like just a freak athlete, big. Started like 7-8 games in his career. He's played under 1,000
starts,
under 1,000 career snaps. But you look at what he could develop into with good coaching. Man, I get it from a 1920 standpoint, but the production, I don't know if I would have gone that way. And Chauncey's shocked right now.
I'm gonna let you already have the Rams pick Chauncey. Don't spoil it for us, but you already have to pick.
What do you got for us, Chauncey?
He says, dear God. Oh, good God.
Some excitement here. Must be some excitement here.
I have beer in the fridge, so I've been putting that off to pick 25.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to just reserve my reaction for when the pick happens.
Okay, all right, but yeah, we're seeing here on the broadcast here that the Rams did like this football field on the beach.
Chauncey,
like this was very intriguing here.
I just saw who it was. There you go.
Okay, well, don't spoil it for us, but real quick, I'm pulling up the Bengals depth chart right now. Is tackle that big of a need? That's another question I have as well.
Well,
I don't think
they
had
okay, so both their tackles are old. Both their tackles are old. It's Trent, for those of our viewers, it's Trent Brown and Orlando Brown Jr., the Brown and Brown. It's like where I eat Chipotle. But it's okay, they're both old, but why would you take, if you're going to go tackle at that point?
I can tell you why.
Did your franchise quarterback finish the season last year?
Thank you.
That's the big thing. That's exactly what we laid
out.
We're just
you
have it.
You pick a guy who's had 8 career starts. It's like, that's the guy who's going to protect.
But Tad, you're okay. He's not going to be a backside tackle. He's a front side tackle. He's not going to protect Joe Burrow's back. All he has to do is be a front side seal guy. He doesn't have to do very much. You get what I'm saying? They didn't draft him as a left tackle. He's going to be a right tackle. He's going to be a front side seal guy.
Starter is my point. He's not going to start this year.
Well, that's their money to figure out.
Yeah.
Yes. Seems like seems like I think that
they did that with Michael Penix, and the Cardinals did the same thing. Like
we were all trashing them, so why are we trashing the Bengals? Because I think Brian Thomas Jr. would have been a way smarter pick. T. Higgins is gone. Take a defensive end here. Trey Henderson is gone. You are losing positions left and right, and this is what happens when you build up such a good roster like the Bengals. You can't pay everyone. People start leaving.
Can I ask a stupid question?
But you address a position you could address next year?
Yeah, let's hear your stupid question, Chauncey.
Did Tyler Boyd sign with anybody yet?
Was that?
Did Tyler Boyd sign with anybody yet?
Nope.
No, he's still a free agent. I think if you miss out on that first wave, then usually what happens is that after the draft, that's when
you're waiting for a training camp.
Yeah. I was just like, I wasn't sure if he slipped to somebody and I missed it.
Tyler Boyd's going to be mid-August signing.
But we got the Rams on the clock. They have officially made their pick here at number 19. So we're just waiting for Goodell to actually come up and make it, I guess, more official, by actually reading out the name here. Right? We're going to have obviously some leaks out there, obviously online and stuff like that. But we should be getting a pick here.
Isn't it crazy that the sun is down in Detroit, but the sun is like up at the beach in LA right now at the Rams draft
I hate
party?
you guys so much.
It's so crazy. It's insane.
I wouldn't know. I'm on the other side of the country, unfortunately.
That's true. You're on the opposite coast there. So we should be having the Rams pick here within a handful of seconds here as far as who it's going to be.
Hey, Will,
clearly everybody's ahead of me. So
that's your boy.
Pick here. But it actually worked. It landed out. It worked out the way that we were all expecting here. Jared Verse is now off the clock. He's a member of the Los Angeles Rams, joining the Ramily there. They could use the help there. Obviously, like we talked about with Aaron Donald retiring, you can't replace the guy with one person, but you add this guy, Jared Verse now. You add a couple more pieces, hopefully later in the draft. And just, now you're building some building blocks there to
I'm so sorry.
Before you kick it to someone for Aaron Donald.
Before you kick it to someone for analysis, I love I did this last year too. The NFL Network will always have one bullet point that just makes me crack up. The first bullet point on Jared Verse is just bully.
That's what it looked like, though, on the tape that you see there. But yeah, guys, if you're watching us on YouTube, what are your thoughts as far as the Rams pick here? Do you like Jared Verse? Would you wish that they got a different direction here? So give us your reaction to the pick. We're happy to get all those comments from you in the LAFB channel here. But yeah, let's kick it to the Rams guy here. And then, Will, I got you right after. But Chauncey, now that we have the pick here, your thoughts on Jared Verse being officially a member of the Los Angeles Rams?
It's a great team, Kent. We had a lot of hope. I'd like to thank Jesus and my special lady, Marge. We did it, baby!
I love it. I love it. But, Will, you got some thoughts here. You said that you liked a lot with Jared Verse here, but just, how do you like this fit now officially with the Los Angeles Rams?
Yeah, dude, I hate this because I'm a Niners fan, as I mentioned.
Yes!
Believe me, I know it. I know it now. We got Byron Murphy in the division, and now we got Jared Verse in the division as well. So, yeah, this is rough.
Verse is a great pick, man. I mean, he was among the best, pass rushers in college football last year. A lot of people said he would have been a first-round pick last year had he declared from that raw potential. He kind of matched up that raw potential with skill set. He had 11 sacks last year, won over 20% of his pass rush win rate. It was higher than Dallas Turner's last year. So you can say that he had a little bit better on that end, despite the lack of, physical tools that Dallas Turner did possess out of the pass rush position. I just know what I'm getting from Jared Verse, man. Like, this dude is a stud. I think he's going to complement that unit they got with Kobe Durant and Byron Young very well. Aaron Donald's the toughest guy maybe to replace ever in the sport, if I'm being honest, how dominant he was. But, having the board fall where you get Jared Verse, a guy that, for me, I would have seriously considered at 8 for the Falcons. By the way, I have not let go of my Falcons take yet on here. I got to tell you guys about that.
Yeah, I definitely want to hear that for sure.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah, go for it.
I've been arguing with a friend of mine, and he said that they've been going receiver for like months now, and I said, no, they're going to take a defensive player. They have to. And I just want to say, Todd, fuck you. We did it. We took a defensive player.
Todd, why the hell would they go receiver, man? They have two good receivers.
I know.
They should have. They should have went
receiver.
They should have went receiver. They should have went. No, let's do it. They should have went tackle, or they should have went receiver. They need a tackle, and they need a receiver to take the top off. They have nobody.
They take here.
Somebody take the top off. Whoever could take the top off. They have nobody to take the top off. They have Cooper Kupp and they have Puka Nacua.
They can get that tomorrow night.
That's also very disrespectful. D-Rob.
Who?
D-Rob, Demarcus Robinson.
He's trash. He's trash. They have nobody to take the top off with the Rams. You have to be realistic. They have no tackle. They have nobody. I hear you, Tat. All right. Get them at a better value. But if the Rams leave the draft without a tackle and without somebody to take the top off,
that's not happening.
The draft.
Well, so real quick, I want to ask Chauncey that. So Chauncey, I understand why this was a good pick. I'm not saying it's a bad pick. Honestly, I'd probably give it like a B+, A-.
There.
What's the plan for defensive tackle now? Do you hope someone falls to you tomorrow night? Do you try to trade up tomorrow night? Maybe Jerzon Newton's there. That's my one big concern is what do you do to plug up the gaps in the defensive line?
I'll say this. So you have Kobe. You're basically banking on Kobe Turner and then someone either falling to you or you're getting really ambitious and trading up.
I think it's the latter.
Furthermore, you're also saying to yourself, well, there's going to be people cut, and maybe we can pick up. That's where we pick up some cheap vet help. I'm not saying it's the most ideal situation, but
that's exactly what I was thinking.
But
Aaron Donald retiring,
they need a pass rush.
Like the opposite of an ideal situation. Like that is rough.
Yeah, it's a Kobayashi Maru.
You also have to think. You also have to think, was Kobe Turner good because Aaron Donald was on the line?
No,
now Kobe Turner is going to get the double team.
Hold on,
I agree with that, bro. I agree with that.
Loud noises.
Kobe Turner's going to get the double team now. He's going to be the guy. Kobe Turner should have been the rookie of the year. He's the guy. They're going to double and triple team Kobe Turner now. It's no longer Aaron Donner.
May I?
Is he going to be just as good? That's the question you have now.
Amongst rookies, and this is including Jalen Carter, Baby Rhino, he was the most double-teamed rookie of anybody last year. So he's already been already well-versed in taking double teams. I know they're not the same type of thing without Donald, but at least he's not he wasn't only taking single blocking last year.
All I'm saying is we're going to find out if he's good or not. He's going to be the guy.
We are. This is a bet on Kobe Turner, is my point.
which I would too, because he should have been the rookie of the year. I'll bet on Kobe.
Thank you.
I would too. I'm not saying that I wouldn't, but we're gonna find out real quick. Was he good because of Aaron Donald, or is he just good? That's all.
But I will say I do have a feeling there will be a lot of cuts like come August, as there always are, and they're going to pick up a couple people, and maybe the pie in the sky situation. You pick up somebody, you pick up a bad team's good player, like not an Olive Von Miller, but like a similar situation, right? Like come October.
All I know is that was the most aggressive agreement I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
We still have.
Me too. Me too. I agree with you.
But we still have a lot of picks in the draft. I mean, there's still a lot of great defensive tackles that you can get on day 2 or day 3 potentially.
Also you're banking on people falling too.
Also,
exactly. Yeah, you got Braden Fisk, you got Rook or Rororo, you got Dwayne Carter. I mean, there's a lot of great guys still out there.
Jerzon Newton is definitely falling in the second round.
I think that's probably going to happen here, but you never know. There could be a team at the very bottom of the first round here that could take it there. But we got the Steelers on the clock. They've officially made their pick. So, we're waiting for Goodell to come up to the podium here to make their pick here. But, Tad, they need some upgrades on their offensive line. So, do you think, like, Troy Fautanu is going to fall off here, or do you think they go in a different direction? They also need help at wide receiver. So, Brian Thomas Jr. at LSU could be a potential pick here as well.
Maybe, but I see them building up that offensive line, especially with, I guess at this point, still a mobile quarterback in Russell Wilson.
I wouldn't say that. Not even with the Colt marks.
That's pushing.
Not even with
the Colt marks.
But
Foye Otanu is an interesting pick, but I see him at tackle or guard. The better pick, in my opinion, is Graham Barton. Graham Barton would be a fascinating pick at this point, but they're about to announce because Graham Barton can play center, guard, or tackle.
That's true. They need
Look at Fountain out. Fountain out can play all 5. I like the pick.
All right, is it Fountain out for Otanu?
Fountain out. That's how I'm pronouncing it. So take that with
Fountain out. Okay. All right.
He's very flexible, man. He's so physical. Like when you think of the Pittsburgh Steelers, you think of physicality and bullying people on the line of scrimmage. This is a perfect pick, dude. He's the most versatile lineman in the draft for my money. I know Barton's right there.
I was about to say, come on.
You can go either or on that. I'm going with Fountain out for me.
I'm going with Barton.
I just think what I saw, that offensive line won the Joe Moore Award, which is the best line in college football. He was the biggest part of that reason as to why that happened. He's very consistent. He can play tackle. He can play guard. It's like one of those things where it's like maybe we don't need a tackle. We can slide him into guard, or, our right tackle's out. We can plug him in. He's just a do-all, patch it up type of player, and he's damn good at it too. So, I like the pick. I could have seen him going a lot higher in this draft, if I'm being honest. Like 12 to 16 range is kind of where I slot him. To get him at 20, I think Steelers fans got to be feeling very, very happy about that pick.
So, Will, you're a little ahead of us, or at least ahead of me. So, confirmed is 5 now or whatever?
Yep, it is.
Okay.
He's at the or they're picking it now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me look at my notes for him real quick. But no, I agree. I don't think this is a bad pick at all. I think that – oh, no, that's Roy Franklin.
Wait,
that's a very different receiver.
Question?
Sure.
No. Does this mean the Eagles are getting Jackson?
Say that again?
Powers Johnson?
Thank you.
Jackson Powers Johnson. Yes, that's a possibility.
Yeah.
That's a possibility. But they also need to upgrade their secondary, and all the 5 pick top quarters are there.
They got to replace Kelsey first, man.
I understand that, but this is something that Tab brought up on our podcast as well. It's just like, I know they need to replace the center, but you can still get a high-quality center also on day 3.
That's
the
first time this has happened.
There too.
I don't know if you can see this, but this is the first time this has happened tonight, and I really like it.
What's that?
Like Troy Fonte was basically overwhelmed now. This is great.
Yeah, the crying. Yeah, they're having a whole lot of emotions.
No, everyone's been super chill. Whatever. I knew I was doing great. He's like, oh wow, this is amazing.
But no, to go back to what Will was saying, I mean, I'm looking at my notes for Troy. I'm just gonna call him Troy, just like I did the other night. My notes basically mirror exactly what he was saying. Holy Mauler Batman is my first note on him. It's just like, this guy is just physically insane. This dude has it. Second time I'm saying it tonight. He's got the finacity. He gets the finacity badge. We need to come up with a graphic next year. We need to get a finacity badge.
I'll try to figure it out.
Oh, that would be so great. He has super aggressive handwork. That is the thing I love the most about him. Is he's not a lazy lineman where it's just like, oh, I'm just gonna rely on my strength and push you back. He knows he has to keep his hands moving to keep you back off the line. His one big weakness is his footwork. He doesn't adjust too well to speed off the snap, but that's a pretty teachable thing. His pull ability, he's probably the best pull player in this year's draft. Because when he pulls and has a running start right towards you, and I'm like a linebacker, I'm just laying down. Yeah. I'm just like, no, I don't want to deal with this right now. I understand the temptation to play him at guard, but I really think he can make tackle work. And this is the thing I loved about him the most, is with every Washington player, I watched them against Michigan. How did you do against Michigan?
Right.
Because they did so horrifically in that game that I was like, if you did well, that tells me a lot. Because not only are you getting blown out, but you're still competing. And I will say this, Troy was the best player on the Washington team that night. Bar none, no contest, absolutely. So, like I said, I like the pick, but it's just one of those things. It's interesting. I just didn't think that Pittsburgh would go with it, but I love the versatility. Guard, tackle, wherever you put him, he's going to be at the very worst a solid starter.
Have you guys ever heard of a Pittsburgh Steelers coach on the hot seat?
No. Tumbly's on the hot seat. Get out of here,
he is, bro.
He is not. All right, fine. Both of you. I'll bet you $10 each. $10.
I didn't say.
Nope. Put your money where your mouth is, hotshot.
I didn't agree with him.
No.
I said they don't exist.
What doesn't exist? Hot seats?
No, Steelers coaches on the hot seat. They don't exist.
There's some pressure on right now.
Well, to be fair, the sample size is fairly small.
That's my point.
Yeah. All right, I have something else to tell you guys. I just had some tacos, and Taco Bell puts their taco sauce in bottles now and sells it in the store.
SpawnCon.
It is the most amazing thing that I've ever had. You guys should go get the Taco Bell taco sauce. Also, USC Jay, what up?
How high are you right now?
I'm not high at all.
Sponsors still at Detroit.
What do you mean? It's 7:35. I can't eat dinner. I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you guys about a golden gin.
I've never heard anyone endorse Taco Bell hot sauce before.
Why not? There's nothing wrong with that.
Go get it.
It'll be a sponsor in the future. We don't know that.
It tastes better. It tastes better than the pack. No lie. I swear to God.
Oh,
wait. Are we just doing volunteer SpawnCon right now? Because I can go right now.
I was about to say, we have Chauncey right now. We are going down a very dangerous path where we don't talk about the draft for the rest of the night.
Ooh.
Oh gosh.
Yeah,
we're now 20 picks in, and we have the Miami Dolphins on the clock here at 21. The pick is in. We're just on a commercial break here. But yeah, no spoilers here. We'll wait for the pick to.
I feel like this is going way faster than last year.
It is going way faster. Last year's draft was 4 hours. We're nearly half that. We're almost done with the first round. So wait, real quick, Will, I want to ask you, why is Quinyon Mitchell falling? Is the school on the helmet?
Man, I think it's probably the small school thing would be my top, clarification. But to be fair, Sauce Gardner was a guy that didn't play Power 5 football. And I would argue he's been the best corner in the NFL for the last 2 years and what he's been able to put out there. Quinyon Mitchell excelled at everything in the draft. Unless there's something I am not hearing, whether it's off the field or character issues, he was arguably the best player at the Senior Bowl. He tore up the combine. I mean, whoever gets Quinyon at this point is getting an absolute steal. So I'm just as shocked as you are, Tad. Quinyon is at.
I wanted the Colts to take him at 15. That's how good he is.
Listen, I love Terry and Arnold. I had him as my cornerback number 1.
I think Amir, you had him as your number 1.
I love Quinyon Mitchell.
So all three of us had him as.
But I want to raise a different question, Will. Why do you think all the corners are sliding? Because we haven't seen one taken yet in the first round. And, a lot of people peg some of these corners to go in the middle picks, possibly a 12, possibly a 13, something around there. That's where we're going to see a domino effect. But yeah, as of right now, we haven't seen any corner taken at all.
I think where it would stem from for me is just how special of an offensive draft this is, whether it was 5 quarterbacks in the top 12. You had the 3 can't miss receivers, maybe the best tight end I've ever scouted in Brock Bowers. And then you got the line. Good. Right? Your Fashanos, your Fuagas, your Fountainaus. Like, you just got guys that are just, really like, this is the best tackle draft I've ever seen. The top 3 wide receivers are special. This might be the best top 3 quarterbacks. It's just such a special offensive draft. The first defensive player wasn't off the board till 15, right? That's never happened. Yeah. That's 7 picks away from what the initial record was at pick number 8 in 2022 with JC Horn. So, trust me, man. I think these guys are good players.
Will got it. You hit the trivia. We was trying to figure
Will's
it
a better
out.
researcher than I am. I must have over it. Damn it.
Will got it.
Chauncey, you got a quick question?
No, to piggyback off of Will's point, also I think a lot of teams did a lot of stuff with the secondary during the offseason, so that it mitigated the immediate need for corner.
That was my take for the running back position, because I feel like we had a very good free agent class for running backs. And so one of the bold predictions that I made in the podcast is like, I don't think a running back's going to get taken until round 3. Like, I think there's a possibility that, the running back class this year is really good, but I don't think there's anybody that's like a clear-cut favorite, like a Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs from last year. So I could very much see a situation where a running back doesn't get taken until round 3. But we have the Dolphins here. They have officially made their pick here. We got Roger Goodell about to announce the pick here in just a handful of seconds. But maybe they're going to go an upgrade here, quarter here. Like, maybe we're going to see the first quarter here taken now. But no, it is not a corner. We're going with the continued pass rush approach here. We got Chop Robinson, the edge rusher out of Penn State. He is now a member of the
Well, that's a jacket.
Yeah, that is a pretty snazzy jacket for sure.
You know what I think it is?
We continue to see quarters slide here in the draft here. And Al, I know you're munching on some tacos here, but I mean, just like, yeah, do you want to add into the conversation here as to why you think, quarters keep sliding, and what are your thoughts on Chop Robinson?
Because I think we're becoming a passing, not becoming, like the NFL is a passing league now.
We are, yeah. We are a pass league.
When you really think about it, like think about not the teams that are going home, not the teams that are at home in January. Think about the teams that are playing in early December and January. All their secondaries are pretty solidified. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like but when you think about it, like you got to get to the quarterback. You got to disrupt that quarterback. You got to disrupt that timing. So those are I think a lot of people are putting a lot of attention on disrupting the quarterback because their secondary is pretty much set. That's just my opinion. I could be dead ass wrong.
No, you're right. And honestly, it's sort of like the great correction, right? Like we have with the passing league, we're going to emphasize on disrupting the pass. Like, it sounds stupid and simple, but like that's the idea. Like, get as many guys up front that can disrupt the pass as much as you can. And the secondary, if you build it great, you're the Chiefs. And if not, you can still at least sack the QB.
Tad, you got some thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about the prospect himself, right? Let's look at Chop Robinson as an edge rusher. He was a very interesting prospect to look at. Where the first game or two of his I watched, I was like, I don't see the love. And then I don't understand why he's so hyped up. And then I watched a game of his against, I believe it was Iowa, where I was like, oh, now I get it. And the whole thing with him is it's all about his arms, right? If he can get that first punch off the snap, all of a sudden he does one of two things. He either cuts it to the outside, where he's really, really good, or he does this awesome kind of leverage move. I've almost never seen a defensive end kind of bend so low where he splits the B gap so perfectly. And once he does that, you're screwed. Here's the problem. If he doesn't execute that well, I've seen that guy flattened so many times.
That is true.
He's kind of like that guy where it's just like, hey, I have this one move, but 60% of the time it works 100% of the time. And it's just like, okay, can you do that in the NFL? And maybe not. I think this is the perfect spot for him. Is like he has enough physical traits where.
Wait. So are you telling me he's like a Jarvis Moss?
Sure.
Wow. Okay. Does nobody remember Jarvis Moss?
I don't know.
Jarvis Moss out of Florida, right?
About.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, I remember exactly what you're talking about, but I couldn't remember exactly just his play style.
I was going to play it off like I knew that, but
But no, I knew he went to Florida. I knew he was a high, talented prospect out of Florida, but just like
I mean, this isn't charitable, but he one of those people that lived off a highlight where he had sacked a guy without a helmet,
Ah, okay.
It
kind of looks like a David Cloudy situation where it's like he was able to make his career off of that one tackle. So,
I mean, he's probably had more, but I mean, that seems what it's like. Freak athlete. When he hits you, it's awesome and really cool. But then you can probably find a lot of plays where they just disappear.
Yeah.
Well, what are your thoughts on Chop Robinson? And then also, do you remember?
That's what I'm saying.
Incredible athlete. He's the most similar prospect to me to Dallas Turner, where you look at the measurables 4'8", 254 pounds. But the production, man, he had 4 sacks last year and 2 were against UMass. So, like, I'm not saying the numbers were great. You know what I mean? Yep. But from what you see on tape, you definitely see flashes of potential there. Freak athlete. Correct me if I'm wrong. Miami's defensive coordinator now is who? They used to have Fangio. It's now somebody else.
Oh.
I'll look this up while we're at it.
Miami's defensive coordinator is now Anthony Weaver.
Yeah.
Anthony Weaver. Okay. He worked with the Ravens. So yeah, I trust what he's done with that defensive line there. You know, Justin Matabike, I know he's interior, but he was one of the better rushers at his position in the center. Chop Robinson's a freak, man. Like, that's really what it is. Like, there's always going to be these prospects where the production's not there, but they're so tantalizing athletically that these coaches are like, let me get in a room with them. Like, let me coach him up and make this work. I think it's pretty similar. I don't hate the pick because the potential's so high. I think the 20 is the right spot for him. That's why I was so confused with Turner going in the top 10 in a lot of mock drafts, because I'm just like, listen, I like Dallas Turner, but top 10 pick, you got to be very, very sure this guy's going to pan out. So
100% agree with you.
I don't hate it. I think there's a lot of tools there, and you can't teach a lot of stuff with Chop Robinson. So it could be worse.
For sure. Tad, you're making some interesting faces there. You got your hands on your head. What do you got for me?
They can't keep getting away with this. The Eagles are about to walk away with either Quinton Mitchell, Terran Arnold,
oh dear,
Graham Barton. Graham Barton is going to be Kelsey's successor, or
Jackson Powers Johnson. Either way, yeah.
Or Jackson Powers Johnson.
They have their choice there.
Ben Powers Jackson, or
Ben Riley.
They fixed the weakest part of their roster with two of the top corners in this year's draft. How? How is that possible?
That's just the way the draft is shaped out.
How are we gonna have it, man?
It's crazy. It's crazy because, yeah, obviously none of us projected that Michael Penix Jr. would go at number 8.
Why
also,
am I
we got
yelling?
Bo Nix and JJ McCarthy both going in the top 15. So, I mean, like, you got that interesting aspect as well. So, I mean, lots of these picks are sliding. And so, like, yeah, they sort of have free reign to go with either the corner position or, yeah, upgrade the interior of the offensive line because all those prospects are still there. So, I mean, just like, yeah, the Eagles they're benefiting from the way that the first round is playing out. And that's sort of, lots of these teams at the very bottom half of the first round, we could see a team trade up into the bottom half of the first round with the way the draft is shaking out. Like, don't put that past anybody either. So that's a possibility. But yeah, Eagles sort of have their pick of the litter to upgrade their team either on the offensive line or maybe in the secondary. So yeah, very curious to see what they do here for sure.
Notice how fast that quarterback market dried up, by the way.
It did.
Can I just talk about Penix? That is the most confusing pick I've ever seen. As
I get it.
They signed Cousins.
Yeah,
I get it though. Find Cousins' successor, but get him in the second round then.
Exactly.
You just signed this guy to 4 years, $180 million.
Oh dear God! I did not realize it was that much.
4 years, $180 million.
For
Cousins.
Listen.
How much is guaranteed?
I love Michael Penix. I love Michael Penix. I am a fan of him. I think he was a surefire first-round pick. That situation makes no sense. And I think the NFL has got to start investigating what's going on with the Atlanta Falcons in terms of their draft.
Alcohol is the answer.
Running back in the top 10 last year.
Yeah.
I picked him in fantasy. Did not even use him for like 14 of the 17 games.
It's true.
Like Kyle Pitts, like, get that guy off an island, man. Like, that is a top 5 pick. Outside of Bowers, he was right there as like the top tight end I've ever like scouted. They don't throw him the football.
I love so much about Kyle Pitts, by the way. He was like, hey, I'll give you number 8. Just throw me some targets. And Kirk Cousins was like, no, I'm good.
I mean, dude, you could have had Bowers or a Dunze there. I would have heard out, like, if you drafted an offensive lineman to, like, build it up for them. The Penix Jr. one, that's the most confusing pick, not only in this draft, maybe I've ever seen, period. He's a 24-year-old quarterback.
Yeah.
You're banking on waiting 4 years on paper when he's 28 to start. I've never seen anything like that. That is the most boneheaded draft pick I've ever seen in my life. Like, I was there, Amir. I was in Nashville, and I watched the pick live of Daniel Jones to the Giants, and everyone was like, what the hell is this?
Right.
This would be like if they drafted Daniel Jones and had a quarterback, nearly paid him $200 million under contract, and they just signed 6 weeks.
That was terrible.
Horrible. I have no thoughts. No
I think,
thought.
Will, the antithesis of that pick, I think, is who landed here with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Great segue.
Quinyon Mitchell
Best
out
pick
of
in the first
Toledo is
round.
now a member of the Philadelphia Eagles. This is just a sensational fit. They could use an upgrade in their secondary. They got some older quarter members. They got they got Darius Slay and James Bradbury in the fourth at the quarter positions. But yeah, they definitely needed an upgrade. This is just a fantastic pick. All the way at 22. Like, this is insane. Al, I know you're an X's and O's guys. I don't know if you got a chance to look at this quarter class, but just
I'm looking at his highlights right now.
But just what do you think about this pick?
I'm looking at his highlights that they put on ESPN.
I'll tread carefully.
I don't care how I'm gonna jump in the water. He's bad.
What? Now!
Interesting.
All right, let's have this fight. All right, do it.
The first highlight that they showed, he completely opened the gate.
Time out.
No.
Hold on. I'm not interrupting your analysis. What game are you watching?
I'm watching ESPN. It was against Miami, Ohio.
Okay, keep going.
The first highlight that they showed, he completely opened the gate. The second highlight they showed, he was beat and they threw a bad pass to him as an interception. They showed him. They showed the quarter. Apparently, they showed him covering Marvin Harrison Jr. while the quarterback was in the scramble drill. His technique is not great at all. He opens his hips every single time. I'm not convinced.
All right,
Just off the highlights that I saw, I'm not convinced.
Fair enough. But that is actually funny that you say that, because that is one of my notes. Is like, he doesn't quite bite on the double moves, but he does kind of fall for them a little bit. But that's the thing, is once you watch more tape of his recovery speed is unquestionable. And that's the weird thing about him, because I 100% agree with you that he does tend to bite a little bit hard. And by the way, I think that might explain why he likes to do this. Is one thing I noticed with him is that he tends to play with a lot of cushion, which I thought was a little weird. And I think that is why he plays with so much cushion, because it's like, okay, by the time they make the break, you know where they're going. So like your hips, you can kind of like keep that fluidity going. So that's the thing, is even when he gets beat though, is his recovery speed to catch up to the receiver is unlike anything I've seen in any corner in this year's draft. So I 100% agree with that criticism. But his skill set is so good that it makes up for that criticism.
Is he faster? Can he catch up to Tyreek?
No, but also if you're using him for that, that's a mistake.
So are you saying he's a slot corner?
I don't think a slot corner, but I think putting him on the number 2 guy, putting him on T. Higgins, putting him on Rashee Rice, I think he could recover Rice pretty well. Like I think if you're asking him to cover the speediest receiver on the field, yes. I don't think that's going to end well for you. But to be honest, I don't think there's a corner in this year's draft that can do that. But in terms of a corner that you can depend on consistently, I think that Quinyon Mitchell is that guy.
So let me ask you this question.
Sure.
He's the top corner in the NFL draft prospects. He's one of the top corners, right? And now,
sure.
And we're saying, all right, let's say he's top 3, and we're asking why are these corners falling? If he's one of the top corners as a prospect, that's your answer why the corners are falling. They're not that good.
Name me one corner in college football right now that could cover Tyreek Hill.
I'm not just using the Tyreek Hill example. I'm just saying what they showed on national TV right now, his technique was awful. He was beat every time.
How confident are you in your coaching staff then?
Man, it's not about coaching. It's about money.
No, it is absolutely about coaching.
It goes back to the value. It goes back to the value. I could get him for a better price tomorrow. What do you mean? I'm spending millions of dollars on people.
I know, but if you have a guy who's physically talented and you can teach him some technique, and then if you know your coaches can teach him some technique, then yeah, of course I'll invest $1 million of a guy who can run a 4.3 or 4.4, and then we can teach him to open up his hips a little bit. If you're paying your coaches, let's talk about value. If I'm paying my coaches millions of dollars on top of the players, I'm paying millions of dollars. And those coaches better be damn well be able to tell them how to backpedal.
So can he cover CD?
All right, hang on. Will, why don't you separate the discussion here? Because clearly there's some sort of, separation here. Tad absolutely loves him. Will just is not. Sorry, Al's not completely convinced. Will, why don't you be the sort of tiebreaker here?
Yeah, I do know Roe is my guy for a million years. That's my dog for life.
I don't like where this is going.
But what I will say on this is Quinyon Mitchell to me was a cornerback number one, man.
I
saw it with my own eyes. He went to the Senior Bowl. He lined up against every big name player that was there and dominated them. That to me is a very, very big event that we hold a lot of weight in as people that follow the draft. And he was arguably the best player in that, Senior Bowl as a whole, right next to like a guy like Braden Fisk, next to some other guys as well. So Quinyon Mitchell was number one to me. And then on top of that, you run a 4.33 40, 38.5 verts. Yes, I know he's at Toledo. I think, the Senior Bowl gave us more legitimacy on him going up against future pros in that right? All the guys he went up and competed on in that week are guys he's going to be seeing on Sundays, whether it was drafted here with the Eagles or, before that in any capacity. So for me, man, I just think Eagles, they get so lucky. They got Jalen Carter last year, man.
Yep.
Just Howie Roseman, I don't even know if he's
can't keep getting away with this.
The chips keep falling as they may for Howie Roseman, the Eagles. And, let's be honest, if Quinyon's everything we think he is, Tad, are the Eagles back to being one of, if not the favorite out of the NFC next year? If Jalen Hurts kind of things. You don't know that for sure. This team was unbeatable a couple years ago until they got to the Super Bowl. That Eagles team was good, man. There's a real chance to get back to being where they're at. And they paid their guys a lot.
4 times the charm. Because their secondary is so weak. One corner, even let's assume Quinyon Mitchell is like defensive rookie of the year. I'm not saying he's going to be. I'm just saying hypothetically before people start screaming at me. That secondary was so bad last year, dude. Like, that secondary is so bad.
No one else taking the best corner in the draft. And they signed
I agree with that, but the best corner in this year's draft, that's how bad the secondary is. It's a very good start to recovering, to starting to rebuild that secondary. But that secondary is so bad, it's going to take another year or maybe 2.
They got Chauncey Gardner-Johnson out there as well. A guy
to be fair, I did forget he returned. Wow, what a betrayal by him. I'm like, Detroit,
that's 2 of those guys.
Thank you, I'm going right on back.
And I would bank on Slay. I know he's a little older, but I also have seen that he's a very good player when he's at his best. He was banged up.
He seemed like a weird fit in that system, though.
He was really good 2 years ago.
Before we go too much down this path of whether the Eagles are being a contender in the NFC for sure, and I want to get to Chauncey. He had a comment that he wanted to make for sure here, but we got the Jaguars here at 23. They have taken the LSU wide receiver Brian Thomas Jr. He is now off the board to add that receiver group. They signed Gabe Davis in the offseason. They obviously had the emergence of Christian Kirk, who they signed from the Arizona Cardinals a couple seasons ago. They got Zay Jones. They got themselves a pretty competitive receiver group now. Also, you throw in Evan Ingram. So Trevor Lawrence has got himself a good stable of weapons there. But Chauncey, I know you had your hand up for a couple of minutes here. I want to get to you here. You got a comment or a question for us. What do you got?
3 quick points. 1, Brian Thomas's suit. Terrific. I love the bow tie. 2, Brian Thomas is going to Jacksonville to fix their clogged toilet offense because their offense was bad last year.
It is true.
Anytime I got to watch them in prime time, they could not move the ball and I could not understand it.
Absolutely right. Yep.
And then my last point, my longer point, is I think Rose's argument is that he's afraid that Quinyon Mitchell is more of an athlete than he's a corner. And I know nothing. So that's a fair point. But based on what you guys are saying, it's actually he has more technique than you think.
Well, they should have showed better on TV.
And he'll complement the other corners that Philadelphia has.
And it's not so much technique as it is, again, recovery speed. Because, his technique does need some work. It's just that he has the physical skill to make up for his slight lack of technique. It's highly coachable technique that he's missing. But
it also seems like it's going to complement well while he's young with what they have right now.
Exactly.
So if you were asked to go to Arizona and be the primary corner, that seems like it'd be a problem, right?
Right. But
whereas he's going into a system where he's not expected to be Champ Bailey day one.
Exactly. But let's go to the Brian Thomas Jr. pick. And Amber, I'm going to be interested to hear your thoughts on this because I saw the same notes and our viewers know at this point that we're sharing a master doc where we see each other's notes, but I don't know what you're putting in there until you put it in there. You don't know what I'm putting in there until I put it in there. And we both put in the same thing here was the interesting thing about Brian Thomas Jr. is we both kind of put the same thing. A lot of his big plays came on go routes.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it wasn't really burned go routes. The safety was always on his heels. I'm not quite sure that's going to work at the NFL level of when safeties are much faster. Are you going to be able to burn the safeties like you did at LSU? because he kind of lacks the top end speed. And so that worries me a little bit, especially with the team that just drafted him as in the Jacksonville Jaguars. Of like, can you replace? Because they clearly did it as a Calvin Ridley replacement. So can he be that Calvin Ridley replacement? I'm not so sure. It depends on how they use him. Because I think Brian Thomas Jr. across the middle of the field is an absolute deadly weapon. But if you're using him as a sideline stretcher, I have my doubts.
Yeah, also the big issue that I found was just at press coverage, he was pretty much useless. Like, I mean, physical quarters were able to limit whatever sort of, route that he was able to go into. And so, yeah, if he's relying purely on his speed, which isn't elite based on, what we're sort of seeing here on tape, it's good. It's not great. But just, yeah, if you're going to try and use him as that field stretcher in this offense, that's where, like you said, it's really going to be dependent on how they use him. Will, I'd love it. I think you might have a comment here, but unfortunately, your video keeps freezing here, so I wasn't sure whether you got a comment here on Brian Thomas Jr.
I love the show and I love coming on here, but a field stretcher is exactly what Brian Thomas was on 20-plus yard throws.
You think you can do that at the pro level?
Tad, you came at me for interrupting me. Let me finish my point. 22 on 20-yard throws in 2023. This man had 15 catches for 670 yards and 12 touchdowns, leading NCAA football in all of those categories. You say he doesn't have top end speed. That guy at his size, which is like 6'3", 215, ran a 4.39 40 in the 40-yard dash.
All right,
hang on a second here. I do have some breaking news. The Detroit Lions had now traded up with the Dallas Cowboys, and they are officially on the clock here at 24, and their pick is in, so clearly somebody has fallen into their laps that they want to select. Will, I'd love to hear the rest of your Brian Thomas Jr. take, but just, this is
wow.
Okay, clearly the pick has been spoiled here. I'm still late to get to it here, but just like, what do you think the direction is here for the Lions? Like, I mean, like we talked about with all those quarters slipping, like, is that an upgrade that they need here? Maybe they need pass rush help to pair up with Aiden Hutchinson. I mean, that's a possibility too, but I mean, just like, there's a couple directions they can go here, but clearly there's somebody that they wanted. That's why they made this trade with the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, I saw who the pick was. I think Chauncey did too. I don't want to give too much away for the viewers out there, but
that's a good trade for the Lions, though. So for those of you who don't know, the Lions gave away it's a first round swap, right?
Yep.
First round swap. Lions gave up a 7th, and the Cowboys gave them a 3rd, if I read that correctly, or is it the opposite?
Hold on, it's Cowboys get the 1st, the 29th, and the 3rd for this year. Yes.
Okay, so the Cowboys got a 3rd, then the Lions got a 7th pick.
And I know the Lions picked in. Man,
who are they taking here? Don't spoil it.
Yeah, no spoilers here. We're a little bit late, unfortunately, with all the different broadcasts that we all have here.
I mentioned his suit earlier.
Graham Barton.
I mentioned his suit earlier.
I feel more like it's going to be pass rush help. I don't know.
I think it's Newton. I bet you it's Newton.
You think it's gonna be Newton? That could be a good fit. So. That's for sure. That's possible.
Because their depth at defensive tackle is terrible.
You want to bet me $5, Ted?
Nope. I lost 30 tonight. I'm good.
Damn it!
Oh gosh!
Shout out to Matt.
Fucking Atlanta, Max.
Really quick, Will. Why don't you finish your take on Brian Thomas Jr.?
Oh, bro. I mean, when I heard he's not a great deep threat, I can't get that through my mind because if you watch him on film. He was arguably the best deep threat there was in the draft. Yeah, man. I mean, the stats back that up too, man. This guy caught more touchdowns than anybody in college football last year.
Because the safeties were on his ass and they were all busy covering Malik Neighbors.
12 of them. Tad, you cut me off again, bro. Like, you gotta let me.
You know what? I'm muting myself. I'm muting myself. Go ahead.
Yes. Dude, he had 12 touchdowns on throws of 20-plus yards or more downfield. Like, when I heard he's not a deep threat, and on top of that, like I mentioned, the speed he possesses, he's got it, man. I'm not saying he's going to be better than these guys, but when I hear the point deep threat, I just couldn't help but disagree. That's my stance.
Well, may I ask you a question?
Let's go.
As someone who knows nothing, who didn't crunch any film or watch any college football, is it a matter of system? Like they didn't require him to be like a deep threat all the time, whereas the Jacksonville Jaguars are probably going to unleash him more? Is that the idea?
What I think Trevor Lawrence kind of needs that deep threat.
Right. Like if that's the function. If they put him in that function specifically, he'll flourish, right? That's
I actually like the pick for them. I was projecting him kind of like mid to late teens to get him there. What was it, 23? I think it's a really good fit. Let's be honest, guys. Trevor Lawrence, a lot of the same conversations we're having about Caleb Williams was him 3 years ago.
Sure.
He's got one playoff win. He had a nice run against the Chiefs in that second round, divisional playoff. But dude, let's be honest, like I haven't seen it yet to the point where I think he's a can't miss prospect. So let's see it. I mean, they're giving him the weapons. They're giving him the tools to kind of figure that out. He got Gabe Davis out there now, Christian Kirk, Evan Ingram's coming back. There's a lot of tools there, man. So there's a lot of good things. Let's see if Lawrence can put it up. If not, Peterson's going to be out there early, in my opinion.
That's
AFC
the other
South,
thing I was going to bring up.
AFC South is like sneakily loaded now. The Texans are way ahead of schedule.
It's about time.
I mean, I'm excited to see Anthony Richardson out there.
It's my worst nightmares. What's happening?
It's about time. The division's been garbage for for a long time.
They went from garbage to treasure so fast.
I know.
Alex, let me see what you're trying to share on your phone there. What was that a picture of?
It was a picture that said the first look of Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. together. Kyler Murray is barely above the frame.
Yes, that is
Marvin
accurate.
Harrison Jr. isn't even that tall.
I know, but Kyler Murray's that short.
That is true. Yes, that is 100% true. So
my son's almost smaller than Kyler Murray, and he's 1.5.
All right, so we got the announcement of the Lions pick here happening right now with the trade with the Dallas Cowboys. They traded back there to obviously number 28 there. We'll see who the pick is here. I'm still a little bit behind here as far as who the pick is. Looks like Terry and Arnold. Yeah, they need to upgrade at the secondary there. They need to upgrade at the quarter position. They traded for Carlton Davis for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, so they got one upgrade there. But yeah, obviously they need help on the other side. So yeah, getting Terry and Arnold to pair up with Carlton Davis, that's a really good combination there at both quarter positions there. So, I mean, yeah, great pick there by the Detroit Lions for sure. The hometown team here for the draft, hosting the draft here this year. So,
can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Cordell.
The Lions have a really, really cute girl as a cheerleader that they keep showing on ESPN.
Easy.
I'm just saying.
Where's your wife right now?
All right, where's his buy button? Where's his buy button?
I'm
2 minutes, penalty box, go. Penalty box, 2 minutes.
Wait.
It's 10:04, 10:06. I'll let you out. You're muted.
It's 8:05 here. So.
No, you stop turning off your mute button. No. You go back to the penalty box.
Chauncey, what do you got?
No, I'm just gonna say, I don't know what Rose on, but I should have hit that comment on him, and I did not.
Everybody's gonna turn to ESPN now. She was a
I saw. No. There's no disagreement. I'm just like, I wasn't gonna say it, Brett Musburger.
I didn't say it nice. Yeah, I think me and Tad are on the NFL Network broadcast. So yeah, I think we missed that. They were showing, I think, some high school kids, I think, on their respective teams. I think that's what we saw here. But yeah, okay.
Also, apparently, according to Terry,
all right, moving on. Terry and Arnold. So here are my scouting reports on Terry and Arnold. Is my biggest complaint with college corners is that they lack the hip fluidity. They can't really they don't have that turning direction to be able to keep up with a receiver that's really turning upfield. I do not have that complaint with Terry and Arnold. That is his strength, in fact. He is really, really good at turning upfield.
Sorry.
Okay, apparently we have a cow on set. This guy, he's really tough to fool with double moves. Like, he doesn't really bite on anything. I wonder why he was playing off the ball so much, because I'm not even joking. This is not exaggeration, I swear to God. Almost on every play, he was playing almost 15 yards off the receiver. But it's because if you can stretch the field with him, you can't get, that speedy receiver to really beat him. And he has the type of, it's almost like giving the cornerback a head start, right? Like, you play him off the ball, off the receiver so much that, you have, and Al asked me this a couple picks ago, can he guard Tyreek Hill? Terry Arnold absolutely can, if you play him in the correct way. So Terry Arnold, look, he definitely has some technique stuff. He needs to clean up his game a little bit, but I think that this guy has the absolute physical qualities to be a top corner in the NFL. And this is a perfect situation for him to land in. The Detroit Lions, look, they're not expecting him to be a number one corner right off the bat. It's learn behind our secondary. just be a solid guy coming off the bench during pass heavy situations. In a year or two, yes, we hope he can be the number one guy. This is a great situation for him to land in.
Would you have gone elsewhere?
In terms of?
No, just
it's a very broad question.
Yeah,
I had Chick-fil-A for dinner today. I mean, it was fine. Maybe I still got McDonald's.
And then
I don't know.
Lions. In terms of why you came up short against the Niners last year in the NFC Championship, would you have gone elsewhere, or would you have just built up your secondary? I'm curious.
I would not have. I'm a big fan of this pick. What hurt them was the secondary last year.
Yeah. Okay. You're right. No,
it was the play that turned the game for the Niners. It was a tipped pass that didn't go through that Ayuk reeled in when the corner couldn't make the play. And you guys got to think about this. Terry and Arnold, when targeted last year, held quarterbacks to a 50.7 passer rating last year. You know what I'm saying? That was on 471 snaps. Oh, you want to – and Tad brought up a great point. Learn behind your secondary. You know who he's played with again? Okay. Brian Branch, who was the safety from Alabama there. This guy's a baller. He had 5 interceptions in the SEC last year. You can play him in the slot. You can play him outside. There's a lot to like here. Arnold, was very close to Quinyon Mitchell for me for cornerback number 1. I went with Mitchell because of the measurables and what the tape showed at the Senior Bowl. But, it was one of those things where I didn't disagree upon it. It was very similar. Like, if you had Neighbors above Marvin Harrison, I'd be like, listen, I get it. I love both those guys.
It's a 1A, 1B situation.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. So I like the pick a lot. He's tough. He's physical. He fits that Detroit style they're bringing. And from my Lions friends, they said their secondary has not been right since they whiffed on Jeff Okudah about 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Getting Terry and Arnold's a great pick, and it fits the Dan Campbell mold, man. So
Lions
being America's team, bro. It's good stuff.
I really like this comparison that NFL Network just threw out there. Is they just compared him to Jalen Johnson. That is a great comparison.
Oh, okay.
I actually really like that.
They get that player too. That's a steal right here at 24.
Al, I see you watching some tape. What are your thoughts there?
Former Ram, Brad Holmgren, baby.
Will is 100% correct that because what they showed is they showed him playing a lot in the slot, and he's very patient. And one thing I like about him is he stays on the back hip, so that's why he doesn't get hit with the double move like Tad said. He's aggressive, and the best thing I like about him is they showed a lot of highlights of him tackling. Okay. He's not afraid to go up there and tackle. I think he's better than the last guy that got picked, but that's just my opinion. But this dude is very good. My only flaw that I think he might have in the NFL is that in the NFL they're really good at looking off, and he may jump something too soon, and it might pop open. That's the only thing that I might have. But he's aggressive, and Will, you're 100% right. He fits in right with the Lions. He tackles. He's aggressive. He plays really good football. I think he's better than the kid. The who just picked up that corner. He should have. Terry Arnold should have won.
Yeah, I don't hate it, man. I think he's a better fit for what Detroit is.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I agree with that. I agree with that 100%.
Yes. Yeah, you're right.
I was just asking. That was just me being Keanu Reeves, just being devil's advocate.
Also, but the thing is, like, even if he does buy that move, he almost instantly realizes his mistake, and then he has that speed to catch up to the receiver after he's made that mistake.
Is this a tad similar to Philly, where like he's going to complement what the other guys do?
It could be. It could be a situation like that.
Hey, do you mind repeating that, Chauncey?
No, is this going to be similar to Quinyon Mitchell?
I love this kid.
Where he's going to complement the rest of what the rest of the corners do?
Yeah, I think it's a perfect fit. Like I said, he's learning from a guy like Brian Branch, who was kind of his older brother at Alabama. He's a physical guy. He can play on both sides of the ball. He can play in the slot. He's just the most versatile corner, where I think Quinyon Mitchell is legitimately like an outside corner. Mm-hmm. Where Arnold, you could pop him and play him. It's very similar to the Fountain point we had in Graham Barton, where it's like he's good at multiple different spots. Like, you can use him in a variety of different ways. Is he as versatile as like a Cooper DeJean? Like, I don't know about that, but like in terms of the corner, that guy can play left, right, spot, as opposed to Quinyon Mitchell, where I see he's more like a Sauce Gardner kind of like Richard Sherman mold, where he's playing on the left side. You just leave him on that side. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Interesting pick by the Packers, and I also saw the Bucs pick, and also interesting.
All right, so let's get to the let's go to the Packers pick here. They're NFC North. We're talking about the Lions here, the NFC North, rivals there. So they just went with Jordan Morgan, the tackle out of Arizona. They definitely needed to upgrade the tackle position because David Bakhtiari is no longer a member of the Green Bay Packers because of just the injury history and they need to protect their now future quarterback there in Jordan Love. So very aggressive tackle there. Just got a lot of things that I like about him here. But I know, Tad, you're a huge fan of Jordan Morgan. So why don't you speak about him a little bit here?
Yeah, so I think that this is a fantastic pick for the Packers. You look at what their offensive line is looking like after the release of David Bakhtiari. This is an excellent pick right here is because Jordan Morgan, for the most impressive thing about him is he tore his ACL in late 2022. He came back in 2023, showed no signs of it. His two best games of the season were off USC, which is top talent, and UCLA, where Latu, he went against him several times.
Will's got some thoughts on that game particularly, but finish your thought, Ted.
Now I have goosebumps. I'm not liking this, but okay, I will try my best. Is whenever Will's like, I got him, I'm like, shit. But anyway, point being is I like him a lot where, look, he has very, very good ability of just solid skill set all around where he does not eliminate the blocker from the play, right? And I always say this about offensive linemen. Do you eliminate the guy where you push him so far outside where he's no longer a factor? Jordan Morgan doesn't do that, or Jordan Montgomery, whichever you prefer. I'm so mad I did that. But Jordan Morgan, he doesn't really eliminate them from the play, but he is the perfect kind of anchor at the line. That's the one word that kept coming in my mind while I was watching this tape. Is he's an anchor,
that happened,
right? Like you can depend on him to eliminate the pass rush on that side. The one thing I like to see more from him is a little bit more power. I think that what you're getting out of him is a very, very solid right tackle. I don't think he'll ever make the switch to left tackle. But the Packers have Zach Tom, who is a pretty talented tackle on his own. So if you kick Zach Tom to left tackle, kick Morgan to right tackle, all of a sudden you just kind of fix your gap right there. So I think this is a fantastic pick for the Packers. Will, rip me apart.
I actually completely agree. I was agreeing with all those points. Jordan Morgan, to me, did the best job as somebody that watched Latu week in and week out. He did the best job on Latu last year, no questions asked. Did a great job on Braylon Trice. Really just kind of an immovable object in a lot of ways. He allowed 2 sacks last year on thousands of snaps. It was very, very impressive. This guy's a stud, man. Jordan Morgan is the type of guy where he was I thought he was a fringe first-round pick. Some people project him as a guard moving forward. But this guy, outside of Fouta now, this guy was the best tackle within the Pac-12. Second best tackle that I saw all year last year within the conference and maybe the country as a whole. I like him, man. I like him a lot. I think whether he's a guard, whether he's a tackle, the Packers have been drafting really, really well the past few years. I think they continue to do so. So great pick. Bakhtiari just retired or, got cut. I think he's likely going to be retiring soon.
I think he cut then retired. It was one of those.
Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen.
Yeah, I didn't break up with you, or you didn't break up with me. I broke up with you. It's like, okay, sure, buddy. But Will, let me ask you this. Do you think he could work at left tackle? Because personally, when looking at his tape, I was like, I don't see left tackle here, but do you think that's a possibility?
Yeah, he was good enough in college to play left tackle, and he was dominant at it, right? So, if you're projecting forward, he definitely has the skill set to play tackle or guard. I think maybe his higher ceilings at guard, but if they need him to play tackle, I don't see that being a problem. And like I mentioned, man, Bakhtiari leaving, that's a huge hole for their offense. They paid that guy $100+ million to be their left tackle. Injuries allowed him not to do that. You kind of find that for Jordan Love. And let's be honest, man, that Packers team was peaking at the end of last season. You want to protect your asset. Jordan Love, those last 10 weeks, I know he eventually screwed it up in San Francisco, but Jordan Love was playing as good a football.
San Francisco's a tough defense.
And dude, they had the lead in that game. There was a lot of situations where he flew, but
gone either way.
You look at how they were moving the football at the end of the year. That offense was as dangerous as anybody's. So adding a guy to protect your asset in Jordan Love. Packers they're one of those teams where I trust what they do. They're like the Ravens to me. It's I get what they're doing. The Jordan Love pick was ripped a couple of years ago. Look how it's turning out now. They got a lot of good stuff.
So the reason I just said is because one of the players who's currently, I guess, quote unquote falling. That's shocking. I thought Graham Barton would be off the board at this point.
He might go here to the Tampa.
He might go here because listen to this offensive line depth chart. If this is what happens, if Tampa Bay takes him here, Tristan Wirfs, I assume they're going to play Barton at left guard. So probably. Tristan Wirfs, Barton, Robert Hainsey, Cody Mock, Luke Geike. That is a great offensive line. That is a top 5 offensive line in the league at that point.
Chauncey, I think you had a comment here. Why don't you let?
I just saw a story. There's somebody else who's just as confused by the Penix pick as we were, and that's Kirk Cousins.
Oh,
that is interesting.
His agent came out and said, "Hey, my client's very confused with this pick."
That is very interesting. Twist to throw in there.
Further, 1.5 points because Tad sort of made a point early, but also the Cardinals also made their pick, and I know what it is.
You're a little ahead there, yeah, because we haven't got the Bucks pick officially. There,
it was
into the podium right now here, so yeah, we'll see.
Apparently, Belichick is on TV right now, trashing the Cardinals and the Patriots about their picks.
Love it. I love it, Gary. I love it.
Yeah,
he's doing that live stream.
I called it.
There you go, Tad. I was gonna say you made a 1.5 point right there.
It's a fantastic fit for sure. Yeah, Graham Barton upgrades their interior.
I bet you did play him a lot.
They had to replace their center. They had
exactly. Center or left guard, the way Tad sort of laid it out with their depth chart there. I mean, either way, they definitely get an upgrade
the interior
line there. So, yeah, I mean, it's just fantastic move there. Graham Barton sliding all the way there to 26 to the Buccaneers. I mean, that's just a fantastic pick for sure. But yeah, that is interesting. The Kirk Cousins not knowing what the pick is, like that is going to that's a storyline to watch this next couple of weeks or so to see how that all plays out for sure in Atlanta for them.
Like I have massive side eye going to the Falcons right now.
Yeah, this is a lot more surprising. It's like you could justify the Bijan Robinson last year, that pick there, number 8. Like, I mean, you could justify that one, but this one is just, it was a lot harder. It's just like, you did not need to make that upgrade this early at number 8 overall. Like, I mean, that was just so surprising.
Do you want a mild spoiler?
I mean, just, yeah. Will, I don't know if you had any final thoughts on just that Michael Penix pick all the way at number 8 there. But
no, it's not on the Cardinals.
It's so crazy. So crazy.
No spoiler.
Okay.
No, I mean, just to double down on the Penix thing, I think it's the worst draft pick I've ever seen. Like,
one of them.
Whoa,
ever at that position when you just paid your quarterback $180 million 6 weeks ago for 4 years, ever.
I'm actually with Will on this.
I don't know.
I'm with Will on this.
I love Penix. It makes no sense.
All right, Al.
Give me a
what's the worst draft pick? Name a worst pick?
1998, the Bengals decided to take Achilles Smith.
No,
Achilles Smith was a bad pick.
No.
At least with that, let me say something. At least with that, they needed a quarterback, bro. Like they needed a quarterback. Did they whiff on the evaluation? Yes, 100%.
Yes.
You don't just sign a franchise guy like that and then 6 weeks later double down and take a quarterback.
Well, on top of that, the situation.
Wow.
The situation's completely different where, like, Achilles Smith was a top 5 pick, right? Where it's just like, you don't know who's going before you, after you, whatever. It's just like, okay, we like this guy. We got to get him. We don't know what's going to happen after.
Yeah.
The Falcons were set in the later half of this top 10 where it's like, okay, we kind of have a feel of how this draft is kind of playing out. And I'm so sorry, quarterback was your biggest need? Then why the hell did you pay Kirk Cousins all this money? And it's just like, okay, I understand finding his successor. Then go for, like what I said earlier, then go for Spencer Rattler. If Spencer Rattler fucking sucks, then you can move on with him with absolutely no extra money on the books. It just makes no sense. Meanwhile, you could shore up your defense, which has sucked since 2013 when Matt Ryan was a goddamn rookie. And then you can finally, John Abraham is the best pass rusher they've had this century. It's ridiculous. Okay. The Falcons completely messed up this.
What makes it?
I like this shit in Atlanta. Someone told me that. Where's my blood pressure medication?
What makes it the worst pick is even with those busts you're talking about, Achilles Smith, Jamarcus Russell, Ryan Leaf, wherever you may go with it, Zach Wilson. They at least had a position where they were going to make that guy the franchise guy. Their evaluation was wrong on the pick, but it's like we're giving this guy the keys to the car. They thought at least this was the guy. He's going to get playing time early. It's going to make sense. Penix, you already have the guy. Like, help him out on defense, like Tad was saying. If you're going to go offense, help him on the line. There's Brock Bowers available. There's Rome Odunze available. You could give your guy more weapons to be successful. When you're doubling down on the position you just invested $200 million in for a guy that is likely going to be there for 3 to 4 years, whether you like it or not, that to me is the most confusing pick I've ever seen.
And this is exactly why I was saying the Giants.
The reason as to why.
And this is exactly why I was saying the Giants should stay away from JJ McCarthy, because why invite a quarterback controversy when there is none? You know that first time where Kirk Cousins has a bad game, where he throws 3 picks because he's fucking 36 years old, he's going to have a bad game.
Fans always love the backup quarterback. So, yeah,
exactly.
Getting for him for sure here. But, guys, really quickly, I know there's a fantastic conversation here. But, guys, we are down to the final 5 picks of the first round. We got the Bills on the clock now, then the Cowboys, the Ravens, the Niners, and then the Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. The Arizona Cardinals have just made their selection at number 27. They have gone with the edge rusher, Darius Robinson out of Missouri. Tad, this is a pick that I mocked many times. I thought it was going to happen at the top of the second round here, but I actually thought this fit would actually work here. They need the versatility on their defensive line. They need a lot of help across the board, but I think this is a guy that can satisfy the pass rush need, or if they want to bulk him up, they can use him at the D tackle spot here. So, Chauncey, I'm going to go to you first, and then Will, I got you right after.
This is a very unscientific assessment of him, but his jacket looks like the carpet of a 90s movie theater.
I like it.
It was a fantastic jacket.
I'm not going to lie. I dig it.
Great.
Yeah, this is a good look.
Will, what do you got your thoughts here on Darius Robinson?
But also good pick. Honestly, they need all the help they can get. But you're going to be very mad, Tad.
Stud. Cardinals continue to pick really well. I like what they've done. I mean, Paris Johnson was a pick last year where you're like, I don't know, in the moment. He's turned out to be a very good tackle, promising tackle. You got Marvin Harrison Jr., who to me was the best player in the draft, the most sure thing, in my opinion, at any position. And then Darius Robinson, dude, just a football player.
Oh, Will, I'm real sorry, but we actually just had a trade. I see this right now. Buffalo is traded back with Kansas City, so now they're on the clock.
Yeah,
I bet you they're going to go receiver here or corner. So, I mean, this is a possibility here. Kansas City's getting a little aggressive with the way the draft is falling out. So, yeah, I'm curious to see who they're targeting here with this pick here at number 28. But, yeah, Will, go ahead and finish your take here on Darius Robinson.
Yeah, guy's just a stud. You know, he didn't put up the biggest numbers at the combine, but this guy was in the SEC last year. And you talk to any opposing coach that went up against Darius Robinson, they had nothing but, you know, the utmost fear and respect for this guy as a pass rusher.
I'm a huge fan of his, yeah.
It's almost like there's guys, these are my favorite players too. It's not the combine freaks. It's the guys that are like, I just turn on film and this guy's like unblockable. It's that type of thing with Darius Robinson, man. And to his credit, he did put up a lot better numbers at his pro day than he did at the combine. 9 sacks last year, 42 pressures. Throw on the Florida tape from last year. I mean, this guy was a wrecking crew. Throw on the LSU tape, which has a lot of offensive linemen that are going to the pros. It's get me from point A to point B and just beat this, offensive tackle, offensive guard. And he is as good at that as almost Latu and some of these guys in this draft. So Robinson, great pick for the Cardinals. He's not going to blow you away with the metrics, but he's just a down in the dirt football dude that's going to get production for the Cardinals.
He's for sure a big time front side defensive end. He's not a pass rusher. He's going to set the edge for you and make the run go back the other way. He's not going to be on the backside going to get sacks. From what I saw, like he's a big, strong kid that can hold the tackle.
Exactly what it is. Yep.
He can hold the tackle at the point and make the ball go back the other way. That's what the first thing I was like. I like this kid. He's not going to be a backside guy. He's for sure front side. It's going to be hard to run at him. Like that. That's a great pick by the Cardinals.
He might be the strongest defense edge rusher in this draft. Like his grown man strength when he puts his paws on you.
Will, you might like this comparison because when I was watching his tape and exactly the way that Al laid it out, I could see a lot of Justin Smith from him. Very similar, just like Missouri as well, former Missouri guy as well. I could see him playing a very similar role with Arizona, where it's like you lock up that side and now you let the other guys go in and get the cleanup, the tackles or whatever it is. That's how Aldon Smith became Aldon Smith for that brief time that he was in the NFL or whatever, right? But I see a lot of Justin Smith in him.
Yeah, well, I don't think he's so much of a pass rusher. I think he's a front side.
And either was
run
Justin
stopper.
Smith. He was guy, exactly the way you laid it out, where it's like he's going to take up and engage all the blocks and let somebody else come in and sweep in and take all the glory, essentially.
Right.
I mean, he still had 9 sacks last year in the SEC. He's a very productive player still. I do agree with the point of Rowe. I think he can give you kind of a combination of both. I think he can get home. I think he's a second half pass rusher because he seems to get stronger as the game goes longer.
Okay. Exactly. That stamina is going to pay dividends. Yep.
Those first reps, I'm kind of like, it takes him a while to warm up, but he's such a strong player, man. Like, and he's more deceptive than you think. I just think he's just a good football player. And the stats may never show maybe like 12, 13 sacks, but you can hang your hat on like 7, 8 sacks. And he's setting the edge, like Rose saying, he's making good plays out there. He's doing the right thing. So the Cardinals, a team that's been a laughingstock for a long time. I've really liked their drafts the past few years, man. I think they're doing well.
You missed what I said earlier, Will, about the Cardinals. I said if I was Marvin Harrison, I would have fought that. I would have not went to the Cardinals.
But guys, like I mentioned, we got Kansas City on the clock, and they have the pick is in. What do you think they go here? Because, like I said, there's still some pretty good quarters on the board. They do need to make it.
It's 100%.
They do need to make it a selection at receiver. Obviously, with the question about whether Rashee Rice is going to be suspended, for 4 games, 6 games, is he going to get suspended at all? We really have no idea about that. They had a lot of issues at the receiver position anyway. So even if Rashee Rice doesn't get suspended at all, just even once he's in the game, they need some additional help. The receiver.
Oh, actually, I'm wrong. Could this be Cooper DeJean or Nate Wiggins to replace L'Jarius
Like I said, they could go quarter as well because they have a need there with L'Jarius Sneed, now a member of the Tennessee Titans. So it's like
I know
we're both fans of him. It's gonna be great. It's gonna.
If this is
okay, looks like Will's got the pick. He's not gonna spoil it for us, so I appreciate that.
Why are you gonna get mad?
I swear to God, if this is Nate Wiggins, I'm gonna lose my shit.
I feel like whoever the pick is, you're gonna lose your shit, Dad, because Kansas City is falling into a good situation where the way the draft played out.
But this goes back to what I was talking about at the very beginning of round 1. I told people I'd be saying time after time, "This is a great pick. This is a great pick. This is a great pick," because I'm looking at a list of first rounders right now who are gonna be selected tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of great talent that's going to happen on day 2. So yeah, Chiefs are getting a fantastic pick, whoever it is. We still don't have the pick yet here, but they're benefiting for sure. And I'm pretty sure that compensation is not going to take a lot either. We're still waiting for that compensation, but Will, what do you got?
This fit, I'm not going to reveal who it is. It makes so much sense to look back on what the Chiefs were and how they got to where they're at. That's what I'll say.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So we should be getting this pick pretty soon.
So it's a quarterback.
Yeah, I was damn it,
something insane. That just add more madness to the first round.
How'd you know, dude? Spencer Rattler right here. To the Chiefs.
Oh, my bad. I thought it was a kicker.
Oh my gosh,
Torrey Taylor.
No.
Dad would be so happy if it was Torrey Taylor.
He's back.
Will, really quick, do you have any insight on Torrey Taylor? Because Tad has been seeing his.
He is the best punter in this year's draft, man.
Torrey Taylor. I'll save it. I gotta get prepared for this pick. I've got some great.
Okay,
takes.
all right, yeah, we're about to get the pick here. By Make-A-Wish winner. Looks like
Justin,
that's great that they're doing
buddy.
that here.
That's a tight suit, by the way. That's a good looking suit.
It is a good suit.
Yeah.
Whoa! All right, wait. Before anyone reacts, the odds once again of Xavier Worthy going before AD Mitchell.
Nailed it.
It happened. I figured that was going to happen, but
It was Worthy, the minus 300 favorite wins out the bets.
And we talked about it earlier. Unfortunately, Will, you were part of the live stream yet, but we knew that as soon as you get a combine hero like Xavier Worthy, who, in case you missed it, he has now been selected by the Kansas City Chiefs here at 28, who they traded up to get on top of it. But as soon as you get a combine hero in Xavier Worthy, who sets a record at the 40-yard dash at the combine, it's automatically he's going to raise a couple notches on people's big boards as far as the draft boards as well. And maybe even a lot more than just a couple positions. But I think you need that speed in this offense. They're missing, obviously, Tyreek Hill. They obviously had issues at the receiver position, which we laid out earlier. I know they they traded for Marquise Brown, but I think this is more of a bigger, speed threat that they can add to that offense now. Patrick Mahomes could just air it out as much as he wants. Will, I know you had your thoughts on this before. You didn't want to spoil it before, but now that we have the official pick in here, Xavier Worthy to the Chiefs. What are your thoughts?
Sorry, real quick, I'm going to interrupt Will. Is this the smallest offense in the NFL at this point?
It could be.
Good God. Even with Travis Kelce. Oh, and the Cowboys got it. Will, go ahead.
And when you think about how the Chiefs got started, it was Tyreek Hill was the real weapon that took that offense to a level that was we can't defend this anyway. Because you had Kelsey in the intermediate. He was so precise as a tight end. He was beating these linebackers, making plays. And Tyreek Hill, to me, to this day, is still – I will take him over any receiver in the game because I think he's a literal game breaker that we've never seen before in the NFL, where he is a threat to take it 80 yards to the house at any time. Listen, am I saying this guy's going to be Tyreek Hill? No, but he is the closest model to that, and this guy was an incredibly productive player since he arrived on college campuses in 2021. 196 receptions, that's sixth most over that span, 2,752 yards, that's third most in that span, and 25 touchdowns, fourth most. So he's been a top 5 receiver for the last 3 years within college football. Xavier Worthy, you pair that with the breathtaking speed, broke the 40-yard dash time. I think Andy Reid was there, with Brett Veach going, this is our Tyreek Hill replacement right here.
It's
because the offense, let's be honest, the Chiefs still found a way to win the Super Bowl last year without the deep threat and the, extend the field type of plays with a guy like Tyreek Hill. They won it back-to-back years.
Yeah.
If you bring back that element to that offense where this defense is at now with Trent McDuffie and Karlaftis, Chiefs, let's say this pick works out for them and they're healthy next year. What's holding me back from picking the Chiefs 3-peat? I don't really know what it is. I hate it, man. What I feel about this, Amir, because we've had our issues with this, but it's a great pick for them if they want to get that offense back to what it used to look like. And they're tabbing Worthy as a successor to Tyreek Hill, which they never really found in the intermediate time span. So great pick.
All right, so now we got the Cowboys on the clock, and they have made their pick here at number 29. Roger Goodell dropped his card, so we have a little bit of hesitation.
Graham Barton would be an A+ pick here.
But yeah, the Cowboys, they need a lot of help as well. They posted that statistic, which I'd love to see. They haven't reached the NFC Championship game since the mid-90s, so that's always fantastic to see. So I'm curious to see which direction they go. They could go with the pass rush. Maybe they go secondary as well. I know they got 2 guys there. But yeah, they upgrade the offensive line here. This makes a ton of sense. We talked about them having a hole there, Tad, at the offensive line position. Tyler Guyton, the tackle out of Oklahoma, has now been taken by the Dallas Cowboys to replace Tyron Smith, who they obviously signed with the New York Jets. And so, yeah, I'm curious to see, just Tad, what are your thoughts on Tyler Guyton and his fit here with the Dallas Cowboys?
So he's a very interesting prospect. Well, first off, go Frogs, because originally he was a TCU Frog before he transferred over to Oklahoma. But he is, he's kind of a almost frustrating prospect where the promise is all there, where you see the power, you see the footwork kind of work there, but you can tell it's not quite polished enough. And I think he is a beneficiary of the fact that just so many teams need an offensive tackle right now.
Yeah.
If he could develop over the course of the next couple of years without any pressure, sure. Here's where I'm worried about him, is he is now being forced in a position where he has to replace arguably the best offensive tackle in Dallas Cowboys history in Tyron Smith. And some people may say, oh, no, he doesn't. Kick him into guard, let Tyler Smith stay at tackle. Here's the thing is I feel like that cup game at sports games where they do that. I feel like that's kind of what the Cowboys are doing at offensive line right now, which is like, let's move him around. Let's see what works. Is the nut there, Tim? It's not there. Exactly. Yeah. So it's just like Guyton has that athleticism to kind of fill anything to do. But I do worry about a little bit too much pressure being put on him at once because he is a very promising developmental prospect. I'm just worried if he's brought along a little too fast.
I don't know what you're talking about with footwork, Tad. They just showed him run outside zone and reach the defensive end and the outside linebacker in one play.
Just wait until you watch him do a drive run block.
Shots, you got some thoughts here?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, if Tyler Guyton ends up becoming really good, Jerry Jones is going to drag his feet extending him. That's all I know.
Yeah, that's probably the safe bet. That's there
a fact.
For sure.
He's going to wait until every other offensive tackle is signed from this draft class and be like, well, we're still waiting to see some more leaves to fall,
Al, I'm not even joking. There are run plays where he gets to second level and he's like this, ready to block someone. He's like,
by the way,
where the hell are they? And he's looking around. That happened on several occasions.
Well, what are your thoughts on Tyler Guyton?
Man, I think it's actually a good pick. I know I sound like a broken record for these last few, but
that's kind of what it is at the end now here.
He was dominant, man. I know it was the Big 12 last year, but 335.
Whoa. All right. Why are we catching strays all of a sudden? You guys were so good over there.
335 pass blocking snaps last year. He allowed 0 sacks. going against. He was dominant. He wasn't just good. He was dominant at
Right.
that big body tackle, kind of your typical Oklahoma guy. I kind of wanted him for the Niners if he was there in a lot of regards.
That'd be nice. That'd be nice.
I would have placed him right there because I think we need a right tackle, and Trent Williams, Oklahoma guy, could have mentored him.
Exactly. Niners would have been perfect because he doesn't face that immediate pressure. That's why I don't love this Dallas fit.
Yeah. So, like, what I would say with this, man, is, I trust the Cowboys with their offensive line analysis. And, like, say what you want about Jerry, like, extending guys and giving out bad contracts. They usually draft really, really well on the early picks for Dallas. Zach Martins, Tyron Smith, as you mentioned earlier. Like, they know what they're doing when it comes to the offensive line. Guyton may not be a superstar at the position, but I think he's going to be a very, very solid option for them. And they love their Oklahoma guys. That's a good pick, man. I think it's a very solid pick, K1 starter. He's got a lot of upside potentially there, too. So, Cowboys, love him or hate him, they made a great pick.
All right, let me clarify. I'm not saying he's a bust. Before I feel like I'm about to get ganged up on, so I'm doing a preemptive strike here. I'm not saying he's a bust.
I don't think we need another take on Tyler Guyton. I do want to address a question that we have here in the comments here. Chargers great. I mean, they took Joe Alt there at number 5. Like, I mean, it's pretty safe to say, like, this is an A for me. Like, I mean, what do you guys think as far as, a Chargers great here? So, Tad, I'll start with you, and then we'll go around the horn.
Hey, like I said, either give your quarterback during, like I said before, a couple hours ago at this point, where you're in a weird position where you are rebuilding 100%, but you have a franchise quarterback. So if you're not willing to get rid of him, which I don't blame them for, you need to either make sure you're not going to hurt him, or you give him somebody that he can throw to before he gets hurt. So clearly they went for the former option, and if you're going to go for the former option, go for the best one available, and they did that. So absolutely A plus pick.
Al, how would you grade the Chargers pick at number 5?
No, I think it was a solid pick. It's a pick, like we were saying. It was they rebuilding what they excuse me. They're rebuilding with a franchise quarterback, and if you're going to rebuild, you got to start up front. So you start right there, protect his backside with a left tackle. So that's perfect pick. Good job, Jim, John, whichever one of those J's, Harbaughs it is.
Will, how would you grade the Chargers pick?
I give it an A. If you know what Harbaugh's identity is, man, this guy. I know everyone wanted Malik Neighbors and wanted that to kind of happen. Harbaugh wins through dominating the line of scrimmage. He's always done that on both sides of the ball. He's a very physical team. He wants to get guys that fit his identity, and he's won everywhere he's gone. So you kind of want to follow his game plan as of now. He hasn't left up a reason to not follow that. Alt, for a lot of people, was the most easiest pick in the draft at the tackle position. Like, huge, consistent in the pass and run, very good feet, doesn't get moved back a lot. And, he's a really good run blocker, too, where, to go on that last pick, Tyler Guyton, he's got a lot of work in the run game. I think he's a great pass blocker. He's got to learn a little bit more on the run blocking side of things. But with Joe Alt, man, like, A minus, I think a lot of people are going to have that Neighbors in their back of their mind, and rightfully so. Like, they do need help at wide receiver. But knowing Harbaugh, you knew it was going to be a lineman. Anyone that didn't think otherwise than that just doesn't know Jim Harbaugh and his philosophy. So Joe Alt was a good pick. Really good pick.
Chauncey, we're going to go 5 for 5. What was your grade on the Chargers pick at Joe Alt? Is Chauncey there?
Yeah, I'm here. You can hear me. You guys froze.
That was like a zombie movie right there. You were frozen and your head turned. I felt like I was in paranormal activity.
I was the one that dropped. My laptop was just on. So anyway, it's the Christmas story. It's A plus. Right. Like, you could not, if you were going to take a tackle, you could have asked for a better pick than Joe Alt. Honestly, like, good for Justin Herbert. This is as perfect a Chargers pick as you can get if you're going to go up front.
All right, so Chris Koshik, I'm pretty sure I'm saying that last name right. I apologize if I did it, but yeah, you got 5 straight A grades, A plus and a couple heads there.
Agreed or disagree?
No, I 100% agree. I think that's 100% how you build that offensive line.
Yeah.
The way that, the way Will sort of laid it out too, that's Jim Harbaugh's MO. You establish the running game, and then you establish the play action off of that. So
and it was a low-key problem for them last year.
Exactly. And so, yeah, I think you get that, very productive offensive tackle there in Joe Alt. And I think you upgrade the offensive line. Now you can really establish that running game that you want to do at the NFL level. So, yeah, 100% A grade for me, too. So, guys, we just had a pick here by the Baltimore Ravens.
They can't keep getting away with this.
Nate Wiggins, the corner out of Clemson, to upgrade their secondary there. He's going to be playing with the likes of Marlon Humphrey, Kyle Hamilton, Marcus Williams.
Oh, God
that's
damn
a great
it.
secondary there that the Baltimore Ravens have. Everybody's shaking their head, but they're shaking it because it's a very good pick. So, Al, why don't I start with you? I mean, I don't know if you're watching any film here of Nate Wiggins.
I did, and I just got a text from my boy. They said that Wiggins dude was chasing every single person. The first highlight they showed on ESPN was a pass interference.
No,
Legit, that's what he said.
No,
okay.
No.
Hey, man,
better friends.
I'm just all I'm saying is I didn't dig in deep like you guys did, but we were talking about why is this DB class dropping? They're not very good. Like, we're being realistic. They're not very good.
Ridiculous.
Like, I'm just being honest. I'm going off of what I see.
They may not be good back in 2004, but now they are good.
They're not good. They're not good. Like, their technique is not great.
All right, looks like Will's got a big comment.
Go ahead, Will. Go ahead, Will.
Oh, there we got.
Now he's frozen. He's frozen like this.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Black Power,
No,
Will.
I just saw who the Niners picked. I'm just stoked. That's all it is.
Oh, okay, nice. All right, yeah, I'm excited by the
That's
Niners.
my reaction. That's my nonverbal reaction.
No,
but yeah, Will, your thoughts on Nate Wiggins?
Really good. Would have considered him in this spot. Big, fast, tall corner. Just like the prototypical outside corner you would want in terms of a body type. He's got to be a little bit more aggressive with the tackling. I'd like to see that big body put the work out there a little bit more. But for the most part, man, I think him going to the Ravens is kind of like a perfect fit. Like I said earlier, Ravens are one of those teams, whoever they're drafting, I kind of trust. They've done their due diligence. They're going to hit a home run on it. I think Nate Wiggins at 30, who had to go to the right situation to make it work. That's a place where I'm they got a dog and it's going to work out just fine for them.
Yeah, it's crazy. They always end up with these guys towards the end of the first round, and you wonder who they're going to select at the end of the first round because all the other talent is taken at the beginning of the first round, but they find a way, exactly like you said, Will, where it's just they do their due diligence and they end up with great prospects because then they can coach them up really well. But yes, let us get to the Niners because they're here at number 31. This is my team here. Oh, we finally got an appearance by Cap. This took pretty much 3.5 hours until he finally made an That's crazy.
Amir, real quick. The last time the Ravens picked, I shouldn't say last time, but what was one of the best late picks that the Ravens made in the NFL draft?
Lamar?
There you go. Chauncey's right on
Lamar. Trade up for Lamar. That is fair. But I still stand by my conviction that Lamar Jackson will never play in a Super Bowl.
That's so annoying. I'm just going to say in advance.
I'm doubling down on that. Yeah.
I know. I can't believe it either, buddy.
That's kind of believable.
Multi-time MVP, the guy has talent galore for sure, but I just don't think he has that extra level that you need to get your team to the Super Bowl. Just unfortunately, I just don't see that. So that's just my opinion. That's my opinion.
And on top of everything else, the weakest game in Nate Wiggins, I won't say Seth Huggins, but the weakest game in Nate Wiggins, the weakest spot in Nate Wiggins' game is his press coverage leaves a lot to be desired. But other than that, there's not a whole lot he needs to work on. And press coverage, I mean, again,
he's not good, Tad.
He is good, Al.
Oh,
he's absolutely good. It's 2v1 here. And buddy, you are really distracting me right now. It's not helping.
Well, it's all right. We're about to get the Niners selection here. So, I mean, Will seemed like he was pretty excited about it.
Nate Wiggins is good.
What it is.
Whoa!
Yeah, I know.
Who this pick is. I mean, there's a couple of possibilities
for where they go. Ayuk is so gone.
Ricky Pearsall, that is a very interesting pick for sure. So, I think, we were talking about this before the broadcast started about just, whether Brandon Ayuk was going to be on the trade block. I think with this selection, I think it's maybe leaning in that direction. But, Will, you're a fellow 49er fan here. You were excited by this pick, but just, what are your thoughts about Pearsall's fit with the Niners? And then just, now the whole situation with Brandon Ayuk. And it's do you think he's now going to be a member of another team?
You're on mute.
I'm not gonna lie, I got catfished on this. I thought it was a completely different player.
So did I.
Oh,
I know. I was really mad.
Cooper DeJean? Did you think it was Cooper DeJean? Because the whole Twitter was going nuts over Cooper DeJean. So
I think because the potential is there to select it, but
all right. Yo, Amir, kick it to me.
Ricky Pearsall is the best route runner in the draft, is what I would say. Ricky Pearsall is a stud. I don't know if this means that they're moving off of, Ayuk or Debo. I think eventually they will.
Ayuk is toast.
Different receiver.
I don't think so, man. Kyle Shanahan is a guy that he loves his receivers to be, picture perfect at route running. Like Ayuk was when they drafted him. Pearsall is an explosive playmaker, man. I like him a lot.
I'm a huge fan of his too. But really quick, Will, sorry to interrupt you again, but it's like whenever you're on the to give your takes here, we always have trades. It's like Buffalo has now swapped. Buffalo has swapped with Carolina, so Carolina is now in the first round. They originally only had second-round picks. They did not have a pick in the first round, but now they are a member of the first round, so they're trading up for somebody. It looks like they probably want to make an upgrade at the receiver position. So, yeah, we could see Adonai Mitchell going here. Maybe it's a different receiver. Maybe they want to get Xavier Legette here in the first round. I don't know what that is, but looks like they got the 32nd overall pick and a 6th-round pick this year, and the Bills received a 2nd-round pick, the 33rd overall, so the first pick of tomorrow, and a 5th-round pick this year. So not that much compensation. But yeah, Carolina looks like they're targeting somebody, and that's who they want to get. But Will, you don't think that they're going to trade anybody? You think that Pearsall is just going to join the receiver group there? I think one of the receivers is gone. I don't know whether it's going to be Ayuk or Deebo Samuel, but I think one of them is traded now. That's my personal opinion.
They don't have to move off either one, though. They
don't have to, but I feel like that's the move now.
The point I would make with that is I think – because outside, like Jawan Jennings was our 3rd-string wide receiver, right? You kind of need that intermediate guy that, you can maybe put in the slot and line up anywhere. They didn't really have that guy. A lot of projections had us taking Ladd McConkey here or something like that. Pearsall, he's a bigger bodied, and his footwork is so good that he can line up in the slot and be a player. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I got fooled. I thought it was Cooper DeJean. I was stoked on Cooper DeJean.
That would have been fantastic. I would have loved Cooper DeJean for sure.
I would have loved Cooper DeJean right here. Pearsall is a bit of a shock. I even had a friend text me like, congrats, you guys got Cooper. And I thought it was confirmed because I saw tweets that said he eventually went there from a trusted source that had like a line. But, Pearsall for me, I do think they move off of either Debo or Ayuk after this year, and they're preparing for that moment. I think that's kind of the move because you're going to have to get back adequate, compensation for a 26-year-old wide receiver who I would put over T. Higgins as the best receiver on the open market right now if they were to trade him. Debo as well, I think he signed a big contract. There's talks about them moving him as well. They know they're going to move off of one of these guys fairly soon. So my thoughts on this, you get a guy, you can plug him in for a year, and you have another guy waiting in the wings when, one of those guys eventually leaves. So I don't hate the pick. Would have preferred Cooper DeJean, but Pearsall's a stud, man. I like him. I like him a lot.
I have a question. Hold
on. I need to fulfill a lifelong dream here. America, can I do my best Dr. Evil impression?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. The 49ers pick was excellent.
What? No. No.
Well, I have a living prop right here.
No,
Not anymore.
No. You can't conflate Dr. Evil and Mr. Burns. Get the fuck out of here.
That is true. Dr. Evil never said excellent, so you wasted it.
What was I supposed to do there?
Not that.
Yeah, you could have done anything else. Oh,
why is Chauncey here? But
I have a question.
Al, what do you got for me?
So Buffalo's pretty much had a mass exodus this year. A lot of people
have.
A lot of good players.
They had to make a lot of cost-cutting
Brandon
moves.
Bean. Congratulations, Brandon Bean. I'm so glad he didn't forfeit your future for a Super Bowl, Brandon Bean.
Okay.
Just saying.
Chauncey with a couple drinks in him is real spicy.
No, I'm just saying. That motherfucker for 2 years. Oh, I would never give up picks to win a Super Bowl. We're all about the future. Where's that gotten you? Not the AFC Championship. That's where it's gotten you.
All I'm saying is, like, they just traded back all their first-round picks. Like, they need the help. Like, Buffalo's window is closing really soon.
It sure is.
And they're not doing anything today to at least keep it open for another 2 to 3 years. Like, what are they trying to accomplish? It's confusing to me. Now they got 13 second-round picks. Maybe they're just trying to save some money
I think that's exactly it. No, I think that's exactly it. Is they're in such cap hell. Like, look, we all give the Saints crap for being in cap hell. The Bills are almost in just as bad a situation. So I think that they are just trying to stock up on good talent as early as they can without paying them, $10, $15 million, Mr. Value Man.
They're hoping for the Rams draft last year, where they strike gold on like 3 or 4 guys.
Oh, Emerge your boy.
Oh, okay.
Maybe again. See, I knew that they were a huge fan of his. They wanted to get the local guy. I thought they'd just stick at 33 and take Xavier Legette, but looks like they wanted
that trade up was stupid.
Looks like they wanted that extra year on his contract. I figured that there would be one team that would trade up to do that. And so, yeah, Xavier Legette, I'm a huge fan of his. Big body guy, got a lot of speed as well. I think he'll fit in nicely with the receivers that they currently have there for sure, with Deontay Johnson, Adam Thielen, and then, now Xavier Legette. So that's a
Is that the guy that went viral?
Carolina Panthers doing something stupid. I don't understand that.
Is that the guy that went viral?
For the accent he had?
Yeah. The accent.
Yeah. He's a stud. I actually liked him more than Pearsall. I would have rather had Legette. I will say that.
No, Legette's a pretty legit prospect for sure. But guys, that is it. Round 1 is in the books. We had a lot of fun. We had a lot of surprises for sure. A lot of shocks. I think that's definitely the case here. But I think the big thing that Tad has also laid out, that there's still a lot of fantastic talent that is available on day 2. So, I mean, we got guys like Jerzon Newton is still out there. Will, you brought up Cooper DeJean. He is still out there. Kool-Aid McKinstry is still out there. So, I mean, there's still a lot of fantastic talent that teams can get on day 2 that could end up being value picks because they were projected to possibly be first-round picks, but now they're going to be there on day 2. So, I mean, guys, if you tuned in, we appreciated it. We appreciated all the comments and the questions. But, hey, we're doing this again tomorrow. So, I mean, make sure you're tuning in for tomorrow's live stream as well. We'll be covering day 2, both rounds 2 and round 3. You may get some of the same guests that you're seeing on your screen right now. You may get some different guests as well. So, we're sure to have a lot of fun giving you our instant analysis and reactions here. So, really quick, let's go around the horn. Tad, what was the biggest shock of round 1?
Oh, dear God, why would you throw that to me first? I mean, actually, you know what? Thank you, because I get to take the easy answer. Michael Penix Jr. What fuck, man?
That's fair. All right, Al, what was your biggest shock or reaction to round 1?
That Buffalo traded out of the first round. They traded twice out of the first round not to help their franchise quarterback at least get to a AFC championship or to win a Super Bowl. Like, I'm really confused with what's going on with that.
It is really interesting move. So, we'll see what their plan is for day 2 and day 3 and possibly the second wave of free agency. Will, same question. What was your biggest, shock or surprise of round 1?
For me personally, Bo Nix going to the Broncos. I'm not a Bo Nix guy.
That was quite a surprise, yeah.
I think to use him as a pick number 12, I'm not a fan of that. You could have probably traded down a little bit and got him, added a little bit more assets. He was, to me, 5 out of 5 in those first-round quarterbacks. Came from the easiest offense. And, let's be honest, SEC football is the closest to the NFL that you're going to get. I have 4 years of tape that prove that he was not very good on that Auburn team that he played for. So, yes, he was good at Oregon. A lot of checkdowns, a lot of easy passes. I mean, he had a very, very high completion percentage. That was by design. Didn't like the Bo Nix pick there. If anyone can make it work, it's Sean Payton. I know I've heard some, very loose, poor man's Drew Brees comp. But I hate the pick, and I think the Broncos are going to be picking in the bottom 3 next year when the draft comes around.
Okay.
I don't think he would have been there, Will. I think they had to do that.
Exactly. So, Will, real quick, do you think if they had passed on Bo Nix, do you think the Raiders would have taken him with the next pick?
I'm not sure about that. I think they were pretty much hung up on Michael Penix from everything that I heard. That was their guy.
I agree, but do you think they would have panicked like you were saying the Broncos did?
To be frank, I wouldn't have taken if the Raiders did take Nix, I think that's a dodge bullet for you because I'm just not that high on him.
Wow. Okay.
I'm not that high on him. I don't think he's very good. He's played 6 years of college football, and it finally took him the last 2 to get very good at it. I know Jayden Daniels had something similar to that. I'm just a realist on this one. If you're going to rebuild the team, just take the best player available. I would have liked to see them get Brock Bowers there, maybe take Fuaga, a tackle there because – lo and behold, they've got Michael Clinton there who's breaking down off of a $60 million deal. There's a lot of options you could have gone with. You don't necessarily need a quarterback if you're giving Sean Payton the timeline he needs to be successful there. I just don't think Nix is the guy. That's my stance on it. And if he turns out great. I have nothing against the kid. I just don't see it at an NFL level compared to what other people do.
Fair. Chauncey closes out here. What was your biggest shock or reaction to round one?
Honestly, my biggest shock was the level of patience the rest of the teams below the top 10 had.
That's fair.
So we all thought,
expected a trade of the top 10. It didn't happen.
Yeah, exactly. The Minnesota Vikings decided to just chill out and wait till at least the 10th pick to get McCarthy, rather than have to trade up with the Giants, Cardinals, or Chargers for McCarthy. And they also got another guy in the first round out of it, so they didn't really have to sacrifice very much to get what they ultimately wanted. And you saw other teams too, like the Raiders didn't trade up to get Brock Bowers or anybody else. They just got to stay pat. You saw, like I said, you saw a lot of teams that we all thought were going to totally trade up for picks or whatever to get whomever, and they all decided to stay patient and just wait for guys to fall. And that was the right move.
No, it's fair. That's fair. I think the biggest shock for me was that we didn't get a defensive player selected until pick 15 with Taz.
Historical.
Yeah, it's just insane that we had such high priority on all these offensive players. Not that they didn't have the talent, but I really thought that we would have seen a defensive player, either a cornerback or an edge rusher, go a little bit higher. Maybe not even the top 10, but at least in some of those top 15 picks, before all the way 15. But that was quite a shock to me to see all, 14 straight offensive picks before we got Latu with the Indianapolis Colts there 15. So guys, I appreciate you all coming on. Last thing I'll do before I let you all go. It's been a long night for sure, but I want to go around the horn here in case you can't join us tomorrow for tomorrow's live stream. Chauncey, why don't you tell us what you're working on with LA Podfidential and the website, just anything else you got going on?
Well, I mean, we're going to recap the draft next week because I don't have a show this week. I'm out of town. Also, we're going to talk about X-Men 97.
Oh, I'm in.
Yeah. A bunch of finales are coming up, like Chucky, Abbott Elementary, a bunch of stuff like that. We're going to be talking about the Lakers getting swept the hell out of the playoffs. That's what it's looking like.
They blew a 12-point lead again.
What?
Oh!
They blew a 12-point lead.
They sure did. The Dodgers may be riding the ship. A bunch of stuff. We got a lot going on.
Awesome. Where can they find you on social media?
I mean, I'm at Big Chon 64. You can easily find me. I'm there all the time.
Perfect.
Instagram as well. And yeah, listen to LA Confidential. It's honestly the best show you'll grow to hate.
100%. Will the Thrill, I know you got a lot of stuff going on with the UCLA Bruins and all the coverage there. Why don't you let the good folks know what you're doing with them and where they can find you?
Yeah, man. Just find me on the great network that is LA Football Network. We are going to be out at the spring game. First UCLA spring game in 7 to 8 years. Big deal. We're trying to pack the Rose Bowl. Apparently 20,000 people have already requested to come out to the game.
Nice.
Hopefully that number lives up to the hype. I mean, you guys know how LA is. There's a lot of stuff on paper that doesn't deliver. So hopefully that does come to fruition. There's a lot of great stuff going on there. I love our dueling shows that I've got with Al Rowe, doing Salute to Troy. So we got a lot of good stuff going on there. Best Trojan show I can say hands down is what Al Rowe's doing up there.
You know, a good Trojan show.
So yeah, it's a fun time to be a Bruin fan. There's a lot of excitement around that. We've got you covered 365. So it's gonna be great.
Awesome. Appreciate it, Will. Al, same thing to you. I'm pretty sure you got a lot of Trojan stuff that you're covering for us at LAFB Network, but what do you got going on and where can people find you?
Salute to Troy podcast. Actually, pretty soon here, we like Will said, we're going to do a crossover show. We're going to be going over the greatest Victory Bell games in the history of the Victory Bell to get us through the summer. Okay. Oh, yeah, Will, that's going to happen. I actually talked to Ryan. He said that's going to happen. So me and Will the Thrill is going to be on. You can find me at Coach_Row, Coach_Row2 on the X or the Twitter, depending on how old you are. Yeah, we're just battling through the off season. Reggie got his Heisman back. That'll be our next show. I know it's a little late, but the draft happened, so the draft is more important than that. So yeah, definitely. So yeah, that's where we're moving forward.
Right on. And Tad, I know we'll be on tomorrow, but anything else you want to say or promote that we got going on?
I just want to shout out the best hosts in the country, Mr. Murdeside. Thank you so much for hosting tonight. Oh, shut up. Anyway, so point being is, look, hey, we have had endless discussions, endless arguments, endless scouting. We have 85 pages of notes.
Yeah.
Just for 2 nights of the year. That is not an exaggeration. That is how much work we put into this. So you know what? Every time we finish a successful first round, I'm very proud of this podcast. I'm very proud of this company. But you know what? Work's not done yet because we're right back tomorrow. I'm gonna name it.
Is it the same time tomorrow, by the way?
I think it's an hour earlier, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be starting at 4 p.m. Pacific time, and that will be 7 p.m. Eastern time. And yeah.
Actually, no, I think I can make that.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
Who is playing around with this?
That's Al. 100% it's Al. But guys,
yet I'm the immature one.
But guys, we appreciate everybody who tuned in, who sent in a lot of great questions, and we had a ton of fun with day 1. But yeah, make sure you tune in for day 2. And like everybody said, we're giving you a lot of great content when it comes to LAFB Network, when it comes to the Chargers and the Rams. They'll give you instant analysis with their first round draft grades and the rest of the draft as well once the draft is done. And of course, the Bruins and the Trojans at the college level. Al and Will got you covered on that front as well. But guys, ton of fun tonight. Join us tomorrow. We appreciate who tuned in today and all of you guys who came in for analysis today. Will, Al, Chauncey, Tad, of course. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you guys for coming on and hope to see you guys tomorrow. Everybody have a good night.
Good night.
Fight on.
Oh, come on.
Hey, Will.